25 teams.
16 Olympic medalists.
2 America's Cup winners.
2 Volvo Ocean Race winners.
1 World Match Racing Tour champion.
5 days of racing.
10 boats qualify for the final day.
8 in the quarters.
6 in the semis.
4 in the finals.
$200,000 prize money.
That's our Christmas bonus. Not in my house.
With this level of sailors, we're all here to win.
And we love this brutal format a lot.
It is day 4 of the Star Sailors League Finals here in the Bahamas. I have with me Facundo Aleza, youngest competitor here. You are in an all-important 9th position. We're trying to get into the top 10 for tomorrow's finals. Are you excited to get out there and get racing, defend your top 10?
Yes, I'm really excited to go out there and want to take advantage of this opportunity to race against these guys, and I don't want to miss any race. So regardless of the result, I want to go and race no matter what.
It's a really exciting class and a lot of good sailors. We are 13 overall at the moment, very close to top 10, and we're really looking forward for another race today so we can try some luck and be in the top 10.
Hi everybody, welcome to day 4 of the Star Sailors League final in the Bahamas. With us in Nassau Yacht Club we have Kathleen Tock. Great to have you with us again, Kathleen. And flying all the way from the UK last night is none other than 470 silver medalist from the London Games, Mr. Luke Patience.
Thanks
Good to have you with us, Luke. And right now, just a very quick heads-up update. Very little wind on the racetrack at the moment. The flags are beginning to fly outside the clubhouse. We can see a live shot there. That is Nassau Yacht Club. You can see quite a few of the competitors on the balcony of Nassau Yacht Club and beginning to fill in. But right now we are under postponement, postponement ashore. So we are into day 4 of this 5-day competition. And the format of this competition is fairly simple. All 25 teams race each other for 4 days, and then the top 10 go through to tomorrow, where we have the quarterfinals, the semis, and the finals. And Kathleen, a slight wrinkle in the format this year, because whoever wins this round robin, this qualifying round, gets a jump to the final. I wonder if you could explain that.
Yeah, so the format, is, as we said, is slightly different. Last year, going to the last day, we had 11 boats. This year, with even more boats on the race course, fewer people are getting into the final day of racing. So this year, we have the top 10 boats will advance into the final day, but the first place boat gets a bye into the very final 4. The second place boat gets a bye into the semifinals, which is the final 6. So if you finish today in first or second place, you've got a nice break on that last day, and you're also guaranteed a larger chunk of the prize purse.
Now, I wonder if we could look at some results. The overall standings after 3 days of racing, we've had 9 races. We can race two races today maximum. But right now on the overall leaderboard, Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Fati have a 6-point lead over the Italians, Negri and Lambertenghi. So we know those guys are pretty much going into the top 10 and through to either the semis or the finals. We're not sure. It depends if we race today, how many races we get and the points there. So there's still a lot of golf left in the hole today. In third position, Robert Scheidt, the brilliant Brazilian, 5 times Olympic medalist with Henry Björning. And then one of the founders of the Star Sailors League, Xavier Rohart, with Pierre-Alexis Ponceau. The French team, the Frenchmen, their worst result is a 16th. That leaves them in 4th place on 51 points. And then here's an interesting one. Chimay Fantella with Antonio Adapovic from Croatia. Šime Fantella, Kathleen, he's 470 gold medalist from Rio, and Luke, you will know Šime very well indeed.
Yeah, I do actually, and he's a fantastic sailor, and actually a boat like a star really suits him. He loves tweaking, he loves changing all the different elements of it, and having that kind of technical brain already from the 470. You can see here, sitting in 5th place, that actually this has been a fantastic regatta for him, and he is the first of the invited sailors here, and I suppose he'll be hoping for another 2 races. He's such an attacker, he wants to go back out, and he wants to see if he can pull further up the leaderboard.
And potentially some lighter breeze for Šime will give him an advantage, because he's not the heaviest of helm like you. So you competed in this final a couple of years ago. We'll talk about that in a minute, but so you know what it's like coming into the Star for the first time. And so hats off by all of us to Šime and Antonio Adapovic. In 6th position is our wonderful Polish team, Mateusz Kuznierowicz with Dominik Zicki, and these guys are always consistent. Whenever they turn up to an SSL event, they are the danger men. They quietly work their own game plan, and they manage to get into the top 10. They're always in that final. And then Johannes Polgar with Markus Koy, the German team, the only German team in the top 10 at the moment. And then another Croatian team, Stepanovic and Sičić, also doing extremely well. And then we have the young Argentinian, Leletza, with his Portuguese-Finn crewmate, Melo, doing an amazing job in 9th position.
Yeah, it's incredible to see them here. They don't have any experience in the Star boat, but coming from the Finn class, Leletza has really shown great speed on the downwind, and not only in the light conditions, not only in the windy conditions, but also yesterday in the light air. We were really surprised to see how well he did in those very, very less physical conditions.
Well, there's Facundo Leletza, just 22 years old, and at the press conference last night, Facundo was sitting on the table with Torben Grael on the same row and just saying, look, when he was a young optimist sailor at the World Championships, Torben Grael came along and he got his signature and a photo with him, and he was a big hero. So to actually be beating Torben Grael, another big legend of our sport, 5 Olympic medals around the world win, and so on and so forth, is a pure thrill for Facundo Leletza. So then another guest is Jonas Ho Christensen with Stevie Milne. Jonas from Denmark was the silver medalist in the Finn from 2012 Olympics, and he had that fantastic big battle with Ben Ainsley, which went down to the wire to the medal race, and they were on equal points, and then the Kiwis came in to save Ben almost. So Jonas is an absolute star, a legend, and an immensely talented sailor in his own right. He just seems to go out there and have natural pure speed ability, Luke.
Yeah, and that's funny, I was speaking to him last night about this, and he reminded me, because I always think he looks a young guy, he reminded me that he's been doing this now for 20 years, and and to cross over classes is not an easy thing to do. And as you said, he gave Ben the race of his life, I think, just over 4 years ago, and it's something that I'm sure the two of them will never forget. Just to see him come here, make it into that top 10. But I imagine, there are 5 points in front of 11th here, and I imagine they're maybe got mixed feelings about whether they want to race today or not. Because if they don't race today, of course, they go through to the quarters.
Well, Stevie Milne will be praying for no win.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right.
That's them in. But, we're seeing the live shots. We can see a little bit of breeze coming in. So the forecast is for very little wind, but it is slowly beginning to build. So, there is hope. There is hope. And we want racing, of course. Now, just outside that top 10 cut, we have Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins on 90 points. As you say, 5 points out of the top 10, 5 points out of the competition. And this is where the Star Sailors League gets really interesting, because, as we say, they have 4 days racing against each other, and then it's that brutal cut-off. And Xavier said, we love this brutal format, that's really cool, and the sailors love it. And we may see this creep into the Olympic format. We don't know. It seems to work very well. The whole beauty of it is that on the final race, whoever crosses the line first has won, and it's guaranteed. Whoever's second is second, third, and there's your podium. So as we move up or move down the leaderboard into the danger zone, George Szabo with Eduardo Natucci. George and Eduardo won this event last year, and now they're in trouble in that danger zone. Then Vasily Zhoboga with Beric, Canfield Struby, and then Kayard and Revkin, big legend. Then another German team, Staniek Klein, Grail and Diomeda Torben Grail, now one of the new vice presidents of world sailing, 5-time Olympic medalist and a round the world winner. A real extraordinary talent. This guy can do it all with Guillaume Diomeda. And then Nick Thompson, a laser sailor from the UK who just went to the Rio Olympics, got a 6th place there, sailing with Steve Mitchell. George Arif, also from the Finn class, also competing in Rio. George, in the Finn class, he was 4th, just outside the medals.
Yeah.
Nasty position to be, as you know, Luke, that 4th spot at Olympic Games. Really terrible. With Bruno Prada, the best crewman in the Star Sailors League, 180 weeks at the top of the crew leaderboard, and we describe him as the Roger Federer of Star Sailing crew. And then another incredible crew, Craig Monk there. He's done 5 America's Cup, won 2 America's Cups. A great sailor in his own right, with Sam Meach, a laser sailor, laser medalist from Rio. I think he was bronze medalist, and here he is flying the flag for New Zealand. They had a terrible first day, breakages and everything, unfortunately. And it took them a little while. But if you look at their scoreline, yesterday they had a 10th, a 15th, a 10th. So a little bit more time for those guys, and perhaps they could tune in and take on some of the leaders. And then we have our Swiss match racer, Eric Monin with Pascal Rambaud in 21st. They've been bumping around, but they also had their best result yesterday, a 7th in the final race. So fair play to them. And then Payne and Coleman from the USA in 22nd. Jochen Schumann with Ingo Borkowski. Jochen, another legend, 4 medals, 3 golds for Germany, and 2-time America's Cup winner. He's a giant in this sport and highly respected from all disciplines. And it's astonishing to see Jochen out there on the racetrack battling away with young 22-year-olds. And then we have our good doctors, Dr. Hubert Merkelbach and Klaus Olesen from Denmark, the German-Danish team there. They qualified through the Star Sailors League. The top 12 of the Star Sailors League come to the final, and then the rest are VIP guests from disciplines like yours, Luke, the 470. And then finally, bottom of the pack is Tom Burton with Andrew Palfrey. Andrew Dog Palfrey, his nickname. Tom, gold medalist in the laser from Rio. An awesome talent, an absolutely awesome talent. And Andrew Palfrey, no mean sailor in his own right, multiple Etchells world champ, and he's the coach for the current America's Cup Artemis team. And Tom was telling me the other day that, in his laser, in the Olympic classes, you focus, Luke, so hard on your boat and tweaking your boat and everything. And Tom was just saying, well, how much more can I learn in a laser? Perhaps the extra 2% or 3% is coming out into other disciplines like this, and learning from some of the greats and just absorbing some more tactical analysis from racing like this, but to perhaps give him the edge going forward into the Tokyo Olympics, which he is going to do, and I hope that you are going to do, Luke.
I have all intention of doing that, yeah. And it's interesting you say that. And as you're going through the list there and talking about the names, I mean, this is just, there's no class in the world that brings together that many medalists, that many ocean racing winners, America's Cup winners, match racing winners. It's just the caliber of the fleet here is like nothing you'd ever see. And so for Tom there and Palfrey lying in last, I mean, it's not the gold stars that are flying all around about them, and Jochen Schumann there 2 places in front. So, I mean, it's a hard pill to swallow being there. But however, it's the champion of champions, and nothing's doing it like Star Sailors League.
I have to say, Tom and Andrew gave us probably one of the most entertaining moments yesterday, because I think they've decided that, boom, there's nothing to lose. We're going to hit the start line with everything we've got. And yesterday,
a little bit excited.
They did two. One, they pulled the fleet over the line, so everyone had a general recall, probably because of them going a little early. And then in the final race, they absolutely nailed their start, but but they were just about 2 foot over.
Really? Was it all that? Yeah.
It was absolutely nothing.
Okay.
So, Kathleen, that's the AP coming down, which is rather interesting. It'll mean that the sailors will begin to rig and get their stuff together to go out. And we had George Zabo just lined up for a very quick word. George, jump in just before you run through. Jump in with Luke just for a second. George, looks like you're going to go racing.
Yeah, my boat's out of the water still, so we got to put it in.
All right,
only one crane,
okay.
So we're getting a little nervous here, but we got a minute.
George, you're just out of the top 10 right now. You won this event. You're the defending champ from last year. It's not as easy this year.
No, not as easy. The fleet's good, and we've been back in regattas before where you got to make up points in the last day and get back into a spot. So we're hoping to pull that off today. We'll see how that goes, and just plan to go out and sail a good race there.
All right, but give us a little strategic insight. What are you going to be doing when we see you in a few minutes' time out there on that start line? Where are you going to be? What are you trying for?
It'll be interesting. The race committee's thinking the wind's supposed to be from the south, and right now we've got wind from the complete wrong direction, and it's filled in that way. So we're just going to go out and look at the tide and look at the wind and see what part of the race course is filling and which side seems like the last few days have been very small shifts. So we've just got to get in sync with those shifts and just go out there and sail our own race. And you could say, oh, we're going to go out and hammer the Danish guy, but there's 3 other guys that may or may not do that, and somebody's going to, if you get in a dogfight with him, someone's going to sail around the outside and pass you. So just going to go out and sail our best race and try not to get swallowed up in the fleet there. The fleet's always pretty good at swallowing people, and one guy gets away. So
it's a mission on for you today.
It's
George,
a bit going on, but it can be done.
We wish you the very best of luck, and we hope to get some racing in for our viewers at home and for everybody. So good luck. I know you've got to get your boat in, and we'll let you go. Go for
there's
it,
a few on the hard there. Looking at it right now, it's a long crane line, but yeah, we're just in front of 89 there on the hard, but all
cool.
good.
All right, mate.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers. Well, there is our live shot. We can see the crane just about to lift one of the boats in. 89 is Nick Thompson with Steve Mitchell there, and some of the boats coming down, trundling down. So they are leaving some of the boats in. We've got 25 boats here in Nassau Yacht Club just outside, and I think that's Mark Mendelblatt just pushing around with Brian Fatih about to get their boat in, queuing up, and they leave some of the boats in overnight on a schedule, and then they pull the rest out onto the hard, onto their trailers, and that is the live shot from the Bahamas. Robert Scheidt there on the left with his boat. Robert doing a phenomenal performance here. He won in 2013 the first ever Star Sailors League final in Nassau, and he just came out like a ball of fire and absolutely smashed it with Bruno Prada. Luke, let's just talk about Robert Scheidt just for a minute, because he is one of the coolest guys I've ever met and one of the most phenomenal competitors in our sport. We talk legends, we talk past legends, we talk, we are a sport, but he really is a phenomenon.
He's unbelievable, and I kind of feel, he's an unbelievable character as well. And normally I like to think that you're not a legend until you've sadly passed away, but Robert is one of these guys that has just crossed over from class to class, and what amazes me as I watch him is just his intensity, his sheer intensity, and quite clearly his love for the sport. I mean, if he's on the water in any boat, losing a race, winning a race, he's doing the right thing that day, and it's wonderful to see people like that. And do you know what? I'm not sure that would take generations to find someone like that again. He is truly one of a kind, and he's a fantastic influence on everyone around him, really.
Well, he's just done the Rio Games in his laser. He's just come fourth.
There he is,
So that was his 6th games, and just have a look at here. We've got some stats up here in the SSL first rank. Olympic titles, well, he has 5 medals, 5 Olympic medals. World Championship titles, 12. I think it might be up to 13 now. 13 World Championship titles. Some say much, even harder than an Olympic title to get a World Championship title.
And I wonder what if you were to talk to him, how he might feel with with history like that behind his name. I'd be interested. How does it feel coming fourth at the Olympics? And after so many good years in the sport, how does he feel about a result like that? Is the blow softened slightly because of how amazing he's done his whole life, or is it just as painful? Is it just as, because I'm sure he went there hoping to medal, and I wonder how that would feel. And it'd be an interesting thing to ask him.
Well, I did ask him.
Oh, you did?
Actually.
Great.
I did
okay.
ask him as soon as I met him.
Right.
Because I was out there watching him,
Yeah.
and had the honour of being on one of our boats, our TV boats out there, gunning around the racecourse, and he was in with a really good chance. You know, he'd built himself a great series, and he was in with a cracking chance of getting his 6th Olympic medal in consecutive games.
And record for the sport of sailing.
And it would have been a record, and it would probably have kind of taken him just above Sir Ben Ainsley. Yeah. But he said he was kind of philosophical about it. You know, he said it was a tough championship, and he did everything he could, but it just came down to the medal race, and he got beat. And that was it, you know. But he was kind of quite pragmatic about the whole thing. It was just sportsmanlike. And then we understand he took a couple of weeks off, and then he's in a 49er, smashing around, possibly trying it out as a potential for Tokyo Olympics. So you think, oh my God, you know, he's not stopping. He's a machine. He's just boom. This is what I'm going to do.
Well, when you think about Olympic sports, gymnasts are out of the Olympic level by the time they're 17, 18 years old. You've got tennis players, basketball players, and they're done by their early 30s. Their bodies just can't handle it anymore. They can't compete on that high of a level. And Scheid comes in here in his early 40s, competing against guys who are 20 years younger than him. Yeah. And when you see him to this day, he's a specimen, a physical specimen, and he's just so focused not only with his sailing, but just keeping in shape to compete against these younger guys, and to then choose to go on to a boat like the 49er, whereas before he's hiking on the boat, and now he's trapezing, a totally new skill for him. And he spent a lot of time, you know, in the laser single-handed boat. Now he's on a skiff. The speed differential between a star and a skiff is tremendous. So just the way you drive the boat and then being on the wire trapezing it's going to be really fun to watch.
Yeah, it will be. I agree with that.
Well, we've got a quick shot of Robert on a boat with Henry Björning moving their boat towards the crane, and he's obviously trimmed down. It's an unusual view. We don't often see these athletes with their shirts up. Let's stay with this shot as Robert gets geared up. But he's trimmed down physically, hasn't he, for the laser?
Yeah, and actually, you know, as you said there, Kathleen, I mean, he is he's a specimen, and at his age, dare I say that, you know, he's probably fitter than half the guys half his age, you know, because the dedication he has and the input he puts into that, and I guess he has to, and it must reap the rewards for himself, you know, and sustains him in the sport. We're not seeing the end of any of this.
No.
We're barely halfway through, I reckon.
Yeah. Well, his fellow Brazilian Torben Grail went from an Olympic career into the offshore world and managed to win the round the world race, then the Whitbread, now the Volvo Ocean race. And there are a few other guys around this park. For example, the German Robert Staniek, chatting away, he would absolutely love to do a Volvo Ocean race, you know, 9-10 months hammering around the world with some of the best offshore sailors who recruit from disciplines like this, like the Olympic discipline. And Luke, funny enough, we were chatting away last night when you arrived. We had a little beer, and it's a bit of a dream of yours.
Yeah, it is actually, and it was really interesting to chat to Robert about that. I mean, I'm just old enough where it was called the Whitbread.
30. You're 30, aren't
I'm
you?
30, yeah. And so I grew up watching two things, the Olympics and the Whitbread then, you know, obviously now the Volvo Ocean Race. And that's still a goal of mine. I'm a small guy, but so I imagine my role will be holding the stick, or the wheel as it will be in these boats. But yeah, it'd be a fascinating thing to race the ocean. It's something I would really love to do, and that's very much a long-term goal of mine. We'll get Tokyo done first, see what we can do there, and move on to these roaring 40s and see if we can't hit 40 knots somewhere in the Southern Ocean.
Sure.
Yeah,
that's a good dream. I can imagine you actually being the figurehead and running a campaign.
Yeah.
I feel, you know, it takes a character to do that, and we loved having you so much 2 years ago when unfortunately you didn't make the cut when you were competing here. We loved having you in our little studio setup so much that our organisers, our manager Michelle, just said, "Oh, let's get Luke out again." So bloody great to have you.
Well, thank you, and it's interesting just to be here and watching it. You know, we've had a postponement there for a wee while, and here they are getting ready, and this is not a view I often see, because I'm usually the guy putting my boat in the water and getting ready, and it's really interesting to watch everyone doing that, because you're so in your own zone when this is happening yourself.
Yeah.
And so it's interesting to see the body language of different people, who's more keen, who's just waiting. And I always found a postponement flag coming down quite a nerve-wracking moment, because it's a really interesting mental change that you've gone from relaxing, putting your feet up, drinking coffee, chatting to your competitors, which is not something you normally do in the boat park pre-racing. But now, in a postponement, you're given that opportunity. You might have 2 hours and you find yourself talking. And you've got to be careful. You can find yourself saying things that you maybe shouldn't be telling your competitors an hour before racing. And to then switch and go, right, back to business. The flag's down, here we go. So, yeah, it's interesting watching it. It's always a flurry of excitement.
Well, and sometimes while you're postponed, you can lose your focus.
Yes.
You wake up in the morning and you eat your big breakfast. You should see how much these star sailors eat. At the hotel in the morning, there are just platefuls of eggs and fruit, and you're like, really? But they have these huge bodies they have to fill up, and they need energy, and they're all ready to go. And then you get to the club, and the postponement flag goes up, and the best sailors, they can keep their focus. They don't lose it too much. And but the problem is when the postponement goes on and on and on. So today wasn't too bad. They didn't have to wait so long. But they knew coming over the bridge this morning from the hotel, or on the water shuttle from the hotel, they could see that the water was glass. And then you had people, like the people in 10th place, 9th place, like, oh, this looks good for me.
Yes.
I don't mind this. And then the people who are in 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th place, who really, really need 1 or 2 good races today to make it into that final day, they're a little bit nervous. They want to see the breeze. So you also just handling the postponement is another mental aspect of the game.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Well, Kathleen, just you're good at the stats and the numbers. Give us an idea in that sort of danger zone. We know go through some stats for us.
Yeah, so interestingly, Mendelblatt and Fati from the U.S., they have a 6-point lead right now over the Italians Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertini. Both of them can get into the final round, but just below them, Robert Scheidt and Henry Boning from Brazil. They're only they're very close together, okay? But we know that Mark Mendelblatt and Fati, the Americans, their worst race so far is a 7th. Every other boat has a pretty high score. So in our racing, we get a discard, and they're only discarding a 7. So actually, Mendelblatt and Fati can afford to have not such a great race, because just below him, Diego Negri has to drop a 19. He can't afford to have a bad race. Robert Scheidt is dropping a 16th place. He can't afford it. So Mendelblatt is fairly comfortable up there in that first place position. There's only 3 points separating 2nd and 3rd place. So to get into that top position to finish, that's pretty close. Unfortunately for our Frenchmen, Xavier Rohart and Pierre-Alexis Ponceau, they cannot numerically make it into the 1st or 2nd place position. So they have a little comfort zone. They know they can't get into that position. They're pretty well secured right now to get into the final day. If you look at the point spread, they can get a 25th and still qualify for the final day. So they're in a comfortable position knowing that they can't get to the top, but they also probably would have a really hard time falling out. Between 5th and 6th place, they're tied. That's very close. But both those boats are dropping a 21 and a 23. They can't afford to have another bad race. Moving down, as you call it, into the danger zone, we've got in 9th place, 81 points, the Argentinians, Denmark, with 85 points in 10th place. And then just only between 10th place and 13th place, we're talking only 8 points. It's really easy in this fleet to go out there and sail a 25th. And that's what these guys can't afford to do in this final day. They can't go out there and get a 19th and 18th and expect to make it into that final.
Up 1 and 2 and back in our 8th, 9th, 10th.
So I was talking to Augie Diaz and Arnie Balton sitting in that 11th position just below 10th this morning, and asked them what their strategy was, and they really felt like they hadn't been getting off the line in the position that they wanted to, and that they were just going to actually be aggressive on the line today, because they just, if you don't make it to the final day, then that's it. So they're going to be aggressive on the line, probably stay away from the ends, and line up to some other guys who've been getting good starts to use them as a gauge. I think we're going to be seeing the guys who are kind of in the top being a little less aggressive on the start, and the guys who are back in the pack but still have a chance to get into the final day, I'll see them being a little bit more aggressive on the starting line.
It's interesting to hear him say that.
Yeah.
It's not an easy thing to say you're going to be aggressive and then be it, because there's just such a fine balance from, as we saw yesterday, we had an OCS. I would have said most starts you're trying to be aggressive. If you're not off on the front line, off these really tight packs, especially like here with the stars, you're struggling anyway. So I'm really interested to see what an aggressive start's going to look like.
It's do or die.
It sounds very die to me already.
Yeah.
If I'm honest, but who am I to say? So we'll wait and see. Hopefully I'm proved wrong. We'll see.
Well, that's what the Australians were doing yesterday, much to our entertainment. Tom Burton, the gold medalist from Australia in the laser class with Andrew Dog Palfrey. And there you saw in race 9 they got DSQ'd, but for them,
for starting early,
they didn't know. They didn't realise. They thought that it was George Szabo who was just over, and so they hammered their way up in the lead to the top mark. And then obviously the race committee, who had their boat up there, just said, "I'm sorry, chaps." Which was gutting for them, but chatting away in the club to them last night, I just said, that was pretty cool. You got quite a lot of airtime. We were chattering away to you because it took us a while. We didn't know immediately. We were speculating. We knew one boat was over the line, but we didn't quite know until about 10 minutes into the race. So they'll be gunning for it, and as will all the other guys in that danger zone.
Okay, we've got Torben Grell, the sailing legend from Brazil. That lilac-colored boat, very different. You can spot him anywhere on the race course. He's looking up at his rig. The sailors are adjusting their tension. They've got very light conditions out there today, so they're going to adjust. The rig is the mast, and the tension that you have on it makes a difference in the sail shape and ultimately their speed on the water. So Torben Grell, Legends of Sailing.
Well, there he is. 5 Olympic medals, 2 golds, a silver and 2 bronzes. 4 of those medals in the Star. He was the Star World Champion in 1990. And then in 2008, he won the Volvo Ocean Race on Ericsson 4. And he won. He didn't just win, he won with 2 legs to spare. I mean, he completely smashed it. So he's gone from a highly successful Olympic career, one of the most successful of all time, to go and smash the round the world record. And in fact, he set a 24-hour record, I beg your pardon. Over 24 hours, he averaged 24 knots and sailed 596 nautical miles. So that he set a record back then. It's been broken since then. But he was at the cutting edge of the whole
was massive at the
offshore
time,
scene.
Yeah.
A huge distance, nearly 600 miles.
That's like me getting from Glasgow to the south of England.
It's nuts.
It's a big old trek.
Sometimes it'll take you longer than 24 hours, I imagine.
Yeah.
And he was the tactician on Luna Rossa. And in 2000, where they won the Louis Vuitton Cup, the challenging series for the America's Cup, to take on the Defenders. And on the City Grand Slam earlier this year, the first ever City Grand Slam in Hamburg, he was racing with Stefano Lilia, the builder, and came 7th. And they had a marvellous moment with Xavier Rohat, the Frenchman, who stuffed them tactically and forced a penalty downwind. And Torben Grell, you could see his body language. He's totally furious about that. And they've had a few little engaging moments here where they've been neck and neck.
Yeah, he's one of our more demonstrative sailors.
Big time, big time. And we saw, it was I think it was a photo boat as well, glide straight past Torben, far too close. And Torben was like giving them hell. And we were just lucky that we couldn't lip read in Portuguese.
Yes,
Because he was not happy. But, he's a big man. He's now into the running of the sport. He's working for, or he's just been voted in as Vice President of World Sailing, the governing body of sailing. They're the guys who dictate what is a world championship. They're the guys who set the Olympic classes, which 10 Olympic classes, used to be 11, now 10 Olympic classes. They have huge influence on our sport, and they've come in under a lot of flack recently for all kinds of things. I'm not going to get into all that.
No. But it's good to see that a sailor has been voted into that position.
He wanted to go in, and he just felt that he wanted kind of some active sailors back in there, kind of saying, look, this is a sport for the sailors, and that's what he said at our press conference last night. And just on that subject, World Sailing comes in for a beating. You know, it's like a shooting season. But the characters I've come across, the personal characters who put their life and dedicate their professional life to running the sport, have always had a great heart and a great passion, and their job is not easy whatsoever. And they have committees and all that sort of. Anyway, enough about
politics.
the
Yeah.
governing bodies
Yeah,
of
yeah.
Politics has gone mad this year. What's going on?
Everywhere.
Brexit, Trump. Oh my God!
World
I don't know.
sailing.
Totally nuts. Now back to the Star Sailors League as we watch Torben Grail pop that down. Let's have a little look at the highlights of yesterday. We had 3 races yesterday in some breeze, just dying off into the later stage of the afternoon. But Jenny Tulloch has a little report on our highlights from yesterday.
It was a different start for day 3 as light air greeted the veterans and invitees at the Star Sailors League Finals in Nassau. The teams were chomping at the bit. Halfway through the series now, it's a fight to put the least points on the board.
The Argentinian in absolute trouble right on that mark. Everyone's sailing around him. He's lost all his power, all his forward motion.
With the race course closer to shore, making current a bigger factor. It was a different start for day 3 as light air greeted the veterans and invitees at the Star Sailors League Finals in Nassau. The teams were chomping at the bit. Halfway through the series now, it's a fight to put the least points on the board.
The Argentinian in absolute trouble right on that mark. Everyone's sailing around him. He's lost all his power, all his forward motion.
With the race course closer to shore, making current a bigger factor. Teams struggled all day to get around the top mark. Race 1, it was newbie to star sailing, Rio Olympic gold medalist Šime Fantella and his crew Antonio Arapovic from Croatia, who were able to excel in the light breezes to take the race win.
Great victory for Šime Fantella.
We fine-tuned the boat today, and the speed was there. So I would say the key number 1 is the speed, and then the clear air. Overall, we are happy.
All clear, fabulous.
With light air the great equalizer, the VIP invitee teams, the cream of the crop of sailing talent from different fleets around the world, were able to make plays amongst the fleet. But pulling out to a commanding lead was longtime star sailors, Germans Robert Staniek and Fritjof Kleen.
Staniek and Kleen sliding across the finish. They're going to be so happy with that.
We found an ideal line. It's a very, very light. The conditions we are seeing here, probably 5 knots. So we were clear off the fleet, and from there on we found a very good race, and we finished first time in the series.
As the wind dropped to a near whisper, Mendelblatt and Fati took the race win and the overall lead.
Today was a bit of luck, just ending up in the right places and having good lanes. We did get a couple really nice starts today, so that helped a lot. The last one especially put us in good position, but I'm just trying to sail clear air, clear water, and not really worry too much about what side's going to pay, and just focus on the boat speed, and it worked out today.
It's all to play for tomorrow for the 10 spots to make it into the finals.
Well, that was the action yesterday, and we saw the breeze die off a little bit into the 3rd and 9th race. 3rd race yesterday, 9th race overall. There's Jochen Schumann, the German, just with his crewman Ingo Borkowski, getting ready, and I suspect Kathleen and Luke, I suspect we will get some racing in. It's going to be at least an hour, I think, before these guys can get out and the race committee can set their courses. But as you mentioned earlier, Luke, I think we're going to see some explosions on those start lines.
Yeah, I mean, this is the time in the competition where we're going to, for the final time, see the 25 boats all line up together. And it's going to be great because, as Kathleen pointed out, there are a lot of tight spots at the top and around the 10th area for qualifying. So I think we might have a lot to talk about today. Well, I hope we do anyway when we see the racing. And it should be rather tight.
Yeah, the mark roundings, especially the windward mark roundings yesterday, were spectacular. We saw boats coming in without rights on port, going into the mark, boats catching the mark. And today, I don't know that we're going to see that as much. I think people know how the current is running, and there's so many people out there who can't afford to do a circle. So if you hit the mark or if you follow another boat at the windward mark, you have to do a circle. In this amount of breeze, when we have a light breeze, it takes a really long time to do a circle, and you're just losing boats, losing points, losing money. So I'm anticipating that maybe people might be a little more cautious at the windward mark roundings after the kind of the collisions and the circles that we saw yesterday.
Yeah. Or might we see a bit more rules being pushed to the limit here? You know, perhaps maybe we'll see a split. We might see a few actually going for something that they perhaps shouldn't be going for. I don't know. I guess we'll see though.
Okay, well, do stay tuned. We'll have racing in approximately an hour, but between now and then, as the boats make their way out onto the racecourse off the eastern side of New Providence Islands in the beautiful, beautiful Bahamas, stay with us. We've got some cool features, some flavour of the Bahamas. We've had a little camera team running around. They've been doing features on sharks and museums and the history of the Bahamas and some profiles of the sailors. It's great, great stuff. But we will start with rather a grand opening ceremony just before the competition at the Government House, where the Prime Minister was there and all the dignitaries from the Bahamas, from Nassau, turned out for the opening ceremony of the 4th ever Star Sailors League final.
Ready? Thomas. Oh!
I would like to say how delighted we are to have the Star Sailors League back in Nassau. To those sailors who are repeat visitors, we say welcome back. And to those who are here for the first time, we are sure you will find that the experience here in the Bahamas will mean that in future years we will be saying welcome back to you also. Thank you.
Show you how it's time to set your spirit free. I want everybody to follow me. If I jump up, you jump. If I wind up, you wind. If I shake up, you shake. Follow every move I make. If I jump up, you jump. If I wind up, you wind. If I shake up, you shake.
The 4th edition of the Star Sailors League Finals. brings 25 teams from 17 countries to compete in the waters off Nassau to battle it out over 5 days of racing.
Yes, they've tacked away to the right-hand side.
A living legend, for sure.
A living legend, yeah.
Exactly.
On day one, race one saw a commanding display by Brazilian legend and 5-time Olympic medalist Robert Scheidt, along with crew Henry Boning. As the teams got used to the light wind conditions, it was quite a tight battle between Americans Mendelblatt and Fati, the Italian team of Negri Lambertigni, and the Brazilians, ultimately holding tight for the win.
A win for Robert Scheidt and Henry Björning.
As the breeze and waves built for race 2, 2 Brazilian teams and the French drag raced up the course.
But it's the French that round first. Polgar and Coy take an inside line.
In fact, Xavier and Pierre Alexis have overtaken George and Bruno into first place, and that was slick sailing.
The number 1 seeds took their first win of the event.
So I'm quite happy now because the speed is there. We see that we are competing with the good guys. We are not in front, but we are there. So day one is good.
But it was ultimately the Italians, with a third and a second, who took the day.
We have just to think about the regatta. All these guys, of course, for the first 2 days, they have to think also about the steering, about the trimming. And that's the little advantage that we have in the beginning. But I'm sure that next 2 days, some new guys will be in the top 3. I'm sure about that.
There's a similar forecast for day 2. Let's see if Diego has it right, and if the younger Olympians can rise to the top.
This is Fort Montague. It's the oldest standing fort left in the Bahamas, but it was the second fort built. So the first fort was Fort Nassau, which is on the site of where the British colonial Hilton stands. Fort Montague was built as the eastern defense to the harbor of Nassau. And Fort Montague was 2 complexes. So you have the fort which we're in now, and there was a little battery called Bladen's Battery just to the east of the fort, but that doesn't exist anymore. Montague especially was built because there was a lot of fear of attacks from the Spanish. The Bahamas is very close to Cuba and Florida, which was a Spanish colony, and so there was always sort of this fear of Spanish invasion, especially since this was a British territory. And a lot of privateering and pirating actually was based in the Bahamas, and they would attack Spanish ships and Spanish galleons. So the Spanish was always attacking the Bahamas as a sort of revenge. Well, all of the forts in the Bahamas are actually built from cut limestone. So they would cut the limestone naturally and then use a lime mortar mix to build them. Out of our built heritage, especially Montague is probably one of the oldest buildings, especially on New Providence. But before the forts, we have an indigenous history and indigenous culture of the Lucayan Indians. And a lot of their sites still remain, but that's buried in the sand and in the dunes. And this is where the archaeologists go and search for. The cannons here at Fort Montague are quite old and they are spiked, but if we wanted to fire them again, there are methods we can use to drill out the spike and fire them again, but that entails the use of gunpowder, cannonballs, and so forth.
my position in the ranking is thanks to the last 2 World Championships mostly. This year after the Worlds in Miami and the Bacardi Worlds in Miami, we stopped a little bit and sailed just the National Championship. And then we are back here in Garda Lake. We had a nice event last weekend with 13 boats and now we are planning to have 3 days of trainings. It's a while that we don't train, so it's very good to have some lineups and easy sailing, not just the pressure of the regatta. So looking forward to sail in Nassau, and we're gonna live in 3 weeks now, so very nice.
We are down at the dock with Stevie Mitchell, Star World Champion, and 2-time Laser Champion Nick Thompson. Stevie, you're an old vet in this boat, but it is Nick's first time and first day ever sailing the Star. What are you expecting of him?
He'll be just fine. He's a great sailor in the Laser. He'll pick it up very, very quickly. One of the reasons why us older vets get to come in the boat is that we do the mechanics of the boat. So I can hopefully do all the mechanics. Nick can weave his magic with the tiller extension, and hopefully we'll be okay. We'll find out in a couple of hours' time.
And Nick, what are you hoping for your first time Star sailing?
Yeah, I think the first step is just to get off the dock. That would be quite nice. And then if we can not lose our rig on the first day, I'll be pretty happy. But yeah, I mean, I'm so fortunate to have Stevie to sail with. You know, I think he's already taught me so much, and I'm really looking forward to it.
All right, we'll let you guys get out there. Hopefully we'll get to listen in to Stevie coaching Nick through it.
Thank you. We'll see you out there. You can say that just inside the telltales is fine.
Okay.
Use that as a depowering tool as well. How's your height of your boom off the back of the deck?
Closed.
Okay.
Oh, that's
sweet. Feels nice. Like heel angle, obviously that's a little too flat.
Yeah.
Little shifty here. Okay, it's going to load up here. Okay, about a little bit flatter than this is a good angle.
Yeah. Pressure building here.
Yeah. Yeah, and really, you're not really playing the main much in this.
No.
So when you get those puffs like that, you just steer to them.
Yeah.
If they're big, pull on a bit of this. If you need a bit of power, pull on the check stay a little bit.
Crack off quite a bit.
Yeah, crack off this guy. And that will effectively pull your check on a little bit anyway.
Yeah.
I'll crack the jib a tiny bit. Just to give you a bit of power.
Pressure building into
Yeah. That's it. You want a bit of weather helm all the time.
Okay.
So you want, if you let go of the tiller, the boat will slowly round up.
Yeah.
So don't be afraid of it. If it starts to roll around a bit,
Yeah.
obviously a little bit of sheet will help you.
Yeah.
Normally it means either the vang's a little bit too eased or your sheet's too far out.
Yeah.
So just sheet on a little bit. This will help balance you up. The rig's not going to do anything bad from there. If it comes over to windward too far, the pole will dip in the water.
Oh, you can snap the pole.
And that pushes, either snaps the pole or it pushes the mast back and breaks the mast.
Wow.
But actually, like it's a bit like a laser in that when it does come over on top of you, actually the further away you go, the more it stabilizes itself. But it's really counterintuitive, right?
Stand by jibe. And this way. 2.
Nice, good one. Turn the corner. Yep, fine. Just push it across and go up. There you go. When you get flat spots, use that to get your height. When you get the waves, your priority is just getting through the wave as clean as you can. Just load it up a tiny bit more. That's it, and then go a bit of check. Get till that stops flapping. That's it. If it's ever flapping like that, that's bad. Way more check, and if you need to, put a bit more backstay onto depower. A little bit in those puffs to flatten the boat. Then get ready to pull it away again. That's it. Lovely.
That's what you want.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect.
Day 1 Star sailing, how was it?
Yeah, fantastic. Really good day out. It was really nice to get out there and straight into some racing with all the other guys. We had a little bit on, certainly at the lower marks, but yeah, we got there pretty quickly. Pretty happy.
How would you rate him as a star skipper?
Great. I mean, first day in the boat, yeah, we did some manoeuvres. We didn't do any big disasters, and we got into racing some boats, and it was good. Like we had
any disasters.
I know,
Big
exactly.
disaster.
Right? We had pretty reasonable speed, and yeah, we were racing rather than just trying to sail the boat around the course.
What is the hardest part?
Probably the lure mark rounding, to be honest. It's just so much main sheet to bring in, and it's pretty loaded. It's, I mean, there's a, it's a big main, if you hadn't noticed. So I certainly didn't until I got out there. But yeah, that's probably the hardest bit, but it's good fun.
Awesome. All right, thanks you guys. Good luck out there this week.
Thank you very much.
Day 2 of the Star Sailors League Finals saw the Italians Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertini, who topped the scoreboard, lead the first race. It was a great race as well for the youngest sailor in the fleet, Argentinian Facundo Aleza, taking 5th. Fellow South Americans scored a 2nd, while the Italians held on for the win.
I'm really happy, Matt. It will be not easy to stay on the same level, I think.
Off! Here they go.
The dying breeze meant changing conditions for the teams, adjusting their sailing styles and tactics for less wind.
That is an incredible sight. 16 Olympic medalists.
Staying mentally sharp was the name of the game throughout the day, and 3-time Olympic medalist Slovenian Vasily Spogar, with his Hungarian crew, celebrated their victory in Race 5. A strong performance on the day with a race win, a 2nd and a 5th, moved the former finals winners, Americans Mendelblatt and Fatigue, onto the podium in 3rd overall. The Italians dropped to 2nd, while all top 3s moved Brazilians Robert Scheidt and Henry Boning into the lead.
4 tough races today. We managed to hang in there, be top 3 in all 4 races. Difficult conditions, difficult to start, but we were pretty happy, and especially because we won the last race.
We're now halfway through the qualifiers. 2 more days of racing still to go to determine who will go through to Saturday's finals.
"300 years ago, over 5,000 pirates thrived in the Bahamas. The golden age of piracy was short-lived, but the memories of these times are everywhere here in Nassau.
We are now on the outside in the front of Pirates of Nassau, our museum. Well, the Bahamas was a place of paradise. What even made it more better because all the shanty towns were designed for sailors. But due to the fact that the pirates were bringing in a more lucrative business, it turned into a pirate's haven. There wasn't no pirates specifically from the Bahamas, but they all became famous in the Bahamas. Pirates were people like me and yourself. They were all privateers. By the time as the British colony was finished with them and didn't have no more work for them to do, they had to find some type of means to survive. So since the crown them wasn't giving them anything to do, they had to go there and take for themselves. As cruel and savage as we were, we had our own rules and regulations too. Because in order for you to sail a ship, you have to be well disciplined. And trust me, you'll be surprised to know how you can have such savage, cruel men as disciplined as it is. Because wait, if you didn't rule, we would maroon you, and nobody wants to be marooned. My favorite pirate story will be about Stad Bonnet. He was a major. He ran into piracy. He didn't know how to sail. He didn't know how to operate a ship. He didn't know anything about maritime. But he had a nagging wife. For a man to leave his nagging wife to go in a life of piracy, that touched my heart.
Pirate Republic, a brewery and a bar, just opened. You would think that piracy here is mere marketing. Well, yes, but not quite, as we are reminded with a bit of literature.
Well, it's a very famous Mark Twain quote. Now and then we had hoped that if we lived and were good, God would permit us to be pirates. We put that up there because we think everybody secretly has some hidden desire to be a pirate at some point in their life. And so I think it's their sense of real democracy on board a pirate ship. And then, of course, their great exploits that have survived the 300 years since they sailed around in our waters. Nassau was the Republic of Pirates in the early 1700s. It's an authentic part of our history, and we're trying to bring it to life in a new way, an interactive way, and it's part of our brand, it's part of our beer names, it's part of our experience and our ambience, so we do take it seriously.
1, 2, 1, and you pivot. Arr!
Bruno, give us a quick masterclass in downwind sailing technique from the crew's point of view, would you?
Yeah, we are in a starboard. We are in the downwind. Downwind is the when the wind comes from behind. The sail is always open. It's a huge sail. One of the things that we do is that we roll the boat to get more speed. We have to synchronize between the crew and the skipper. This boat is a little bit slow, so we cannot do mistakes. And Robert is in control. He tell me what I should do, and because he's steering, so he has the control of the pressure of the rudder. So we have been sailing for 15 years, so we are pretty synchronized, and that's it. That's our boat downwind.
Bruno, it's quite unusual for a small boat like this for the crew to stand up there before the mast. Why is that? What are you doing?
Yeah, because I put my weight higher, and then we can roll the boat, make the roll easier of the boat. In this condition, it's pretty easy, but when we have big waves and strong wind, become very, very, very difficult. It's like surfing in a big wave. So the balance is very important.
And then obviously downwind, you can look where the wind is coming from. What kind of information are you feeding Robert?
Yeah, I'm in charge to give Robert information about where the next puff will come from. But the final decision is always his decision. But I'm in charge to give him all the information about the wind.
And last question, how much fun is it crewing these boats?
Yeah, it's a fun. It's more fun because I'm with Robert, and we are friends since childhood. So we have a lot of fun. And sailing with Robert here in Bahamas, this amazing place, I think a lot of fun.
When I woke up this morning, clothed in my right mind, with no pain, no ache, I got a little bit of sense to say thank you.
Sunday morning is church time for Reverend Philip McPhee, pastor of Mount Calvary Baptist Cathedral in the middle of Nassau. It's a small community, but a spirited and fervent one. Philip McPhee preaches with passion, just like his father many years ago.
My father built and pastored this church for over 40 years. After he passed, I succeeded him, and I'm proud to have the honor to represent the people of the Bahamas as a spiritual leader in this nation. My dad laid a strong foundation, and I'm just privileged that I'm able to continue the great tradition of the church.
But the Reverend is also passionate about traditional Bahamian sailing. He knows the local sailors and racers. Among his close friends is one of the Bahamas' highly regarded boat builders.
Gratitude and thanks for what you do here.
Well, it's something I like doing.
Yeah.
And then I like doing it. Every island has its own design, and they try to keep that design in their mind, so we try to come close to that design as possible. Like the Ragged Island have their design. These are Ragged Island designs. You have Long Island have their design, Andros have their design, Exuma have their design. So it's up to the island they come from. Well, they are all handmade, mostly with chainsaws and power saws, but it's all handmade. The frames we take out of the woods. We have to refine it until we get it to how we want it. But the lumber, we have to buy them from the hardware. That's the final product.
Philip McPhee owns 2 boats. On important occasions, he hires a captain and a full crew with deep knowledge of these former working boats turned into race boats.
The Bahamian sailing is something very unique. All of our boats are built by wood, built by Bahamians, sailed by Bahamians, rigged by Bahamians. And it's a Bahamian legacy and tradition that we are very proud of. And now we are gearing up to make sure that this great tradition is passed on to our children and grandchildren. We're very thankful to our brothers in the Bahamas who are of another color, our white brothers. When it came to sloop sailing, they never interfered with sloop sailing. They allowed the black man to dominate and to bring sloop sailing to the level where it's at today without any interference of the rich whites of our country. And we're thankful for that, because we were well aware that we could not compete with them because of our financial status, and they never interfered with us. And that's why this great tradition has been preserved, and we give God thanks that we were privileged, even at this hour, to have the poor man to be in sailing and to get the same kind of recognition that the rich man will get when he goes to international sailing as he sailed the sloops in the Bahamas and throughout the islands of our country.
Come on down the side, buddy. We ain't gonna fetch that.
Sailing gives to me the opportunity to see the grandeur, the beauty, the strength of a God who has blessed the Bahamas with beautiful waters and beautiful people. It gives me strength, it gives me sermons, it gives me relaxation, it allows me to partake, to help, to encourage, to educate other Bahamians to have a sense of appreciation of the great grandeur of God's blessing to Bahamians.
there is no so big secret, you know. We, like I said, we are a small club, but a club with a huge tradition, you know, and the tradition in sport, in sailing. And for last 20 years, we are trying really to educate the youngsters to become, you know, the real sportmen, the people who love the sailing and sport, and to live and work the sailing. And I think this is one of the main differences between the other sailing clubs, at least around us, and the thing which brings us, let's say, on the really somewhere high on the top of the sailing scene. With Tonchi, I'm since 1996, so it's 20 years affair. We passed through a lot of stages, since from optimist class, and then to the youth classes, radials 4.7, and then now the standard class. And I'm really proud that we managed to do it, because it was, you know, it was some years ago it was planned to do it, and you know, we were dreaming about this, and then the dream became true, you know, and then you know, it's this is it. And now we have new goals, and we will see how we can reach them.
So Diego, up to you to share a bit of your sailing past with us. You sent us photos. Here they are.
You want to know the story? This is my place, Diano Marina, where I was when I grew up, and in the sailing club. My father was the president of the club and the coach. So I started working in the club since I was just a bébé, and at 5 I started sailing with the bigger boats. After the sailing school, we were allowed to use my mother boat is a Europe #1 in Italy, Italy 1. I'm the skipper in this picture. As I told you, any moment was good to spend time on the water. So when I was 8, 9, was still pretty early, because there were not small sails yet. This one was the few small sail, was like 5 meters square, something like that, and so allow us to sail even if we were really young. This is the Optimist career. This is my first own boat, not a boat from the sailing school. I hated this boat because all the corner around the boat were with a piece of rubber, and the rubber was not stitching every day. I had to repair it with my father after sailing, and it was really a nightmare.
On the next one we see the name of the boat, which
is
Dumbo.
Dumbo is the elephant with the big ear. You know, everybody knows the story. So this boat should have allowed me to fly, of course. When I was 18, I started sailing with the laser, but one step sometimes was on a fin, because I was maybe supposed to step in an Olympic career.
I think that's the fin.
And that's the fin again. I don't actually look like the guy is in the picture. That's really many years ago. This is a laser from the 90s, early 90s. It was one of the first years in the Olympic campaign, so I think it's 92, 93. So the story was just beginning. This picture should be around 2000, 2002, something like that. And I remember the photo shooting was in my place. A guy from TNT came to make this super picture, so I had the opportunity the first time to have really professional pictures, and I was so proud to have this kind of shooting, to have to show to everybody, to give to newspapers and everything, and really nice moment. This is Sydney Olympic. Sailing the Olympics is the dream of any sportsman. Even better to win a medal. I didn't make it. I was 8 in Sydney, but very close to the medals. I won a race. I was very close to the podium for a while. So the experience was super, and sailing in the Sydney Harbour was really an amazing experience. So that's a good memory too. This is the Athens Olympics, my second Olympic with the laser. all the regattas being with very light wind. We were really well prepared, but at the end I didn't reach any medal. I finished 13. My dream was to step in the start. I was sailing, I had no idea about runners or anything. I was just sailing like with laser, with holding the main sheet, and we had no idea about how to trim the mast. So we took like 3-4 days to put the mast straight. And the first race we sailed in Naples, 2006, we sailed from 5 to 25 knots with tape on the Stamaster to avoid this problem. I was really a real laser sailor at that moment. After that, we grow up in knowing the boat. This boat was a super boat. It was a Lilia, a 266, and the regatta here is in the works in Miami. My second beginning in 2006 was 2008. After 2 years, I reached silver medal in the works in Miami. Was really could be the end of the career, because stepping in a star, going to the templum of the stars with all the popular American sailors and everything, I mean, such a good result, was really a dream come true.
Diego,
C'est
thank
bon?
you very much for your time. Thank you.
Je touche rien, hein, là, si tu veux le prendre comme ça, parce qu'une fois j'ai touché ça, j'ai fait et parti, c'est parti.
Yeah, the junior sailing program at the Nassau Yacht Club started in 2004, and when it first started off, we probably had a handful of kids, and today we go through over 200 kids a year. In our year-round program, which is where these kids are participating, we have 47 youngsters involved with that program, and then when we add in our summer sailing camp, and the greater community really gets involved with that, we have over 102, 105 kids. The kids' ages are 8 to 17. The kids start off in the Opties, and that's where the majority of the kids are. We have 30 Opties here, and for this term, we used 25 of them. We had our Opti Nationals about a month ago, and we had 82 participants from around the Bahamas. We also run a sunfish program, again for beginners, who are a little bit too big for the Optimist. Kids in the Optimist and kids in the Sunfish program really become competent sailors. They then move into the laser. And we have 15 lasers sailing with us on a pretty regular basis. In addition to that, we just took on 5 international 420s. Our better laser sailors are sailing in the international 420. And on Saturday morning, we'd have the Optimists to go through their elimination, and then Saturday afternoon, and they'll be ready for Sunday morning's finals. And the lasers will start Saturday afternoon, and on Sunday morning they'll be continuing on with their elimination series, so they'll be sailing in their finals by about midday on Sunday.
I started sailing when I was about 11 years old. My uncle gave me an old Opti, and my dad decided it was a good idea that I should try and go learn how to sail it. So I went to the summer camp here at the Nassau Yacht Club run by the BSA. So that's how I learned how to sail, and I've been sailing lasers, sunfish, and Optis ever since. We sail here all year round. We sail about 2 or 3 times during the week, depending on other activities. But we sail on the weekends as well, morning and afternoon. Usually we'll have the lasers in the morning and I-420s in the afternoon, but I tend to stick more to the laser sailing.
I think the star, because it has so many adjustments, you have to try to keep the boat as simple as possible, because when you come to racing, the things have to be done in the quickest time, because otherwise you lose position and you lose ground and you can lose races. So what we try to achieve, me and Bruno, is to try to make a simple layout, and we try to do the maneuvers many times, so when the racing comes, we know what we have to do in each situation, and that helps us a lot, because we can get meters at mark roundings, and we can make quick decisions on when to do the maneuvers. So it's very important to try to keep the layout simple and to be able to sail the boat
in an easy way.
The Exumas are an archipelago of 365 keys and islands, just 35 miles southeast of Nassau. There, you can swim with the sharks. Key sharks are nurse sharks, and adult sharks are commonly 7 to 9 feet long, although they can get as big as 14 feet and weigh between 200 and 300 pounds. Here, at the Compass Key Marina, sharks are used to being fed and enjoy swimming with the visitors.
Okay,
All right,
George, sounds like an examination, but we've got a few pictures of yourself through your sailing career. So let's have a look at the first one. Aha.
Yeah. So the first one here is me sailing a starboat with my dad. They used to have Wednesday night beer can races. I think I was 3 years old, maybe 3.5 here. And it is a starboat, and it just used to put the boat in the water, go sail out to the end of Point Loma, turn around and come back. And that's what they did on beer can races. And so looks like, early 70s. My dad's got some plaid pants and a Coors beer, and that was a long time ago on the starboat. Yeah, my dad definitely introduced me to starboats, as you can tell. When I was growing up, my model boats always had new sails, and I always had model boats and made a lot of new sails. And here's just a model boat that I think we bought in Germany, and this is rigging the new sails on that model boat, and not the standard sails. These were pretty nicely built sails. That's that boat. So there was Igor 1 and Igor 2. This is Igor 2, and it started life as a Flying Dutchman. We had a few hours free on some winter breaks, and we put a star mast on this boat. We had broken mast sections from lasers and other boats. We built racks, trapezes, and other things. This mainsail on this is quite an interesting story on the mainsail. It started as a star main, and we cut the clew off and moved it forward so we'd have the right size for the boom. And then we went up as high as we could straight, and then we turned and we saved all the scraps from the sail off and made extra cloth and sewed it on the back. The battens for this sail came from an America's Cup boat, and Dennis Conner gave one of my friends a batten, and it had de-lambed, and so we ground it down thinner, and then we glued it back together, and we cut the batten in 3, and that's where the long battens came from. Yeah, I think we bought the boat for $50, and I think my friend sold it for $300, the whole thing, when we were done with the project. But yeah. That was the first version. So this was the first Igor, and I was a little chicken on this one. It was a little shorter. This one has, it started out as a 14-foot dinghy, and I was a little afraid to put all the sail power on it, so I cut the star mast a little shorter on this one, and it had another broken star mast. It was a bowsprit and a star jib you can see, and I cut down star main, running backstays. And this boat wasn't as good. The hull ripped in half on the bottom 2 separate occasions and started sinking a few times. So we had some issues with that boat. Eventually that boat got cut up and put in a trash can. Just one of the early days of laser sailing. Raced lasers for a lot of years. Wasn't very good at it. Wasn't heavy enough for the time. But early day of laser sailing. Etchells Worlds with Ian Murray and Andrew Palfrey in San Francisco. I forget what year, but that was pretty unique worlds. We ended up third, which was fun, but what was even more amazing was to sail with Ian and Andrew. Andrew was just always talking about what the wind was doing, what the compass was doing, what the boat speed was doing. I ended up nicknaming him Radio Dog. One time Ian thought the compass was broken. I was like, the compass broke? I'm like, I don't know. Andrew and I are looking at each other. Why do you say that? He's like, hadn't moved in the last 2 minutes. Kind of look at each other like, pull the tiller. Pull the tiller, it moved a degree, okay. Yep, he was an amazing driver. So it was pretty fun at Etchells Worlds, sailing with those guys. And I think they spent 2 days on the water on the sail out to the race course trying to teach me how to play cricket, and I still have no idea. But yeah, so this is the Worlds in 1995 in San Diego, and it was the first year that sponsorship was legal on the side of your boat. And so they just changed the rules. It was a whole new coming. And so I was sailing with Rick Peters, who we later won the Worlds with in 2009, many years later. But as a joke, we put your ad here on the side of the boat, and we put the big phone number. And so that was the beginning of the sponsorship, and that's why that one's there.
Did you get any calls?
We got a few funny black calls. Yeah, there was some prank calls, but yeah, nothing good.
No money.
Yeah, no money. But it was good fun just to make a joke of the.
Wow, what happened here?
What happened here? This is sailing with Mark Struby in Palma, Mallorca, and we were doing very well. I think we're in third, and we went into jibe. And as we went into jibe, I released the backstay, but the boom didn't come across, and so the boom went back to the same side, and the mast went over the side. So that was a unfortunate sequence of photos there, but pretty neat photos for action photos. Fortunately, star masts don't last forever. Always a good photo. Star Worlds, Varberg, Sweden, 2009, and holding the trophy after the regatta. So always a good photo to keep. Of course, grandson and the president Xavier Rojar shaking my hand, and definitely a good moment. It's definitely nice to get a handshake from Xavier.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right.
And good luck here in
My
Nassau.
pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you.
At the Nassau Yacht Club, one name stands out. It figures on caps, photos and trophies. Sir Durwood Knowles won the first ever Olympic gold medal for the Bahamas. He's a living legend of the star class and more generally of his country.
Yeah, I'm very fortunate. I met Durwood in 1978, and whenever I come and race in Nassau, I've always been guest at his home. Yeah, I've shared a special moment with a very special person.
And when I first started coming here, he was already a living legend. He had won the Star Worlds, and he was the fixture here in Nassau.
Durwood's, an iconic figure representing yachting and sailing of an era probably gone by. He's the only guy alive, I think, who was racing starboats 80 years ago. And he's won everything there is to win in the star class: gold medal, world championship, every continental championship.
Well, I think that for me, what made him special was that he did all this kind of in a vacuum. When I learned how to sail, I had Lowell North and Pete Bennett and Malin Burnham and Carl Eichenlaub and Bill Buchan all to learn from. But Durwood, he didn't have this advantage. So think how special he must have been to rise up to the top level without a lot of help.
But more importantly, that Durwood's also from that area. He's a gentleman. He's honest as the day is long. He's a good man. And so it's just something for us all to celebrate, a guy like that. And I'm very fortunate to have been exposed to something like that. And I'll always remember that, even as the years roll on for me, and maybe someday I'll be 98 years old looking back, and at least I can refer to the 1930s through Durwood.
Durwood Knowles is recognized most all over the world, and in my time. So to interview me here today in '98, I have good memory. I could tell you a lot of things.
In 1964, Durwood Knowles won the gold medal in the star class at the Tokyo Olympics.
You were talking to me how determined I was to win the gold medal. I didn't give up. Huh? My main crew, Sloan Martin, could not make it. And Cecil Cook was just the ideal weighted and everything, personality. So we went along and we won a gold medal.
In 1988, Sir Durwood took part in his last Olympic Games at the age of 70.
Man, I never sailed in conditions like that in my life. Huge waves and going up and down and blowing. I did all right.
Sir Durwood lives in a beautiful house overlooking the sea. He doesn't come to the yacht club as much as before, but he watches his many friends racing in the bay.
My 2016 personally was a great year. We gained with Og Diaz and Bruno Prada the world champion in Miami in the Springs. So this was already a super goal for me as a coach. And we're now going to prepare ourselves to the SSL final after the ending of the season and deciding the 12th day ranking for the Star Sailors League, competing in Nassau, representing the Star Sailors League groups. And we're waiting to see the 13s invited, and rookies is also invited to be able to sail the finals. It's going to be an amazing battle down in Nassau. We're waiting maybe more breeze than last year this. I'm expecting to having a normal Nassau condition, so 12 to 14 knots and going up to 16 to 18 in the end of the day with beautiful waves. I'm really excited. It's going to be very difficult to reproduce that and to train for any of the sailors competing there, and I'm pretty sure that everybody will be super early in Nassau and ready to fight and be able to practice there. My personal job in Nassau will be attending all the sailors on the water, so I will be on the training days on the water, make some assistance for everyone on the water, because I will have a good boat and be able to give any help to the guys is sailing and training out, and also be for the people they don't know that much the boat, so the rookies and all the invited person to Nassau, I will be the technical advisor to them, to knowledging well the boat and knowledging well the stars. So that's my goal. And doing the regatta, I will be a spare part boat on the water. So if any of the sailors have any damage on the boat, they can just come to me, and then I will help them to fit all the equipment. Personally, to me, it's going to be very interesting to see how will be the fight in between the high name we call compared to the high world sailor's name, and I'm expecting a nice open battle. I think it's not easy to tell you already now what we will be, but for sure a great sailing spectacle. And personally, I hope for Robert Scheid to have a great comeback and enjoying sailing again the boat, and shows us his natural skill. But for making that happen, we just need a great opponent, and we have a great opponent in Nassau.
24 hours before the start of the SSL Finals, the sailors are in for a bit of fun. they have been invited by the local Bohemians for a race on their traditional sloops. The sloops uphold a proud tradition derived from old times: wooden hulls, cotton sails, and the famous pry boards, which are shifted across the deck for maximum hiking.
It was really fun. It's much harder than it looks.
Yes, first race, we were laughing, and then we won the race, and then we said, oh, now we have to win. But after we had the problems, the boat was full of water, pump was not working, and we didn't have acceleration.
Third race looked like something. Yeah, in fact for us the first race was the best.
Best race.
So the learning curve works better for other teams, but we were enjoying it really much, so it was perfect idea. And the guys on the boat were really nice, and they are great sailors and great people, so we really enjoyed it.
First of all, I want to go back. Next year or the other, please do it for us, because it's unbelievable, and it's good to sail with those people, the local sailors, because it's completely different. Actually, I like what we did, because Fritko was arranging everything, with the sails and the winds. Johan was steering, I was steering on the last, and we cooperate and we learn every race. So we knew that what we have to do on the tacking. The tacking was the biggest issue, yeah. But we like it. We like it a lot.
At the beginning, everyone was laughing, and then it started to be racing.
Yeah, we're all competitive here, so we always had to win.
So what's really difficult about sailing these boats?
I think to get speed only after tacking, and I think it's the most difficult thing to get speed.
It started great, was a good start, but we fucked up the first top mark rounding with a bad drive, so that could be a win, but it ended up with a disaster. But from then on, we started improving each race a little bit. Finally, Mateusz took the helm and did the best result of the whole regatta. So, yeah, we enjoyed it. Interesting boat.
It's a very nice boat, and it was very nice to sail with people from the Bahamas. A very nice guy, and we enjoyed the boat, the people, and stay together racing in this beautiful, fantastic landscape.
Yeah, quite a lot of fun. I mean, it's awesome to sail with those guys. Super cool to meet the locals, and yeah, they have a lot of fun. They just enjoy the sailing, and it was awesome to connect with those.
It's a quick learning curve, but it was pretty fun. It's easy to get stuck in irons, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. It's a totally different sport.
I really hope we do this next year, because that was a fun event. So I want maybe more team shirts and maybe a practice day, but that was awesome. I think we had a great start with winning the Bacardi Cup. I mean, that was for us tremendous, because we were the first German team ever to win it, and it's such a prestige trophy, so that was something special. But then we had a big disappointing 2 events coming with the Worlds. We finished 10th, very bad for us, with high expectations. And then we had the Star Sailors League event in Hamburg. Also there for us was kind of disappointing because we were not on our best level on our home waters. So yeah, now I think we're still lucky to be in the top 12 because it's kind of tight. So we really have to fight hard to gain enough points to be invited next year, especially because Robert is focusing more on the offshore. Yeah, I'm still focusing a lot on the stars, so that's why I also raced this year the Europeans with Ivan Melleby together. That was quite successful. So yeah, so now we're focusing hard for the SSL Finals because for us it's the most important event of the year. And that's why we're here in Lake Garda for some great training.
So Mateusz, welcome. A few days ago you sent us some pictures through email.
Yeah.
Here are the pictures, it's time to talk about them, I think. So,
all right, let's go. I wonder how old were I on that time, probably 2, 3. You can see that I love the water. Actually, I don't know if it is laughing or
crying.
Yeah, or crying, but yeah. I really enjoy always to spend the time in the bath and playing with the boats. Mm-hmm. Right. On that picture I must be, what, 7, 8? I didn't get any pressure from my parents that I should be good in sailing or good in sport and so on. They opened my view and they helped me to go for swimming lessons, for the vacations on the boat. I was playing tennis, I was skiing. And then suddenly, when I started sailing, I said I love it most. I was 9 years old when my parents, actually my mom, asked me, do I want to go for holidays, sailing camp. Actually, the very interesting thing about my beginning, my career, was that for the first 2 or 3 years, I didn't make any good results. No, I'm not talking about the national championships. I'm talking about the local regattas close to Warsaw on the artificial lake. I was finishing 15th, 20th, 25 on the Optimist. This picture was made in 1989, I believe. You can see the style of my life jacket. They were made in Poland, but at that time I was pretty good sailor. I was silver medalist on the OKD of the World Championships, so I was a member of the Polish national team. This is unbelievable. Yes, I love this picture. It's me and Dominic, who you can see in a blue shirt. This was our first Gold Cup. Okay. Today we sail together with Dominic. This is an unbelievable story. We were fighting for the Olympic passport. Okay. There is only one who can go for the Olympic Games, as you know, in sailing. And every time I was a little bit better. Then I won the gold in Atlanta, finished 4th in Sydney, bronze in Athens. Dominic was always very close. We were sailing. And then after Athens, I asked Dominic if he would like to join me in a campaign for first Beijing and then London. We were rivals, but still good mates. So there was no problem for us, for me and for Dominic, to join together. And I always take care about relations in sport. Even someone today is your rival, it could be your partner in the future. It could be a person you will ask for help or for the support. Or maybe, like I know also examples, your rival today can be your boss in the future. So yeah, this is a lifetime story, which I will always remember. Yeah, that was my first Olympic game. This is the middle of the regatta. We had the 10 races. After 5th or 6th race, I was already as a leader. I was sailing like, like a magician would come to me and, put it this. I read the wind. So it was flawless. I had a lot of fun on this Olympic Games.
Another big smile.
Exactly. I'm a happy man, you know. When I enjoy something and when I win something, it doesn't have to really be the gold medal. This was the race to the marina after the last race in Athens Olympics where I won bronze medal. This happened a couple of hours later. You can see Ben Ainsley in the middle, you can see Rafael Trujillo from Spain, and myself with a little bit different haircut. I remember that I was already thinking about the future. I was thinking that I'm going to sail the Star. I like this picture. As you can see, we are, in a full mood, full speed. I love when the Star is reaching. This was the reach. We were sailing triangle, and this was the race in Miami in 2008. World Championships, 116 boats.
Wow.
The best sailors on the world, and you know what? We won it. And I can tell you that probably if you would ask me what result was the most precious for me in my sailing career, I wouldn't point out on the Olympic gold. I would say that winning the World Championships in the Star, especially in that fleet, it's such a difficult conditions was my biggest success. And to add to that, it's important for me that I didn't win it only by myself. Dominic was there. We were fast that moment. We were fast.
Well, Matthews, thank you very much for your time. Thank you
Pleasure.
for the good stories.
Yeah.
And see you soon.
All right. Thank you.
Well, the amazing Mateusz Kuzniewicz there, chattering away. We are now live from Nassau, about to see the AP come down.
3, 2, 1, march!
Happy days. That is the race committee boat, Sharon Burke there, pulling the AP flag down. We're getting set for race number 10, and if you can push in live to that scoreboard, that little notice board on the committee boat. Adam, our cameraman out there on the chase boat, we can see that it's 0.8 nautical mile up to the top mark, direction 45 degrees. So it's moving around course 4, which is a straightforward 2-lap windward leeward course. Up, down, finish. So in the studio with us today, we have none other than Kathleen Tock, 6-time Snipe national champ from the USA. Kathleen's been with us all week. And coming in straight from the UK last night, Mr. Luke Patience, silver medalist from the London Games in the 470, who competed in this event a couple of years ago. Thank goodness we've got some racing on the go, Luke.
I know, and we've got a good battle to settle out today. You know, this is the last day of qualifying, so we're going to see some action like we spoke about earlier. And luckily, the breeze is filled in, and I think it's a good thing. It's quite light winds. It's nice to have that diversity, and also with the boats going slightly slower and that lighter winds, I think that'll open up some opportunity. We might see some boats attacking other boats as they know they need to beat them through the racing.
I think the light wind wasn't a surprise today. A lot of the sailors expected it. They had similar conditions at the end of yesterday, so they've already had some time in these conditions to be comfortable with it, but I think most of them would rather have a little bit more breezing around the racetrack. It's hot out there, it's humid. People are probably happy they're not in Denmark or Switzerland right now, but the heat out there does take a toll on not only the physical aspect, 10, getting really hot, but 9, also just mentally thinking.
8, yes.
7, 6,
well, we have
5,
Sharon
4,
Burke on the committee
3,
boat. That's who you can hear right now.
1.
Fantastic. There is the horn. We're in sequence for race number 10 of the Star Sailors League final. If you've just tuned in for the first time, we're in a 5-day championship here on day 4 where 25 teams, 50 of the best sailors in the world are battling away to remain in the competition for the grand finale tomorrow, where the top 10 go through into the quarters, the semis and the finals. So right now these guys are going to be scrapping for their lives, and there are a few in the middle of the leaderboard who are on the edge. Here's our virtual eye fly-in down towards the racetrack. 45 degrees, the wind has moved around, it's moved north. We've been having 90 degrees and then 120 degrees, and now it's swung round, a fresh breeze, a new system coming in. We were between highs, earlier this morning, so no wind, we had a postponement, but now we're in business. There is the live virtual eye look, and we can go out to the committee boat, have a very quick check-in with our on-the-water commentator, Mr. Louay Habib. Louay, how does it feel out there?
Yeah, we've got a beautiful day here in the Bahamas, fantastic weather. The breeze has finally filled in. We've got about 5 or 6 knots of breeze. Really looking forward to the race. And there's only a few minutes to go.
Yeah, I think we're inside of 3 minutes now. And as you said, it's just turned into a stunning day of racing. We have about 6 or 7 knots. We weren't expecting this from 45 degrees. And I think it's going to be spectacular, Digby.
Thank you. Guys out there, sorry about the feedback for viewers at home, but we'll fix that, come back to those guys in a moment. We are in sequence, and just to remind you of the guys in the danger zone, Kathleen on 10th position is the Dane Ho Christensen with Stevie Milne, and they are just within the cut, just outside the cut, Kathleen.
Augie Diaz and Arnie Baltons from the USA. George Zabo Field from the U.S. Virgin Islands. He has a chance to make it up there. He's got to have 2 really great races. Yeah. And Paul Kayar sailing with the young Josh Revkin from the USA. They also have a chance, but they've really got to get some top 5 finishes.
And this is the kind of day where we can see the fleet make some big numbers here. You know, they're not necessarily got the breeze where it's an obvious pecking order. You know, these lighter days are always when you see people scoring higher numbers. You know, and with it being hot out there and humid, you know, if we're lucky, we might see some heads blow up and a bit of kind of anger and going on the race course.
Well, look, just through Xavier Rohart, if we stay on that frame, we can see Šime Fantella from Croatia, one of our VIP guests. And right now, Šime, he's in 6th position, 5th position, I beg your pardon. Overall, a stunning result for the gold medalist from Rio in the 470 class, your class.
Yeah,
Luke.
Yeah, and it's interesting watching him. You know, this is something unique to me, to watch him this whole time. I'm watching him on a screen, seeing what he does. I've raced against this guy since I was 12, 13 years old, so it's great to come and see this now. And he's a wonderful starter. He's a wonderful starter in our fleet, and he really has worked hard on that. It's one of the things that helped him at the Rio Games. So here he is. You know, he fancies himself slightly further up the line there towards that starboard end.
Rohart Ponce, bottom of our screen, going for a committee boat start. We're looking at the lineup, seconds to go.
Good start for George Zabo, our Gold Star USA 8320, towards the middle end of the line.
That's a general recall, so that we bring in the boats back. We'll be restarting this race now. There was obviously a few boats pushing the line. We spoke about that earlier, didn't we?
Look, this is our virtual, just a little bit behind the time, and boom, quite a few boats over
recall, guys.
towards
really
that
crowded.
pin end. And let's join Louay out on the course. Louay, how many boats do you think were over the line? Okay, we'll come back to Louay in just a moment. We're seeing a little bit of our drone shot there, which is pretty cool, our live drone shot. And at the moment, the boats will be circling back towards the race committee boats. But if we can grab hold of Louay out there on our chase boat, our camera boat. Louay, in your opinion, how many boats were over the line?
I would say, Digby, if that was a general recall, virtually all of them. You know, there was a big blanket of boats over the line. At the moment, we've got the wind and the tide together, so the tide didn't push them over. That was just over eagerness. Interestingly, we saw Rohart and Ponso taking the committee boat end. They're at the moment sitting in a position where they've literally got nothing to lose. They're going to make the top 10, but they're trying to get into that top 2 to get the bye. So, quite frankly, they could throw caution to the wind, and they were at one extreme end of the line. I'm not saying they were over, but Jenny, what did you think on that general recall?
You know, we couldn't see who the exact boat was, but it looked like the middle of the pack and the middle of the starting line were the ones that really pushed hard. One boat just started their acceleration too early, and all of a sudden, you know, everyone goes with them. That's life. General recall, because the race committee couldn't see the entire fleet. But I think, as you're right, the right side of the course should be safe here.
Yeah, just to let you know, we're really near Rose Island. There's a very short ley line on the left. But back to you in the studio, Digby. We've just had an attention signal.
Thanks, Louis, and for everyone watching at home and at work. We'll try and sort out that little echo from Louis and Jenny. We'll come to back to them in a moment, but any second now we'll see Sharon Burke there. She's just under the orange flag. She's the race officer for the Star Sailors League final, and as Louis and Jenny were saying, clearly too many boats over the line to call some individual restarts. So I think we could have put money almost on that, on a general recall, because we were chattering earlier and just saying so many of these sailors are really going to be gunning for it and pushing that start. They've got nothing to lose.
And light winds also lends itself to that. You know, when it's the lighter winds, when it's flat water like we see here, people are more sure of themselves and more sure where the line is, so they're really try and get, you don't want to be 1 foot behind it if possible, and that's where we start to see the mistakes. Ultimately the line is actually invisible. You know, that's the sport of sailing.
True.
You're making a judgment, you're trying to understand where the line is through using other landmarks, and it's you know, I can see these mainsails bouncing in the light sloppy conditions. I think we're going to see another start where we're going to see almost every single boat.
Yeah, it's really exciting, and we've got people pretty crowded from our point looking down the line at the pin. Yesterday, that was a very dangerous place to be. There's not a lot of wind, so when you've got boats right up on the line, the boats just at the pin had a hard time accelerating, and we saw them sometimes having to jibe out because the current was pushing against them, so it's harder for them to accelerate because the current is actually pushing their bow down into the pin end. So we saw that happen a bunch of times yesterday, and hopefully some sailors learned from that, but we'll see.
Heavy boats as well, that acceleration time, it takes that moment, really just allow the boat to start moving forwards, and I suppose there comes a point where she's up to full speed, you don't really want to be backing down because you've used that energy getting her there.
And there's George Szabo with the number 1 on his back there, defending champ with Eduardo Natucci, bow 11, Paul Kayard, there he is, the round the world winner. He's done 7 America's Cup campaign, Louis Vuitton Cup champion, and there he is here in not so good overall, Kathleen.
Yeah, Paul and Josh have had the consistent regatta, consistently in the middle of the pack, but never a top 10 finish, so it's been difficult for them to get out of that just bottom middle zone.
Well, black flag. We're into 4 minutes. Black flag, Luke, black flag. No, tell us what that means.
Well, the black flag is an indication. It's a statement, really, from the race committee saying, if I see you over within the 1 minute signal, you're not getting another chance. Disqualified, you're pulled out the race. And it's a really interesting going from a non-black flag start, where you are allowed over the line, to suddenly a black flag start. It changes your mental state, and therefore it changes your approach to the race. Now, we see some guys that deal with that very well. You know, ultimately, I would say it shouldn't change your approach. You should go by fact. You should try to be on the line, never over it, never too far behind it. And if you use factual information, you've got your transits, you're making judgments on the land, then you should hopefully know where the line is. So the black flag here, again, I mentioned about Šime Fantela there, the Croatian, a wonderful starter. He's the type of guy, I would say, does not change his approach, whatever the race committee are saying.
Well, Šime, gold medalist from Rio. Bronze medalist Sam Meach there from New Zealand in the laser class from Rio, with Craig Monk, who's done several America's Cup campaigns, 2 wins under Russell Coots's leadership. A top crewman and top sailor from around the world. These guys, VIP guests. The Star Sailors League runs throughout the year in various championships around the world. And the top 12 qualified to come to the final. And then the rest, 13 or so, are VIP guests from the world of match racing and other disciplines, Olympic classes, Fin, Laser, 470, World Match Racing, you name it. And here we are, 45 seconds to the start of race number 10. We're going to run 2 races today. Here we go, we're into a black flag scenario. You cannot be over that start line, and the boats jostling around for a decent position. There's Jonas with the Danish flag in 10th, trying to hang into the top 10. That is the name of the game, and it's going to be quite dramatic in these 2 races as to who stays in the top 10, who's going to get pushed down, who's going to get pushed up.
Yeah.
And that's where the name of the game is.
We've just heard a gun there. I think on our screen the clock is slightly off here, so we're still got a bit of time. That was our 1 minute signal to the start, what we just heard.
Thanks, Luke.
So we've just got everyone lining up. It looks to me, once again, that most of the fleet are bunched down towards the pin end. They must know something out there. Obviously the sailors have made a judgment on why they're doing that. It's maybe slightly biased, it's slightly further upwind, just given those tiny few meters you might need to make the race winning difference.
Well, Xavier Rohart, bow number 1, beginning to nose ahead. He wants to be bearing away, doesn't he, Luke, on the gun?
Yeah, and we've almost got a carbon copy here of the last race. There's Rohart and Fantella, the 2 nearest boats to the up towards that starboard end.
Okay, Staniek and Clean way behind the committee boat there. Rohart and Ponceau, Zabo and Tucci near the middle somewhere. Seconds to go to this start.
Nice.
Cracking start from the Brazilian Robert Scheid out there, bow 98. Torben Grail right next to him, bow number 9. 96 there, hammering away across the lines. Shimei Fantella. Luke, nice start by the 470 gold medalist.
Absolutely, and like I said, he's the man who loves this part of the race, and he's so good at judging it. And there he is. It looks like a real nice controlling position. He can just watch the fleet under him. He can make his decision when he wants.
Well, about 6 the Poles, Mateusz Kuznedowicz, Dominik Gzicki. They've always done well in the Star Sailors League. And the Poles, there we go, we can see them. They've got some space below them. That drone shot was interesting because we could see a little bit of space that the Poles could bear away in. But now we're tight, looking through up the starting fleet towards 89, bow 89. Nick Thompson and Steve Mitchell. Nick, another laser sailor from the Rio Games, finished 6th there. Great star laser sailor. And there they go, off into race number 10.
We saw Nick Thompson setting up pretty early down there at the pin end, and I didn't see the Brazilians, George Zarif and Bruno Prada at all. And just after the gun, they accelerated out of that pin end corner, and they have a beautiful lead here. They started off the series really good day, top 10 finishes, and then really fell into a black hole. They had 2 races they didn't finish, their mast broke, and then yesterday they didn't do well in the light conditions, but it's nice to see them off to just a cracking start.
Yeah, you're right, and you can see that. And even Thompson and Mitchell there, who are just on their lee bow, whilst they're struggling to hold on to the speed that Zarif clearly has, they've still got a great start and they're still looking nicely advanced in the pack. It looks to me like that bunch that have started at the pin end was all for good reason. They're currently pushing off to that left side of the course. It looks nice for them.
Well, Zarif Prada hitting the pin end beautifully and nosing a few meters ahead of Fantella and Adapovic on the other side, well, middle of the pack. So 15-meter lead right now to George Zarif and Bruno Prada right there, bow 21.
And we're looking right now at the left-hand side of the course. And unfortunately, on the other side, we've got our number 2 team, the Italians, Diego Negri and Ciccio Lambertini. We saw them going really, really far off to the other side. And based on what the majority of the fleet is thinking right now, some really good starts on this side, good angle. I'm not sure what's going to happen to them.
Yeah, well, you can see Stevie Mitchell there looking over his shoulder a lot. So is Bruno Prada. I mean, a lot of them are. We've got these 4 guys in shot, and there's a lot of looking around. That usually suggests to me one of 2 things. They're wanting to tack and can't quite get across, or they're looking at the nice damage they're doing on everyone else and looking over the shoulder and going, look at this, lads, this looks great.
Yeah,
We
Caleb
just had
Payne,
one boat come out there.
Ian Coleman there, bow 92, were suffering behind that dirty breeze,
Yeah.
behind the Brazilian and Brits, and there's Caleb, USA, just about to engage with the Poles. I suspect they'll have to duck them as well.
Yeah. What's nice about that is you can have a guinea pig, if you like, go and make that first tack
Yeah.
onto port, and you don't need to do it. You can watch to see if it's worked for them or if it hasn't worked for them. So here we go.
Here's Mark Mendelblatt, Brian Fati, bow 17, about to engage with the Frenchmen Rohard and Ponceau. Of course, Mendelblatt and Fati, they have a commanding lead at the top of the overall leaderboard, and really for them and Rohard and Ponceau, perhaps if they can, the game is to win this qualifying round so that they can take a leap into the final where just four boats will battle for the big share of the US $200,000 prize money. And so we know right now Mendelblatt and Fati, who won this event in 2014, they're looking really good, but they're neck and neck with the Frenchmen, and there the Frenchman, bow 1, just tacking away. They didn't like that position.
Yeah, and you know, just as we've been chatting there, it looks like the race has slightly evolved. Off the start there, we saw the Brazilian Zarif really advanced. Just from what we're seeing, it looks to me like the breeze might have just shifted right slightly. These boats that started further up the line are now more advanced, and these port end boats, look, you can see here, they're struggling to get across. They really are struggling, and that suggests, stood here in the studio, obviously we don't know the facts, stood here in the studio, it's maybe wound slightly to the right hand side, favouring those boats.
Okay, well, Rohard and Ponceau suffering quite a bit there, ducking several sterns. So they are in 10th at the moment in this race. Virtual Eye giving us the mathematics to the top mark, and it's a powerful tool that helps us analyse what's going on, and virtually we're seeing the bunch on the left looking stellar, the bunch on the right further down the pack, Meach and Monk in 14th, Burton and Palfrey down there, well, they're in 9th, so it's not that uneven across the board.
And you can see Thompson and Mitchell there right up in the top left of that course, along with Zarif and Prada. They are finally on port tack. I tell you, I've been getting goosebumps screaming in my brain for them to tack, tack. It's looking good from what we see, and it looks like they'll probably be looking under their boom right now thinking cashing in. We are cashing in.
Okay, well, in 7th in this race at the moment mathematically is Burton and Palfrey. Tom Burton, gold medalist in the laser from Rio. He's VIP guest here with Andrew Palfrey, Dog, as he's known. He's always been known as Dog, and he was telling us from when he's 3 years old, he was always running around with a dog. He's one of the youngest of 8 kids, as the name just stuck, and his mum calls him Dog, and that's the way it is. And obviously the Australians love a good nickname.
They do. I don't know if they'd call themselves by any of their actual names. Anything's on their birth certificate is a lie.
He said until his teens, nobody actually knew his name was Andrew. You know, it was just, hey, Dog.
Yeah.
So he's a great character.
Well, we're looking at Zarif and Prada, quite advanced on our virtual eye here right now. You can see that yellow line that indicates who is at the front of the pack, whose bow is poked out the most. Currently is Zarif and Prada. However, there's a long, long way to go yet on this port tack, and they are completely exposed by being that furthest left boat. So it wouldn't take much of a right-hand shift to see the rest of this pack come back in.
Now we should just let viewers know that Jonas Høeg Christensen and Steve Milne, the boat we're looking at now, bow 94, their tracker is offline right now. So if they're sliding past Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltons, we know roughly they are about...
They're down towards the bottom third of the fleet right now. Most likely over on the right-hand side of the course.
Okay. Just sliding by.
Yeah, we're looking at Diaz and Boltons, and they were in the 11th place position going into today, 5 points out of 10th place. But we see them right now; they're in 21st place, and surprisingly, right near them are Scheidt, who was in 2nd place going in today, and Lambertini and Negri also down at the bottom of the fleet right now in 20th some place.
So maybe a bit of scrapping going on, you think? Yeah.
Well, that's interesting to see George Szabo, who was in our studio just while they were postponed. He's in 12th overall. He's got a lot of work to do, and today he needs to pull everything out of the bag to to try and make that top 10 cut. He is the defending champion here with his Italian crewman Edoardo Natucci, and we could see him there on virtual right in the middle of the fleet, looking quite tasty, I would say.
Yeah, yeah, it does. And look, we've just had a little change of lead there, haven't we, from our virtual eye? You can see that that has moved over. We've got Szabo back in the lead here, and it keeps changing, and that shows that it's obviously a light wind day. I was stood outside earlier. There's quite a lot of cloud cover today over the land, so perhaps this is influencing the unstable breeze. It makes for a good race though for us to watch.
Yeah, when the breeze is light, the shifts also tend to be more regionalized, the pressure is more regionalized, and the shifts come slower. So and they might not be the same on either side of the course. And what we've seen here, I think we were looking just probably about 2 minutes ago, is a slight shift to the right, where some of the boats on the right, who didn't look so good after the start, were looking a little better. And Szabo almost came out of the middle of the course.
Yeah.
Well, a bit of traffic just to the eastern side of Nassau, New Providence Island, and Brazilians there, and the Frenchmen just threading through. Rohard and Ponceau, a lot of action on that side of the course, Luke.
Yeah, and I think as well, actually, this has got those symptoms written all over it, where we might find everyone fighting for a lane, and they'll propagate up towards the port ley line, and I imagine that'll be hugely beneficial to some and detrimental to others. But one thing we'll be guaranteed of is there's a big cluster up towards that top left already. That's going to convert into a cluster at the Windward Mark as well.
It's going to be phenomenally tight around the Windward Mark. We've seen tight first Windward Mark rounding so far, but it could be even tighter today as they're all gunning for staying in this competition. Rohard and Ponceau just attacking, as have Mendelblatt and Fatih Bao. Number 17, the overall leaders today, a comfortable lead. They seem to be in their stride. They're a formidable duo, champions in 2014. And in fact, Kathleen, you put money before the day one, you put money on them.
I did. They've just been one of the most consistent teams that we've had out here. And Brian Fatih is just always in the boat all year long. I know that boat is set up perfectly, tuned perfectly well. That's Brian's specialty. And Mark trusts him.
Well, check this out, Kathleen. Meech and Monk are Kiwi VIPs
launched,
taking in the lead, and there they are with the black bibs. Result.
Unbelievable. I don't know where that happened. I didn't catch that, but they are absolutely miles ahead, and you can see what they're doing here. They're on starboard. They've probably got a right-hand shift, and they'll be got most of the fleet under their boom off to their left. So this is a nice little setup for them. They want the fleet to all be in one place, you know. Yep. You can get your shepherd stick out, you can walk with your flock, you can put them where you need to put them. He's in control, he's punched ahead, he's holding the stick firmly right now.
So he's on starboard tack, he's heading to the left ley line. Oh, there we go. They're going to control using that stick, just stay ahead of the pack between them and the top mark. It's very basic at that level.
There gets to a stage where if you feel you're quick enough and you've made a jump, you can kind of turn your brain off a bit, relax, stop holding the tiller too tight. Everyone will make the mistakes around you. You've got a clear lane. It's, relatively speaking, an easy mental game for you at that point. Having said that, the lead's been changing so much.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen the leaderboard change. I feel like I'm at the train station and 10 new trains just came in. It's changing every 2 minutes. It almost seems like we have a different leader.
Well,
makes Craig watching.
Craig Monk out. Leading out of the Kiwi boat, bow 93, there he is, super cool, 2 times America's Cup winner.
That suggests there may be a bit more breeze there, Digby. If they're swung down over the side, there's one of the few boats that are in that style right now.
Good point.
That could be just a wee bit of zephyr breeze that they've got that no one else does, and it's, I must say, it's a reasonably large jump they made. But look at KR and Revkin there out on the right. They're actually close on here with Meech and Monk. We might even see a decision having to be made here by the Kiwis.
Okay, so we'll see a good cross between Meech and Monk, and then Kayard and Revkin coming in on the left-hand side. There's Paul Kayard, and further right we'll see Meech and Monk. As we pull out, we'll see that engagement. And
this is incredibly
got a couple more tacks to do.
I would not want to be the last boat coming in on port tack.
No,
right now we cannot see the boats on starboard tack on the ley line. We know that there's some boats there, but right now it looks like Kayard and Revkin are leading that march on port tack to the ley line.
Well, we're meters away from the top mark. We're looking at Josh Revkin with Paul Kayard on the helm, just putting those 2 little tacks in to get on to the ley line for that top mark. They've managed to squeeze ahead of the Kiwis, just inside them. That's a beautiful bit of sailing by the maestro Paul Kayard.
Yeah, that's great. And that was obviously from that cross that we saw earlier. They were the 2 that just managed to get round. I tell you what, when it's this close, this tight, and particularly this light winds, you know, there's always a breath when you look round that windward mark first or second, like, right, that's kind of the hardest work of the race done.
And there's Jo Christensen. There he is, Jonas Ho Christensen, the Dane, in 3rd position. Phenomenal. They're 10th going into today. Now they're in 3rd spot in race number 10. Wow, that's a huge relief for those guys.
Oh, it will be. They were nervous about today coming out. We talked about them having the postponement. They wanted the day to be abandoned. So here they are.
Well, and yesterday they didn't fare so well in the light breeze. We saw Jonas on fire in the first couple of days where we had waves and wind. So I can see why he might not have been so keen to come out today.
Well, they were in the casino last night. They've obviously been getting a few cards on the go there, you know, getting rid of their bad luck in the casino.
Well, in that little pack, that leading pack, we also saw George Szabo and Eduardo Natucci, champions from last year. They're in the top 4-5, doing a grand job. So these guys looking fairly tasty in this championship so far. Can't see them on the track.
No, we can't, can we? No.
Okay.
Nose to tail here, though, at the minute. It's just traffic. And there's Burton and Palfrey just about to tack and go round the windward mark. Now, they were actually launched and leading at one point earlier in this beat, and it just shows you, doesn't it?
As well as Prada, you know, we saw them such a great start with their bow out in front of the rest of the fleet on the left-hand side, and there they are rounding the mark in 11th place.
Well, I was twitching for them to tack when we were watching that. They obviously couldn't get across. They obviously had a good reason for it, but it's just showing now that they were too exposed.
Well, now virtually, as Rohan and Ponso go around, Mendelblatt and Fatih not in a strong position at the moment.
Well, and we haven't seen Robert Scheidt yet as well.
Okay. Well, we know that I think we've dropped a tracker from Jonas, and I think we've dropped a tracker from George.
So maybe a couple there, just not quite with us.
Well, that's okay. That's part of technology. They had a postponement. The batteries were kind of all draining away. And, that's just the way it is. We might get them back. They can chop them around between races. And,
now I'm just seeing on that first run, you see Meech and Monk are way off to the right here in our virtual eye, while everyone else has jibed round and sticking to this nearer side of the course.
So now, Luke, if we stay with Virtual Eye just for a second, Meech and Monk heading to the right, Kayard and the majority of the pack heading down. Kayard rounded first. Meech and Monk wanted a bit of separation. Where would you want to be, Luke?
Well, it's tricky, isn't it? I mean, you know, there's always safety in the herd. And if you're comfortable that you're a fast boat, the herd is the best place to be. But fortune favours the brave. And Meech and Monk perhaps they've seen something that Kayard's not willing to take. And ultimately, if you just imagine it, it's Kayard and the Kiwis that have split.
Yes.
It's just the fleet behind that decide to follow one or the other at that point. So, you know, there's nothing to say that the Kiwis there have made a wrong decision. We can't tell right now what that decision was for. I think I'd rather be Kayard. You've got the safety.
So too. Yeah, but a little roll of the dice by the Kiwis. They did so well to get round that top mark in 2nd spot. They were leading 3/4 of the way up, which was fairly cool. I wonder, virtually, as we go down the leg, we could replay from the start. We'll highlight Meech and Monk and just try and figure out how they actually got there, because we didn't quite see it.
No.
But we can use Virtual Eye and replay that first leg with Meech and Monk and see how they got to the top. We'll cue that up in a moment. Meanwhile, live pictures, Meech and Monk. There's Craig Monk on the mast of these incredible boats, and Sam Meech, laser bronze medalist from Rio. You've been there, you've competed in this loop, you've been a VIP guest. Steep learning curve for these guys. Very hard on Sam Meech.
Certainly for a laser sailor. You know, the laser is not known for its technical, you know, aspects. It's a wonderful boat. It brings out some of the best tacticians because that's primarily their physical beings, the tacticians. So I imagine he's learning. It's been like back in school probably, and every day's a school day. So it's, hey, I tell you what, they're maybe just going for the race win here. You know, they want to leave on a high. Today's the last day sailing. We know that mathematically. Today's the last day sailing. Maybe thought, you know what? Let's roll the dice. Let's go out with a bang. Let's win a race.
Good on them.
we've had the breeze pretty much out of a similar direction through most of the series, and today we have a very different breeze direction. And it seemed to be on the downwinds that if you went on the right side of the course, you could almost never lose.
Oh,
it was
right.
just you might stay the same, but you almost never lost, and it was always risky to go to the left-hand side. And here today, we've got everything flip-flopped, and this is one of our only teams on the other side, and we'll see how it plays out.
Well, let's have a little virtual replay of that first leg from the start. Going up that first beat, we've highlighted Meach and Monk. So they hit the right-hand side. Luke, talk us through it a little bit.
Well, when we eventually saw them, it was somewhere central, wasn't it, that they'd made their jump? I mean, what we can clearly see right now is they are exposed there.
Furthest right,
yeah, when you take it in
over.
comparison to the rest of the fleet. And, you know, we didn't watch them, so this is new for us, guys. We're watching something we hadn't seen at the time, to which point they came out. But they've definitely exposed themselves on that first beat there and finally tacked back when everyone had been on starboard for a long time.
They must have seen something that the rest of the fleet didn't.
Well, and do you know what? That's sailing. Often you see people that are going off logic within their own boat, closing their eyes to the rest of the fleet and saying, no, we are doing the right thing here. And it so often pays off. Just because the fleet are doing something different doesn't mean you're doing the wrong thing.
Okay, so they had the bravery of dictating their own fate there and,
and look
playing
how
their own
simple it
game.
was. One tack. They just went out to the right, tack once, and here they are. They were 24, 25 meters there in the lead before they knew it.
So close to the left layout line.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty cool. Now they start to engage
That's where they saw them
with
engage
Paul
with
Kayard.
Oh, so they did
big duck.
Right, that's
okay.
what we didn't see. Okay.
So they ducked Paul. Paul comes in. He's underneath them. Could they cross him? No. Paul lee-bows the Kiwis and gets around that top mark first. Very nice tactics by the maestro Paul Kayard.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
And what a clean beat.
You saw on that beat, they didn't do that many tacks. When you're doing maneuvers in breeze like this, it's very costly. It's slow. And we saw them do 1 tack, 2 tack, 3 tacks, and they had clean air the whole time.
Yeah.
Nice.
Low stress as well, that.
Exactly.
Completely low stress. You know, while you watch the fleet getting mixed up with each other, you're more relaxed.
Okay, so this is the live shot now in real time. Panning back from the Kiwis to Paul Kayard.
Going for a jibe there. He's out of there.
Kayard and Revkin jibing away from the guys right behind him, probably getting a bit of coverage there, a bit of blanketing of his breeze, Luke.
How can you not? You've got another 19, 20, 25 boats behind you covering up the wind that you're trying to take, and that's one of the issues on the downwind. You know, the ball goes back in the court of the people behind you because now they get the breeze first. They dictate what happens to you, and it's not a very nice thing being in the lead downwind. It's usually quite nerve-wracking, slightly dictated to, and you can see, I guess, Ho Christensen there and Milner giving them a bit of jip, closing him behind, and has maybe influenced his jibe out. But this will be interesting now. We're going to see whether the Kiwis' dice throw has paid off as Kayard and Revkin, you know, approach Meach and Monk. Who's going to come out ahead? It's
well,
just about neck and neck there.
Mathematically, there's just under 2 meters between Meach and Monk, Kayard and Revkin, and now they're coming back into the middle to compress and take them on. Maybe that clear air strategy of Meach and Monk is going to pay off as they engage, coming in down towards the bottom mark. Right now, they're pulling it out 4 meters as they come into Kayard and Revkin. A real engagement between the Kiwis and the Americans.
And just at the very bottom of the screen, you can't see them right now, but the Croatian Fontela and Arapovic have actually snuck into 2nd place.
Now, what way did they there?
They're on the left-hand side.
Well, Craig Monk looking across to Kayard and the rest of the pack there. Sam Meach, the laser bronze medalist.
They're going for a very still, calm approach. I've been watching some of the crews just gently helping the boat steer by rocking it to and fro. This, to me, looks still sailing. It's nice. And he sat in the bottom of his boat there, which is, you know, something we all do. It looks odd, you know, you can just see his shoulders and head, but actually getting your weight low in the boat, stopping the movement, often is just what the boat's needing at that point. With so little energy hitting the sails, the more you can do to just let the wind and the boat do the work and try and just be a lead weight. Steer it nicely, be a lead weight. Don't
Any movement of the sails, any shake of the sails, it's going to actually puff, you know, shake the wind out of it.
Well, exactly, and that's, I think, what their approach is right now. You can see there's very little movement, and it's, you know, it's quite a nice zone to get into. I often talk about with my crew talking about getting into this trance-like state downwind where you just stop and be steady, and if you can hold that. Here we go, 30 meters clear now. There's our answer.
Well, and it's one of the incredible things about the Star Clash. You see these huge mammoth men on the bow, but in conditions like this, they're so smooth. They've got finesse, and they know that every single movement they make can affect the sails, wind being shaken out of the sails, and everything they do has to be well thought out and purposeful.
Yeah.
Well,
Which
Fantella,
is impressive when you're 115 kilos.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Fantella and Adapovic, another stellar day for these guys, our top-ranked VIP guests. 5th into today, and look at them go. Fantastic. Jonas Ho Christensen, also the Great Dane, he's in there with Steve, and this is a fascinating competition for our VIP guest, Steve Mill, Northern Ireland, just hammering away on he's lying down, hardly moving.
Yeah, that's not a comfortable position, and he's probably trying to look behind him occasionally, see if the wind is doing it. Also looks like he might be fixing something on the deck, look like he's tying something.
Well, often you can change the setup of these boats as you're going round. You know that
he's moving a little
crew can be changing
jib car.
Something. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you felt like you were just off pace the leg before. You can make changes. You can go into the next leg with a slightly improved setup.
Yeah,
perhaps.
probably preparing for the upwind.
Oh, absolutely preparing, and that's the great thing about team boats, is you can have one guy focused on 2 moves ahead while one guy's in the moment.
Well, Jonas, pure concentration, looking over his shoulder, looking towards Kayard, Meach and Monk. Kathleen.
Okay, and Robert Scheidt and Henry Boning from Brazil, our number 2 team going in today. They have finally appeared on our leaderboard, and it looks like they're in about 6th place. We didn't see them on the upwind. It was hard. We didn't see them at all on our camera, and they're right up there, just only a couple points below Negri and Lambertini, and maintaining yet again a strong position.
Well, amazing shot as Jonas looks across to Paul Kayard. Real chess game here, real battle of the wills, real delicate touch. We've seen in day 1 and 2 quite a lot of physical movement, more breeze. They've been allowed to pump and rock and use fan their sails. Now there is no pumping or rocking or anything like that. We're under 6 knots or so of breeze, so the umpires have decided that no kinetic energy. It's a very, very different game, Luke.
Well, it is, and you know, often on screens it doesn't look like there's a huge amount happening, but I can tell you the millimeters that are going into the changing of the tiller there, you know, the sheeting on the mainsail and the jib, you know, there is lots of adjustments going on constantly. It never stops. It's just that the overall body is quite still in the boat, so
nothing in
just
it.
as skilled.
Nothing in it between these two as they go down to the bottom gate. They can choose which way to take the 2 marks at the bottom gate. We have another lap to go.
Looks like Meach and Monk are heading more towards that go left-hand mark there around the come. That obviously worked for them downwind. You know,
Another
they pulled
interesting
into a
split.
slightly further lead, didn't they? So he's obviously seen something he likes out on that side.
Well, as we watch the pictures, we can go out to our commentators on the water. We've got Loué Habib. We also have the editor of yachtsandyachting.com and sailworld.com, Mark Jardine. Let's start with you, Loué. What can you see?
Well, I tell you what I can see is a couple of very excited children back in New Zealand. So a big shout out to Mr. Monk's 2 kids. They're called Poppy and Finn. And at the moment, girls and boys, your dad's leading. So I hope you're jumping up and down with joy. Fantastic to see that. And as you say, we've got Mark Jardine here from yachtsandyachting.com. Mark, perhaps you can tell us a little bit about the position of Paul Kayard. Tell us what's going on there.
Well, this is exactly the kind of result that Paul Kayard needs. Going across there, he needs to be right up into the top places so that he can get it near the top 10. He's 15 points at the moment from the cut-off, and that's where he needs to go.
Okay, so all to play for there, and we know that the Kiwis at the moment, they're not in it, but this is for pride. They're a very proud nation, and rightly so, and great to see them leading. The breeze, Digby, has really sort of calmed down a little bit. I wouldn't say it's gone away. We're hearing a lot of whistling on the course. We think there's either going to be a course alteration or possibly a shortening of the course. But we can't confirm that. But back to you in the studio. Virtual will have a damn good idea of what's going on here. It's a very difficult picture from here. Diggers.
Thanks, Loué. Thank you, Louis. So, Kathleen, we can see Kayard, Meacham Monk heading up the left-hand side of the track. Fantella, Adapovic heading up the right. I guess they were just getting a little separation, and now the Croatian Šime Fantella tacking across.
Well, you know, it's really interesting. We've got pretty much 50% of the fleet going one way, 50% of the fleet going the other way. And in most cases, you would say, well, that's a pretty even race course. But that's not necessarily what we saw on the downwind. We saw people tending to one side of the race course. So, and then again, we saw Meet on the first upwind leg. They hung out on the far right-hand side, and now have had success going down the other side of the race course. And that's a little different from what we usually see.
We're seeing a decisive man today, aren't we? Looking round, I mean, it's not a sort of consolidating style of tactics we're seeing. He is exposing himself. He clearly knows what he wants, and I actually think, just from looking at the virtual eye here, I think Meacham Monk have gained yet another bit of distance from Fantella there out in the right, and I think it might have paid what they've done.
Well, Kayard putting a couple of tacks in there.
Yeah.
Now he's punching left up that left-hand side of the track as they look up and we look up virtually towards the top mark. Szabo and Atucci, interesting, going for the right-hand side. Perhaps they learned from the Kiwis on that first beat and said, well, it worked for them, let's do that.
Well, it looked like the boats who'd gone to the right-hand side just after the gate, it looked like their angle was a little bit less than what we saw with Meet up who had rounded the other gate. So it could just be a matter of just a slight bit of pressure, maybe a puff that they got the last bit of the downwind.
Yeah. And see, just as we look at this shot here, I'm looking upwind on the water and I'm seeing it look patchy. It's clearly not easy today, which is why we're seeing the spread in the fleet. It's why we're seeing the lead change a lot in that first beat. I guess these guys are looking out their boats a lot, looking for any little puff they can.
Bruno Prada, crewman, with George Zarif on the helm, the Finn sailor, fourth at the Olympics in Rio, just outside the medals in his hometown, but he's back here in the Star Sailors League final. George came fourth, was it last year? 2 years ago.
2014.
2014. George was our best VIP guest
he was great,
ever,
wasn't he? Yeah.
and he was absolutely phenomenal. And he got into the final against all expectations, and he was just a phenomenon. So then he went back into the Finn as an Olympic campaign and carried on, hit fourth at the Games. Always a terrible spot, that.
Yeah, it's a tough one. But, you know, we're maybe going to see Fantella here breaking that fourth VIP guess. I mean, he's on fire right now in this race yet again. So,
well, Vasily Zbogar with his Hungarian crew, Zombor Beric heading upwind. The Slovenian-Hungarian duo. See what they can do today. Eric Monin with Pascal Rambaud. Eric had a great final race yesterday, did particularly well, his best result so far. He's the match racer on the World Match Tour for several years, and he's a VIP guest from Switzerland.
okay, so I mean, look, the virtuals just come on. We are seeing boats from far right to far left. It's quite a sight to see. It looks like a bunch of flowers, that really. We've got nice colour, we've got the whole spread out over every way, but still in the lead. Meacham Monk from New Zealand. They've come back through the middle of the course now. They're perhaps looking at consolidating what they have a little bit more now as they reach that top mark.
Robert Staniek, helming. I think that's Robert, isn't it?
That is Robert with Fritjof Clean.
2014 world champions in the Star. Had a race win yesterday, beginning to come into their own, beginning to tune into the conditions here in the Bahamas. Oh, what can you tell us about that helming position right down the centre line?
Well, I mean, you can see he's just pulled the tiller slightly to the windward side of the boat. That's our weather helm. You always want that just pulling slightly. That means the boat's working efficiently, but look how sort of engaged with the boat Robert is. He's got his hand far down the tiller. He's clearly really thinking about how the boat feels in his hand and trying to respond as well as he can. There's that fine balance between putting the boat where you want it and the boat flowing and letting the boat run away from you. You're trying to balance those two things all the time.
And obviously, Luke, the more helming you're doing, the more you steer and push backwards and forwards on the helm, you're just creating a brake by the rudder.
If you put the rudder 90 degrees in the flow of it's going to be like a huge brake and slow the boat down. Obviously that's extreme, but exactly like you said, you know, and the laser sailors particularly, and the fin sailors really, single-handed boat sailors, they are very helm heavy in what they normally do. It's interesting to see, you know, double-handed boats, multiple sail boats. That's an opposite theory because you can use the jib to help steer the boat, so you find double-handed sailors are much more still in the tiller. So it's interesting to see these single-handed guys come into these boats and still sail them nice.
Yeah, and to add to that, you were talking about being able to steer with the jib. If you've seen, the main sheets are almost cleated. They're not playing the main sheets like they would on a laser or a fin. Upwind, they're driving, they're playing their main sheets a lot, they're using their vang, and here, the skippers are actually adjusting the stays to power up and power down the boat. So a different style with the main sheet also.
Yeah. It's a great boat for that, it really is. I mean, what a shame this thing we ever went out the Olympic Games in the first place. Who knows? Maybe we'll see it back again.
Who knows?
Now that we've got Torben on the committee, we can.
Well, I
slip
know
over here.
funny enough, Jochen Schumann at the press conference yesterday, he was saying that really we need a keelboat in the Olympics. So here, Beach and Monk in the lead, duking it out with Kayard and Rebkin and Fantella and Adapovic. Beautiful, clear blue skies, beautiful seas. Meach and Monk striding upwind at 4.8 knots, perhaps a little bit more breeze at the top of the course.
Quite possibly, yeah. And you know, the boats are still generally, as we speak about it, heading out to that left-hand side of the course. As a general rule, they're pushing more that way. Do you know, in the last sort of 30, 45 seconds, we've seen quite a lot of change in the top five, and at one point it even showed on our screens here that Meach and Monk had lost the lead. Doesn't look like the case now, clearly. But that just shows maybe as they get closer to the land, up towards the top of the course, things are getting a bit more tricky, harder to read.
Well, it seems like they're doing a little bit more consolidation in this upwind leg. We saw them a very high risk going out there to the right-hand side, and in conditions like this, with the puffs coming down very slowly, with the shifts coming down very slowly, it can be very risky getting too far off to one side. They took a risk. I mean, they probably saw a breeze there, but it was very risky getting out to the edge. But in this upwind, we see the leaders just consolidating a little more and playing the center.
Well, that earlier shot, I think we were looking at the Australians there. I beg your pardon. I was confusing the flags. Bad.
Easy to do. Hey, dig me, mate.
Union
Easy
Jack
to
on
do.
there.
The blue with a star and the British flag in the corner.
Well,
you're going to get it wrong at some point.
The Kiwis have been voting whether to change their flag, and there was a pretty good example
Yeah, well, that's why
of a good reason to do so.
It.
Yeah, bring in the fern. Bring in the fern.
And we know that Aussies and Kiwis love being associated with each other. We know that.
They love it.
Yeah.
It's not the same country.
Is it not?
Oh, it is.
Oh.
Come on. So here's Tom Burton with Andrew Palfrey, the crewman, dog. Tom, gold medalist in the laser.
Oh, check
there
for
he
some
is.
weed.
Look at that concentration there. Andrew just looking back, checking for weed, any debris on the keel. That's going to slow them down.
Well, they're
but these
big
guys
keels.
in 15th position, beginning to engage with the middle of the fleet here. The Italians, Negri and Lambertenghi, just tacking slightly ahead of them. So the Italians not having it all their own way.
Do you know what I like on this picture here as well? Meach and Monk in the lead. They're just doing a very clean beat at the minute. They're never, after, like you said, Kathleen, they were exposed at the start of the leg. They've brought the whole thing back into the middle. Again, we talked about they've got their shepherd's crook out, and they're doing a real nice job, I think. I mean, you couldn't ask for much more, being that central, being that safe. They're doing everything they need to do. They're going to hope that the wind keeps playing ball for them.
Well, Shime Fantella, 470 gold medalist from Rio, with Antonio Adapovic, the Croatians. Antonio just getting a little bit more leverage, crewing away, hiking out, a bit more breeze now than the bottom mark. It went very soft down there, and now it's building up a little bit towards the top mark. It's boding well. The forecast was for a slight build of breeze during the afternoon. Thank goodness we've got race 10 underway, and we're approaching the top mark for one more leg downwind. So fascinating stuff going on here in the final of the Star Sailors League in Nassau in the wonderful Bahamas. And here we are seeing the Kiwis, Meach and Monk, finally hit their stride in this competition after a disastrous gear damage day one and a couple of terrible results on day two. They're going to be holding their head high in the bar tonight.
Yes, they are. Well, we'll wait and see if they are. I mean, they've still got to win this. There's a long way to go. It's been changing a lot, and actually what we're seeing here is Shime in shot here, the Croatian boys there put themselves inside what looks like quite a right-hand phased shift. The reason I say that is we've had the boats on starboard. On our virtual screen there, it's been showing that the boats out in the right are getting closer to the right-hand ley line. That suggests to me it's gone right-hand phase, and that suggests why Simi right there on the starboard ley line.
Is he on that ley line? Can he make it?
It seems like
Because
he's
if he
getting
doesn't-
closer and
if he
closer
doesn't
without having
attack,
to do anything.
Mitch
Exactly.
Monk, they'll have
Yeah.
2 more tacks to go. There we
Oh,
see
here we go.
live pictures. We'll see if the Croatians have to put a couple of tacks in. They will engage Mitch and Monk. They have the advantage at the moment, but they're on port tack, the disadvantage.
I think they're just looking at that shot.
They're gonna
though,
cross
it looks
ahead.
like they're across ahead, yeah.
That's the spreader mark that they're passing.
One of the things I noticed in that last upwind was the New Zealanders had their boat a little more flat than
Did
than,
they?
than the
Right.
Croatians. And in the start, you can sail it with a little bit of heel, tipping a little bit, but I think that the Croatians might have just a little bit too much for this breeze.
A few spectators out there checking out the Star Sailors League. Fantastic conditions here. Mitch and Monk,
here we go.
Their final tack before the top mark as they round in the lead. Fantastic result so far for the Kiwis. Keeping it cool now.
So calm.
Extended as well. It was much closer at that bottom mark, and they managed to just pull away a wee bit more. But here we are, the Croatians, hot on their heels. I tell you what, we know these boys will want another race win from yesterday, and in 2 different conditions as well. So they won't be letting this go. They're not happy with second.
Now the Great Dane, Jonas Ho Christensen with Stevie Milne from Northern Ireland. They were in 10th position going into today, so they're hanging into their top 10. They may go up that leaderboard, and this is a superb bit of sailing by the Great Dane and the Brit there. Edouard Szabo and Natucci, the defending champions. They also had a lot of work to do today, and it's looking good for them.
Yeah, they did not have a first good 2 legs of this race. It's very interesting to see them up there in that top 5 position. But George needs to get that top 5 finish today to make it
Well,
into the final
annoyingly
round.
for him, he has Ho Christensen and Milner ahead of him.
Yeah.
He would be hoping that they would be back in 15th,
Exactly.
20th. But actually, as well as they're doing, they've got one of their main rivals still in
behind
front of them.
Yeah, in front, Augie Diaz, just ahead of Robert Scheid, the Brazilians. Robert guaranteeing his place through to the top 10, I would say, with this performance. Robert Staniek and Fritjof Kleen, the German team. Big guy, Frieda, Fritjof Kleen there on the left-hand side, just leaning against the boom, just keeping that sail shape beautiful. And here's Paul Kayard now coming around, having led around last time, the last lap. He's dropped 5 spots.
And that's a minute 30 down from the Kiwis who've just rounded. That's a lot of distance we've seen in one leg.
It is a lot
It's
for,
a lot
for
of
the likes of
distance.
Paul Kayard,
Yeah.
who, you know, Paul is a past star world champ, an amazing sailor. And here he's getting drubbed by the Kiwis.
Okay, we've just seen the Italian team round the mark, just really pulled themselves up in this last upwind leg. They were much further down at the last gate and just biting at the heels of Robert Scheid.
I've often heard they love a good pullback. You know, they often love climbing their way through the fleet. You know, maybe not having the best of windward mark roundings, but often still making it count by the finish line. And it's not an easy skill to possess, and they clearly do it very well. And maybe we'll see them even take another boat or 2 down this final leg.
And it's even harder when the breeze is this light to climb through the fleet.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we are going around the top mark for the second time in race number 10. These guys will now head down towards the finish, and out on the water we have... we're chopping around. We've got quite a few guests out on the water there. We've got Tyler Bjorn, who's been with us in the studio for the last couple of days, and Jenny Tulloch. Let's start with Jenny. Jenny, Paul Kayard has gone from first to, at the moment, he's in 8th. Do you know how that happened?
You know, I think he was trying to make the left work. I didn't absolutely see it, but I know we thought that the Croatians came out from the right. The right was a bit better, and unfortunately for Paul, he wasn't in the right on the right, so he went from, as you said, 1st to 8th. I think also we know the Croatians, they were fast yesterday. They had a 1 and a 4 in the light air. They've said they're very light. Do you think that
they
was
are very light?
Well, I think it's actually just so tough out here because it's so patchy. You gotta really coordinate yourself, connect the dots with the wind here. The pressure gives you such a significant advantage when you're lifting. You know, it's tough, but that's sailboat racing.
Now It looks like we might have had a lead change here as well. I mean, Fantella on our virtual eye there is just 1-2 meters behind Meach and Monk. It looks like they're neck on neck. I must say, I'd rather be Fantella in this position. He's up to windward. He's got the breeze hitting his sails first.
Well, interesting. Well, this is what Paul Kayard did on that last run. He took a more middle line. Meach and Monk went out to a little bit on their own, and when they started compressing and coming into the bottom mark and now into the finish, we'll see what happens there. So they like that little clear lane, but we'll see how the Croatians do. Now we have Hogue, Christensen and Milne back. Our tracker seems to be working again. We'll see in our live shot exactly where they are in just a moment.
The Croatians there just making a few wee adjustments. I think he'll be happy, you know. He's got the classic Fantella hunch on. I've raced against that hunch for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
And he's dangerous when he's hunching like that. It means he really wants it. Like we said, this isn't over yet. He'll really be pushing to manipulate the Kiwis, do as much as he can to steal their breeze, restrict their lanes, and make sure that he's dictating their next move.
Well, Chimay just super alert on the helm right there with Antonio, his fellow countryman, his crewman there. Amazing, really.
Yeah,
it's great to see.
Yeah, it's good. This is good, nice and tight. And it looks as well a little bit like, you know, as he's just tweaking the boat as much as he can, and it looks like from our angles here there's a lot to do on port tack down this final leg. The breeze is maybe shifted to the right side, meaning that happens. Yeah, we can see there in the virtual eye, if you were to draw out the lines that the boats are going, most of that will be done on port. So really there's less decisions to be made right now, which is why I think the Croatians, being in the position they are,
now surely Meach and Monk will be able to hot up their angle. Won't they be able to heat up their angle as they get down to the bottom, Luke?
Yeah, they absolutely will, but you know, there's no right and wrong to anything. There's pros and cons. If they heat up, they'll increase their boat speed, but they'll lose distance that they have downwind on the Croatians. However, you know, Szabo there is right in their way breeze-wise, so he doesn't really have much to go up to. I think if he does, he'll find himself in less breeze. His breeze will be taken by the three boats behind him. So I think right now he's got his fingers crossed and a bit game, set and match, hoping that the Croatians don't jibe and give him some jip.
Well, we'll see in just a few moments. We're looking at Sam Meach with Craig Monk, the Kiwis having a day of it. George Szabo there. Looked, when the speeds came up, looked like they had just a knot or two, a fraction of a knot higher speed for Szabo there, and Natucci heading downwind. George Szabo just out in 12th overall going into today. A lot of work to make that top 10 cut, and all these guys, all 25 teams, that's the mission through the week, through the first 4 days of the competition, to make the top 10 cut, and these guys possibly getting in there right now.
Well, George is a genius at grinding his way back up through the series, not necessarily in the race, but we see him constantly do it at the very end of the series, whether it's to get into the final group or in other cases, we've seen him in the very last day in the quarterfinals be the last one in fourth place boat, and then he just we don't know how he does it, just makes one move, and you might second guess it, but it works. And he's also very confident in the decisions of his crews.
Well, Eduardo Natucci is crewman there, George Szabo, the helm, the defending champs. They won this event this time last year and took the lion's share of the $200,000 US prize pot. I think it was about $40,000, so very nice Christmas bonus for George Szabo last time round. Let's see if he can make that top 10 today. He is from San Diego. He's a light air specialist. Everyone fears him in the light airs because he is just so good. He seems to have an extra antenna to feel the wind.
We'd all like that. I might need to get chatting to him after this race about that antenna.
Well, just before they cross the line, we still have Mark Jardine and Louis Habib out there. They're heading towards the finish. We're going to see if Chimay Fantella can maintain that lead, which they are at the moment. Louis Habib, over to you.
Yes, indeed, and it's a stunning performance by Chimay Fantella and Antonio Arapovic. Not just in this race, but the whole of the qualifying rounds. As you say, lying fifth, and they're probably going to qualify with this bullet here. But I think Mark, you've got a bit more news on the guys sort of coming up behind there. What's happened to Meach and Monk?
They've fallen out of the pressure, and they've let 3 boats, it looks like, go straight past them. And amongst them are Kayard and Ho Christiansen, who he's consolidating his top 10, but Kayard, who's on 15 points back currently going into this race, can he get himself up into the top 10?
Yeah, so in this front pack of 4, plenty going on, and there's a big ball of boats behind that, and this really is squirrely racing, Mark, isn't it?
It's finding those patches of breeze. Can you get into the pressure? Can you keep your clear air? If you can do that, big gains are to be made.
And I think you noticed Mark Medenblatt is blotting his copybook, isn't he, Mark?
Mr. Consistent is not consistent today. He rounded the top mark second to last, and this is definitely going to be his discard.
Yeah, and we've got a bit of a conspiracy theory here on Medenblatt and Fatty. We reckon he might not want to win the qualifiers. He might actually want to do some racing in the build-up to the final. It's only a theory, but perhaps he's interested in actually doing some warm-up racing before that final. We'll put that one back to the studio. What do you think, Luke Patience?
I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, who would turn down doing a bit of star racing in the Bahamas? I know I would rather do more races than fewer, but I'd also rather win, and if I can be guaranteed a spot in the final, I'd probably take that, especially after a week racing already. So, hey, look, there's some people out there that love a good, love a good bit of superstition, and perhaps that's where the line that they're going down. Who knows? But it would be an interesting one to ask after the finish. We just ask you guys, does it look patchy from you out in the water? We've seen a lot of the lead change. Has this been a race course that looks like there's small zephyrs of breeze and patches of lighter moments?
Absolutely. There are some patches where you can get right into the breeze, and patches, as we've seen with Meach and Monk, they went straight into a lull and lost a few places out of it in no time.
Right, great.
And another thing, Luke, I noticed just before the start, De Almeida was actually in the water cleaning the bottom of the boat. Torben Grail was backing the boat, and there are big clumps of weed around here, and sometimes that can really do you in a race like this. Is that a fair one? Is that a fair one, Luke?
Yeah, that's fair indeed. It's something that we're been used to doing in the Rio Olympics. There, the water wasn't renowned for being all that tidy. So if you've even got a tiny wee bit of weed on the foils, it slows the boat right down. So,
well, here's the live shot, and here's the Great Dane, bow 94, Jonas Ho Christensen with Steve Milne. We lost out on the tracker, so it's been hard to gauge where they are, but they are right behind the leaders, Shimei, Fantella and Arapovic, as they head down towards the finish line. Those three, the Kiwis, will engage with the Danes, but I think the Danes have worked their way up into second position in this race, which is a phenomenal achievement by Jonas, that superstar sailor, the Great Dane, silver medalist from Rio. But right now, silver medalist from London, right now, super result by the Croatian Shimei Fantella, 470 gold medalist, winning race number 10 at the Star Sailors League final. Superb result that pretty much guarantees a top 10 spot. And there's Jonas, who was 10th overall going into today. That is probably also going to guarantee his spot in the top 10 going through to the competition tomorrow. And here's a battle for second position. It's George Szabo heading in, crunching with Sam Meach.
Too tight to tell.
I don't know who got that. Maybe Virtual will help us. Virtual is giving us Szabo over Meach there. So the Americans, wow, showing a true class, true downwind boat speed in these light airs. But that is our view. It's a provisional result, but Virtual Eye giving us Szabo and Natucci over Meach and Monk. Still, Meach and Monk, they'll keep that, they'll take that. That's a super result for them, as we see Robert Scheidt now with Henry Björning, bow 98, come into the line. Just behind Augie Diaz with Arnie Bolton's. Very, very close finishes there.
Those were two very important points right there. That every point is counting. We saw that Diaz was in 11th place going in today, but George Zabel was only 2 points behind him in 12th place. So George getting second. Augie had to minimize the points between him and George, and getting Scheidt at that finish was huge.
Robert Staniek now with Fritjof clean. They won one of the races yesterday, happy with that. Frieda standing, the crewman, trusty crewman there, as the Germans cross in 7th place.
I think we
and
might.
Here's Paul Kayard now, finally having led up around the top mark at the first lap, and Paul slipping down into 8th to finish. So slightly tough for him. He could have done with a win. Every single point absolutely crucial for the guys in the middle of the leaderboard. Overall, Paul Kayard in that mix, but maybe that is going to help him survive to stay in the competition. The Italians, well, that's a middling reasonable result for them, 9th. That'll keep them at the top of the leaderboard, near the top 5. So comfortable performance there. And we saw Vasilis Bogar just coming through there, and there are the Poles, Kuznidovic and Jitsky, and then Grail and Diameda coming through in 12th. And bow 15, Hubert Merkelbach
Nice
and
race for
Klaus
Doctor.
Olesen, the German-Danish duo there, just coming in, good result. Tom Burton with Andrew Palfrey, bow 97 coming through ahead of Jochen Schumann.
Look at this
and
now.
Ingo
Look at this.
Bulkowski.
Take your photo finish now. This is brilliant. Even in light winds, to have it that close is just fab.
Right, Caleb
You
Payne.
wouldn't want the job of the committee there.
Whoa, the Frenchman in amongst that one. George Zariv too, and the Swiss match racer.
Now here's
and
Mendel
then
Blatt.
Mendel
Surprising
Blatt
finish.
and Fatih. Very surprising finish. That's their worst result so far. That will be their drop. So they'll still remain at the top of the overall leaderboard, I would say. But maybe the points will get a little bit tighter. We'll see the overall leaderboard in just a couple of minutes. We'll let all the boats cross the finish line. But it's going to be interesting to see how that has shaken up the overall standings.
Okay, this Argentina, bow 90 coming in here to finish. This is a tragic, a detrimental finish for them, coming in at about 23rd place. They've got to keep those 23 points, which is probably out of the top 10 after Diaz and Baltins and Zebo Natucci just had a great race. Also, Polar and Coy coming in here after them, carrying a 24th. They're going to have to keep that as well, and also could knock them out of that top 10.
I think you're right, Kathleen. And do you know what? For us viewers here, it's only going to make this final race more exciting as well.
Okay, so back markers coming
Tonchi
through.
Stepanovic also was in 8th place in that danger zone today. He had 80 points, and he's going to have to carry this. Well, he will get to drop the 25th, but he still has to carry a 20 point.
Well, when we see these results, I think we're going to have an even more exciting final race than we maybe thought we were rolling into today. It's going to crunch these numbers right up, and who knows, hopefully we're going to see a cluster of boats that can all make the top 10.
Now, I'm not sure about my math, but it looks like 7th, 8th, and 9th place position going in today, they might have all been knocked out of that top 10. We'll see.
Well, we're just working out the overall standings. We'll fly them up as soon as we humanly can.
I think the sailors are really glad to have that race over. You can look and see how light it is out there. Unfortunately, I think there's a little less chop than yesterday. Tomorrow, I think we're looking for a lot more breeze, but sailing in the light wind, although it looks like the skipper and the crew aren't doing much out there. They're not moving too much. They're just sitting in the Bahamian sunshine.
Yes.
You can't imagine the mental energy you burn in lightweight conditions. And you're sitting there trying not to move. It's static energy. You want to stay in one place, and you're using almost every muscle in your body to do it.
Yeah, it's unnatural positions. It's not comfortable. You know, the boats are not built for comfort either. You're right. It's not an easy feat doing a race in that lighter condition, and as well the mental game of it. It's been changing so much all race. There'll be some tired minds out there, and I'm sure there'll be some people thinking we got that bang on. There'll be a few looking to the sky going, where did we go wrong there?
Well, Luke, we're looking towards the race committee boat. The flag at the back just hanging now. I know it's the stern of that boat, but the wind just looks to have died a little bit, Kathleen.
Yeah, we see the young Argentinian Facundo Aleza with his head in his hands. He had such a spectacular start to this series. We've seen him come back. We saw him do it yesterday, but a very disappointing result for the first race today.
Well, we still have another race scheduled. The race committee there, we're looking at the race committee boat. They're going to maybe reset the course, wait for some wind to settle down, come from a different direction. The forecast was for a little build this afternoon. Thank goodness they got another race in. Race number 10. And we'll find out the overall results in just a moment. They're tinkering away and doing the back of the envelope mathematics there. But I would suspect that Mark Mendelblatt will have retained his lead. He didn't have a particularly terrible result so far, so he can just drop that one. Very nice to have that in the back pocket, Luke.
Oh, I mean, it's one of these things where when you get to the end of a series and you've got no big result that's going to put you in any real danger, it's quite a relaxed way to sail. And sometimes what you see is people smashing out 2 bullets at that point because they're as relaxed as they could be. Or sometimes maybe the intensity just drops slightly and you can pull out something else. But as you said, they're already clean going into this top 10. Loué came up with a theory. Perhaps are they looking to sandbag so that they're able to race in the quarters? Don't know at the minute. That would be big speculation though.
So here we go. The provisional overall results after 10 races. Mendelblatt and Fatih still at the top of the leaderboard with 8 points over Scheid and Björning. Negri and Lambertengi in third. So remember, whoever is top of the leaderboard at the end of today, they'll take a leap to the final. Whoever's second takes a leap to the semis. So there's a lot between these top 3 and 4 in this fight because it guarantees them, you know, a decent Christmas check. Let's go down. Rohard and Ponceau still in that 4th spot. Fantella and Adapovic, their win there keeps them in 5th position. A nice comfortable 75 points there, and they're comfortably through, I would say, to tomorrow. Kuznidovic and Jitsky in 6th. That's where they started today, and that 11th place in the middle, very consistent, very cool and calm, has kept them there. And here is Jonas Ho Christensen with Stevie Mill. That 2nd spot has ramped them up from 10th overall into 7th, and that is a superb bit of sailing by the Great Dane with the Northern Irishman. Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins today, where did they start, Kathleen?
Where did they start?
Overall today.
Oh, sorry. It's like, where on the line did they start?
They were out of the top 10.
They were in 11th position, 5 points out of the top 10. But George Szabo was only 2 points behind them in 12th.
So Szabo now and Tucci, the defending champs, they were out of the top 10. Now they are up into 9th in that top 10 with that 3rd spot there. Polgar and Coy are down into 10th. They're a little higher this morning, so they're in that super tight danger zone. Stepanovic and Sicic now in 11th. And as we scroll down the leaderboard to see the rest of that overall standings, Zvogard and Beric in 12th there, Aletza and Mello. That is such a shame. That 23rd, as you say, Kathleen, has ramped them, knocked them down. Kayard has gone up with Josh Revkin, Staniek and Clean in 15th, Canfield and Struby now in 16th, and possibly, I would say, out of touch for the top 10 tomorrow. There's the rest of the leaderboard. Great result by Meach and Monk, the 4th in this race, taken them up to 18th. Remember, they had almost 2 days at the bottom of the overall leaderboard. Now they're jumping up, and I think they'll be pretty pleased with their performance today.
Yeah, and you know, just as we were looking at results there was a bracket from the 10th, 9th, 8th and 7th boats were all within just a few points of each other, and even 11th was only 3 points back from that. That's going to be a really good final race, and we'll want to keep a close eye. I can't remember, I've not got on screen at the moment who those final 4 boats were in that top 10 spot, but when we get that back up, we're going to see a really good and tight race.
We are indeed. Well, there's the committee boats. They're moving the course. We can go out to Loué Habib out on the racetrack. Loué, you're moving around. The whole course is moving. Where are you off to?
You know, unfortunately, you have
my
Jenny
glasses?
and Tyler instead of Loué, but that's okay. I'm sure he's doing just fine wherever he's run off to. But we are moving the race course, I think, because there was a shoal. So the race committee's just picked up the anchor. They're trying to move us sort of up and out, away from the city a little bit. And it still looks like a beautiful day out here, Tyler. It's still about, what, 6-7 knots?
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Well, look, it's tricky. Let's not kid ourselves with the actual conditions. It's fun as a spectator, but when you're actually racing out here, one mistake, as you can see with Paul, it'll cost you huge. So, but it's still sailboat racing. It's a lot of fun. I would be enjoying a little bit of time out there for sure.
Well, a team that didn't make any mistakes, I'm not sure if our camera's on right now, but a team who didn't make any mistakes that race is the Croatians, who are just going by behind us, Shimei Fantillo and Antonio Arapovic, and they just gave us the biggest thumbs up and like sort of air high five. So I think very impressive for them to come through the fleet like that. And we know they're light, but there was more than that.
Well, it's about being in phase, right? You need the good start just to get off the line, have some speed, but then you just have to get those shifts one after the other. And if you can stay in phase, or the name of the game is staying in phase, and if you can do that, well, you just work through the fleet like these guys, and they're pros, so it was impressive.
So the other guys, I think, who stayed in phase and who are known for staying in phase, the Americans, George Szabo and Augie Diaz. They're both sort of light air specialists. They both had fabulous races there. Those top fives for those two teams moved them into the top 10, essentially bumping out, I think, Tonci Stepanovic, the Croatians, and the Argentinians, Facundo Aleza. And we saw the Argentinians as they crossed second to last. He was so disappointed.
Well, yeah, it sucks, right? But, you know, we have one more race, or we're going to hopefully get one more race off. We'll check out the points in the studio. They'll see that, and we'll see what does he have to do? Does he have to go after someone? Is it going to be a little bit of a match race? We're not too sure, but it's always going to be exciting. One more race. It's going to be good.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll let you guys do that, Digby. I'm sure you have the standings in there. You could tell us who is on that crucial 10th and who's out as of this point.
Yeah, that was a very, very interesting race. We saw Diaz and Baltins going into this last race. They went from 11th place, now they're up into 8th. We saw George Szabo, who was in 12th, bump up to 9th place with an incredible, it was a second place finish. And out of the top 10, we had Tonci Stepanovic, unfortunately from Croatia, bumped down to 11th place. And our young Argentinian had such a spectacular beginning to the series, he's down into 13th place. Not out of it yet, but he's got to have a really good finish in this last race to get back up into that last day.
I think importantly, it just shows how much can change in one race. It shows when the points are close, when it's light winds, it's just not over till it's over. And that doesn't, notwithstanding this last race, that will still apply here. We know we've still got another 45 minutes of race on the final one to go. I can't imagine it'll be any different. We're going to see place changes, we're going to see lead changes. I'm almost certain we're going to see overalls change quite dramatically too, which is great. It's good for us.
It is good for us, and I hope it's good for everybody watching at home and at work. I know in the Northern Europe, Northern American climes, it's really cold. Beautiful day though here in the Bahamas for some great sailing in the ninth, the fourth day, and we're coming up to the 11th and final race of the round robins. Tomorrow only the top 10 will go through. Now do stay with us just for a moment while the race committee resets the course. We'll have a few moments there, and we'll take a slight breather because on Sunday we are still going to be streaming live the best of the best regatta. It's a local regatta in sloops, in lasers, in optimists, and we decided that we've got all this fantastic gear here, all the trackers, the cameras, and all us guys. So we're going to be streaming that live for the best of the best regatta in the Bahamas, and some of the sailors are going to be competing as well. And apparently the Bahamians in the sloops said they had a choice. Look, they could have one of these sailors on each boat, and the Bahamians said, no, we don't want that. We want to take them on. We want to take on these Olympic champions and these round-the-world winners. So that'll be quite entertaining. We'll find a little bit more about that from Cindy Gay, Best of the Best Regatta, which we'll be covering live on Sunday.
The Best of the Best Regatta is a combination of two types of sailing. Our native sloop sailing, Bahamian sloops, and our Olympic-style sailing, Star Sailors. We're also incorporating some of our junior sailors who will also be sailing lasers and the optis. This event is a 4-day event sponsored by the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources, also with other government agencies.
This event has become the greatest sailing event in the history of our country. We start off with the boat parade tomorrow. We're going down the streets. Children and families will be lined up to look at our boats and to give their support to this great event. And then following that, Sunday, we go to church. Our Prime Minister and other dignitaries of our country will be there, along with members of our community. So it's going to be great excitement. We're looking forward for a great celebration in church.
You will see that there's a lot of culture activities going on throughout the course of the 4 days. Every night there's a live entertainment. We're displaying all of our traditions and our heritage on those 4 days.
Last year, we introduced the sloop to our foreign partners, our brothers in the SSL. They had a bomb. And so this year we have empowered them with more opportunities to showcase their talents to the world. Because on Sunday during the Best of the Best, it will be streamed live to the entire world. So the entire world will see if they are able to beat the Bahamians on their own boats.
These boats were used for transporting on persons and things from island to island. And on off seasons, the sailors then use it for recreation. So that's how the sport of sloop sailing became in. On their off days from fishing and sponging, they took it and said, okay, let's race from Andros to Eleuthera or Exuma. And that is how sloop sailing began. We wish to encourage all persons, all Bahamians and foreigners alike to come out and to see what we have to offer. This will be Bahamians at their best. You will see our culture, which is sailing, our food, our heritage, and our tradition.
The government of the Bahamas is truly excited to have you in our country. You bring so much to our country by your presence, by just giving to us the opportunity to display our talents to you and for us to witness your talent in a professional way, which adds so much to the great celebration of the Best of the Best.
Well, that's going to be happening on Sunday. It'll be quite fun. Luke, you're going to stay with us and help us commentate on the Optimists, the Lasers,
I am
and
indeed.
those fascinating sloops, the local boats in their 3 classes, and some of our Olympians are going to be competing in that. It'll be quite fun.
That'll be fab to watch. It really will. Gorgeous boats as well. You know, that's what real sailing is.
That's real
Where
sailing.
it all started. Yeah.
It's rather nice for the SSL to just get into the local scene. A couple of years back, we had the youngsters from the club, from the Optimists and Laser classes all battling away, and you guys, they all came out with you all, and it was a really popular thing for the youngsters.
It was great, yeah.
Really inspired them.
Yeah.
They got copies of your bibs, and you were signing them all, and it was a wonderful thing.
It's one of the good things to come out the back of coming to places like this is you can just bring a whole wealth of fun and knowledge to it and share that with the local people, and they were excited.
Okay.
They were really excited.
So we're minutes away from the start of race number 11, the final race of the first 4 days, and it's all about numbers and statistics. So let's have a look at the overall standings again. As we know, Mendelblatt and Fatih still top of that leaderboard. I'm going to jump down to 8th here.
Yeah.
Diaz and Bolton ramping their way up into that top 10 now in 8th. Szabo and Natucci also out of the top 10 this morning, now in 9th, 95 points between those two. And the points scenario gets really tasty and crunchy here. Look, there's 5 points between 8th and 11th. Polgar and Coy in that danger zone on 98 points. Look at that, 3 points between Szabo and Polgar, and then 2 points between Stepanovic and Polgar. As we scroll through a little bit, boom, there's Zbogard and Buric, 103 points, Aletsa, 104 points, Staniek, 107 points, Canfield, 114.
I think, you know, with results like that, you know, this first race has just shown how quickly it can change. We're going to keep a real close eye on them, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a bit of battling going on there, you know, maybe some match race-esque moves going on, a little bit of let's see if we can put some dirt on someone else to their detriment. And I reckon that in this light winds, that's something that could be quite effective.
Well, it's interesting. The boat that was really in a position to do some match racing coming to this last race was Mendelblatt and Fatih. Going into the last race, they only had, their worst finish was a 7th place. They could have very easily sailed Robert Scheidt down to the back of the fleet and still finished in 1st place. But unfortunately, they're the ones who had the bad race. They got a first in that last race. They're able to drop and maintain the lead, but won't be able to do that to Scheidt in this race.
Yeah. Well, a little bit of movement on the committee boat. That was a one horn, just a little attention to get her already coming back in towards the committee boat area. We can join Jenny Tulloch out there on the water. Jenny, what do you think? What's going on?
Well, you know, unfortunately, we just heard that horn, and I can't tell if it's either a postponement or perhaps it's a come with and hail on the back of the race committee. It's a come with and hail on the front of the race committee. You can see that yellow and black flag on the front of the race committee. So we know it's been quite shifty out here. It is very, very streaky up the course. I think they are 100% trying to get this second race off, but maybe they're just waiting for it to stabilize.
Well, I mean, we're right on the verge of sort of fair racing. As you look up the track, you can see so many little spots, and that's just going to make it so tricky. You fall out of one of those spots, or you fall too much into one of these little patches of light air, that could really cost you huge, as you saw just like in the other race with Paul Caird. So they're going to probably push a little bit to let it steady out. But they, like you said, they want another race.
I mean, we've also seen a huge rate shift here. The last race you guys saw, we were going up and down sideways to the Bay, sort of horizontally, and it meant quite a short race course, but of course it's light enough. A shorter race course was fine, but now it looks almost like it's been maybe even a 90-degree shift out to more yesterday's scenario, that the weather mark they're setting here has us sailing along the Bay instead.
Yeah, and it could be, it's going to, again, I think it's still shifty, right? Now that it's come back, if you look at the wind, the weather, that's going to give you a little bit of an indicator of what's going on. If it's sort of pushed a little bit too much right from what's forecasted, you could expect it maybe to go back to the left-hand side. So again, these guys are all pros. They've been out here all week. They've seen it. They've been in this situation before, and it's just going to be another good race.
Yeah, I think the current as well might make it an easier race mentally. I mean, that last one was the first time we'd seen the boats going sideways to the current. That's why the start line was a bit different. That's why the strategy maybe is a bit different depending on how you want to sail upwind. Whereas here, if it's all just coming with the breeze, it's a bit easier. You just have to worry about it at mark awnings, but you're not really factoring it in.
I think the huge thing we don't talk about enough is just that the heat, the nutrition, the hydration. You have to be 100% concentrating this whole race. There's no sort of letting up, both skipper and crew, because if the crew doesn't give the right information, and like I said, if you go into one of those bad patches, it could cost you, as it did Caird. And with the last race really counting for a lot with those guys on the cusp, I think the focus has got to be hardcore right now.
Well, and speaking of the heat, Caird was one of the guys that we saw jump in the water today. I think we've seen a lot of teams using the water to cool off, to sort of get mentally reset for the next race.
Well, it freshens you up, right? I mean, look, I don't like being wet. It's a weird thing to say as a crew, but it's not a bad idea. Jump in the water, just get your focus ready in, because it's going to be, we got 45 minutes. It's going to tell whether you're in the money or out. And that's kind of something that's pretty important for most of them.
All right, well, you guys in the studio, you don't have the option of jumping in the water. I'm sure you have plenty of AC to cool you down, but hopefully we're going to get some racing soon once that Cometh and Hail flag comes down.
Thank you, Jenny. And thank you, Tyler. Well, that's the vibe out on the racecourse. We have time, Kathleen. I mean, it's locally, it's about 2:20. We've got plenty of time. The race committee can keep them out there for another hour if they so wish before they run race number 11. So we'll see, and we'll be patient, and we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, there's a lot of money at stake here. It's like running an Olympic medal race. You've got to make the right call. People have come a long way, so there's money on the line, and so you want to run a quality race. And they already have 10 good races in the series. I don't think anybody would question any of the races before. But when you get down to very, very light conditions like this, you don't want to run a race just to run a race. It then becomes not a fair race. So wait for the breeze to fill in a little bit, stabilize, and have a good racetrack before they send the sailors off. However, waiting in this breeze, I know you've done it, you just start to melt in the humidity, and not only do you have the pressure, for some of these there's very high stakes going to this last game. They're in the sun, it's beating down on them, their brains just start to melt in the sun.
And it's trying to keep that level of concentration and attention to what's going to matter. It's very easy, like you said, you get too hot, you can drift away. You might even just start chatting to your crew about whatever's going on back home. Have you got your mortgage sorted out? How's the dog? What are we doing tonight? But actually, to try and keep on the money, and really, the guys out there are probably going to do best in this race. I've never totally switching off from what the wind's doing. They're keeping an eye, and basically what we're trying to do when we're doing that is pattern match. Am I seeing a reason why this breeze is changing, and can I use that in this next race?
Here's what Xavier Rohard was telling me this morning during the postponement. we were having our little coffee in the bar, and I was asking him exactly this. What do you talk about with Pierre Alexis? And he says, well, actually, they have a rota. Every 15 minutes, they'll check in the wind, look around, see what's going on. But if it's a long delay out on the water, they'll start chatting and losing focus, and they'll chat amongst each other about their families, their businesses, what's going on, and the gossip, and what the world sailing's up to, the Olympics, you name it. They're talking about it. But then he says every 15 minutes they come back and they make themselves focus on what is happening around them, keeping that awareness. But he says it does mentally drain them. It mentally just fries, their water's expanding, they're losing water. He says mentally it's really, really draining. Now, I have to say, we've got a little moment here, Luke, and for the last 6 years, you've been gunning a beard.
Yes, yeah.
We're going completely off topic here.
Yeah.
But for the first time, all of your buddies will have seen you with a beard for the last 6 years. Now you've shaved it off. What's the story?
Well, yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I see you've shaved yours as well. Well,
solidarity.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I've been asked to shave my beard off for the month of December. It's in aid of raising awareness and ultimately money for bowel cancer. And it's called Decembeard now, which is something new to me. Obviously, we see people growing their moustaches through November. December is a bit of an offset for that. So I have shaved my beard off. My chin has seen the light of day for the first time in 6 years. I look about 12 years old, and I'm only 13, so I've lost a year. And in aid of a good cause, which is obviously something close to my heart, as Elliot Willis, my crew from the Rio Cycle, was sadly diagnosed with bowel cancer and unable to compete in Rio. So it's all part of that. It's a little bit of fun. I didn't want to do it. That's exactly why you should. Because it's doing something good. I didn't want to shave my beard off, should I say.
So just on that front, the Decembeard, if you want to support Luke and his fundraising activities, go to justgiving.com. Justgiving.com. Type in Luke Patience with a T, and it'll take you to Luke's page. And right now, I looked this morning and it looked like
We'd appreciate that.
You had £6 and your goal is 1,000. Let's see if we can help this Decembeard, this bowel cancer charity. You can read a little bit more about that. But in honour of your crewmate, I think that's a wonderful thing to do, and the least we can do at the start.
Well, I'm pleased you and Kathleen have joined in. Kathleen was just out shaving her beard there in between the race, and so all three of us are now in it together. But we thank you very much for that.
Okay, well, we're hearing from the race committee boat that we have 3 minutes to the warning signal. That's rather nice, so we can chatter away a bit. We've had some interesting comments in tweets and on Facebook and so on and so forth. We had we tried to get hold of Mark Turner from the Volvo Ocean race yesterday. We had him in picture, but our comms dropped out, unfortunately. But if you're watching at home, thank you very much for being with us. We're going to have one more race today. The race committee looks like they're set, looks like their race course is set, and then we're going to have race number 11 of the Star Sailors League Grand Final here. And remember, it all goes down to the top 10 who go through to tomorrow. So there are a bunch of sailors out there trying to survive to stay in this competition.
And if they don't make it to the competition tomorrow, some of the lucky non-winners get to come into our studio, and you'll see them on television tomorrow commentating the races as well.
Indeed, and we had Dennis Connor in our commentary position yesterday for the last race, and Dennis is still here in the club, and perhaps we'll get him to join us during the next race. Fascinated to hear Dennis's observation, because he really knows how these boats are set up. He was giving us some really good technical insight, and we know that some of our viewers back home really liked that kind of info, so we'll try and do a little bit of everything, a bit of technical stuff, a bit of analytical stuff, and a bit of the overall picture, and chatting about personalities as well.
A bit like the Formula One, really. Just a bit harder, though, to win these races than a Formula One race, I imagine.
Well.
But, however, the engine's invisible in sailing.
Okay. So let's just have a little look at conditions out there on the race course. See what kind of breeze is building. Well, that tells us a little bit about what's going on the water. Very, very light.
Very light indeed. I don't know where they're at on the race committee, if they're thinking this is too light. I think the same things will apply, though, even if they send the race off. It's going to be patchy. They're going to be looking to join the dots, the moving dots as well, and it's not an easy thing to do. No. So the guys who did it well in the first race aren't necessarily going to do it right in the second race. It constantly changes, and it's not always the same thing that applies, even though you're racing within the same 2-hour bracket.
Well, it's interesting, like you said, not the same thing applies. We saw Mark Mendelblatt with all top 10 finishes for the whole series, and then he just threw up, I think, a 21st. So big surprise. Yeah. And going into this last race, he was really confident, and I know he's so much experience, but just in the back of his mind, after getting a 21st, it's a little bit different mental game there. Not the same level of confidence. So it's very easy. We saw the Argentinian falter in these last 2 races. So it can happen to anybody.
Okay. Well, we are a few minutes away from the start, from the warning signal of race number 11 at the Star Sailors League final. So if you're watching at home in the cold climes of Northern Europe and Northern America, commiserations, don't worry, I'll be back there soon. But it really is a beautiful day here in the Bahamas. Just enough breeze to run race number 11. That's our live shot from the clubhouse looking out towards the eastern side, and you can see the flags blowing there. It does compress a little bit as it comes into the sound here, but that is the real live wind here, a little bit less further out to sea.
Well, light breeze is inherently lazy. You know, it's not got much energy. It doesn't want to go up and things like that. It just wants to go around stuff, you know, and that applies to the boats as well. And it's just why we find in these light races that if you have a cluster of boats next to each other, the breeze is almost certainly going to be lighter there. You know, the breeze doesn't want to spend time penetrating the pack. It goes around the pack, and maybe we'll see someone paying and making their money out away from everyone else. Well, the flags are still flying. Hopefully we're going to see a 5-minute gun go off at any point soon. We're going to be keeping an eye on these overalls, aren't we, in this final race? It's something we're really going to focus in on.
Well, it'll be really interesting to see what they're doing now. I know that Augie Diaz, in between races, he's one of those people who is hyper-focused. Sometimes when I'm in a boat with him, I crew for him in another boat. He's always wanting to take wind readings, always trying to get a compass reading, going upwind. Sometimes he goes too far upwind. And a light air race, if you go too far upwind before the starting sequence, you've got to be sure to get back in the light air before it starts. But when there's no wind out there to check, it's really hard.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've got a great idea, Luke and Kathleen. Why don't we go and have a quick rum before the final race? But no, in fact, it's going to be a TV rum. We are heading now very quickly for a little feature on the John Watling's distillery. But actually, this is all about Blackbeard, the pirates, and a bit more history of the Bahamas. We'll get a quick coffee. You guys get ready. In just a few minutes, we're going to have race number 11. It's going to be great. Let's re-energize a little bit while we play this feature.
Today you're at John Watling's distillery, which is housed at the 1789 Buena Vista Estate. The Buena Vista Estate, just to put it in perspective, was built when George Washington was President of the United States or at the start of the French Revolution. This place has a glorious history. It's infused with the history of the Bahamas. In this first room, what we do is we retell the story of the Bahamas, starting with Christopher Columbus, who landed on San Salvador Island in 1492. The indigenous population either died from disease or were transferred to work camps over in the Dominican Republic. For the next 200 years, the islands don't have anybody living here until King Charles in 1647, he basically allows a group of British Puritans from Bermuda to come over and to settle the island of Eleuthera. At that time, he also gifts the islands to 6 Lord Proprietors from the Carolinas. During this time, our namesake, John Watling, he was an English buccaneer from the 17th century who had landed on San Salvador Island and renamed it Watling Island. So basically, the city that we're in right now is Nassau. The previous city that used to be on this site was called Charlestown. That was burned down by the Spanish in retribution for the pirates that used to reside here. There was the infamous pirate Blackbeard, that he lived out east. You can still see his tower over there. And also female pirates, Anne Bonny, Mary Read. Areas of this building here, the top part was built during the 1940s, but it's built on top of the foundation of old slave cottages. And outside you'll be able to see some of the other original buildings that exist on the site. Basically, we began restoring the site in 2010. It took us around 14 months in order to complete the restoration. During that time, one day I got a phone call from my business partner, and he goes, "I found something." And this is what he found. Basically, it's a hand-carved well. It measures 7.4 feet in diameter, and it goes down 74 feet. This was actually part of a tunnel system that the British were actually building from Fort Charlotte all the way to Government House. Our rum is aged anywhere from 2 to 5 years, okay, depending on which product we're creating. What you're smelling right now is actually called the angel share. We lose around 5% of the product per year due to evaporation. Just to put it in perspective, in Scotland and in France, you lose around a 0.2 to a 0.5%, but here in the Caribbean, since it's so hot, the aging process is accelerated. Everything's hand-filled, hand-labeled, hand-corked, and each bottle is individually stamped with its own identification number.
Well, amazing history
I know.
of the Bahamas.
Yeah.
Pirates, cutthroats, blackbeards, really deep history here, and it's great to see them proud of their heritage.
Well, rum and sailing kind of goes hand in hand, and certainly does in this part of the world.
That's where we need our beards, Luke.
I
Come
know,
on.
we're sorry. They had to go. But yeah, no, it's fab. It's fab to see that attention to detail and all these things as well. And
okay, well, we'll be diving a bit more into the culture on Sunday with the local sloops regatta, the best of the best, where we have the youngsters and the optimists and lasers and the local guys who love these sloops. They make them themselves.
I can't wait to see them.
And that'll be good fun. We'll get the chance to commentate, and we'll have trackers on them and everything. And
it'll be the most high-tech sloop race that has ever happened.
They're really into that. Yeah. So now we're minutes away from race number 11, where it gets really crunchy in this competition, where really the dice are rolled, and we're gonna see who is going to make the top 10, who is going to survive in the Star Sailors League final. Now let's just see if we can have a little look at conditions out on the racetrack now. No, we can't see conditions on the racetrack.
That's okay. I mean, I was just thinking there as you were saying that, you know, when I think about myself in these stages of the competition, I always prefer when the crunch time comes. You know, I'm waiting for the time when each race, each moment matters. Now, ultimately, they all matter. But to be able to have that, you know, this is what all the sailors are waiting for. This is what they want, you know, and they want it to mean something.
Hey, I wonder if my friend Mark Cavell, star silver medalist from the Olympics with Ian Walker, if he's watching at home, I hope he's enjoying this. I know he's got a gig tonight, but big thumbs up to Mark, big friend of ours. So here, let's have a look at the racetrack now. And there's some sloops. Live pictures of the sloop racing in the best of the best regatta. Look at those mainsail.
I mean, I thought a star mainsail was big. They are just wonderful.
I think they've seen the star and they said, hey, we can do better than that.
Yeah, you think your boat's big. Look at this. And look at these guys. They're it's a thin boat as well, and they are out on the rack there. That board actually slides out to allow them to lean against these enormous sails. I imagine there's a few bottles of rum on each boat as well.
Well, I hope so. Yeah. That is pretty cool. Well, we're going to be live commentating on that regatta on Sunday. Sweet.
Yeah. Really nice. Really
Luke,
nice.
this is the second time you've been out to the Bahamas for Star Sailing. You competed here 2 years ago. Yeah. And, you know, it was quite windy, wasn't it?
It was quite windy.
I think you struggled. Just pure weight-wise.
Well, I mean, I know I'm one of the bigger guys that you know. I've got quite a lot of muscle behind me, but well, we got the trade winds, and it just blew and blew. It was 15, 16 knots, and what a venue. I wish we'd come here in the 470, but I tell you, sheeting in the mainsail, just that final couple of meters was a big job for a small 470 helm like myself, but I just absolutely love the boats, and today is a gorgeous example of what they can look like upwind. 6, 7 knots.
You must have been chatting when you go back to your Olympic class, the 470s, chatting away to everybody.
Yeah.
We had Giles Scott last year. Did
Yeah.
a fabulous job, great guy, and he was a good VIP guest who
Yeah,
did particularly
he did
well
good.
as well.
Yeah. And actually, I remember coming back, so I did it in 2014.
Yeah.
And I remember coming back and chatting to Shime Fantella here and Matt Belcher, one of the Australian 470 helms, and they had been watching, and
cool.
watching me nurse it around the course, and I actually remember Shime saying, the boats look huge. So here he is himself.
4 minutes.
4 minute gun.
4 minute gun.
Right,
Fantastic. Well, out on the racetrack, we have Louis Habib and Mark Jardine from yachtsandYachting.com. I spent a long time working for Yachts and Yachting, 10 years of my life as a journalist, and so I'm very fond of that. And here's Mark and Louis. Over to you, Louis, just for a second.
Yes, hi Diggers. Yeah, obviously it's the last race of the qualifiers just about to happen, and we've got somebody in the ejector seat. Who's in 11th position at the moment? Mark Jardine.
It's Stepanovic and Sitic, who are just 2 points off the top 10. It is all to play for going into this final race.
There we go. In the ejector seat, the Croatians. Let's see how it pans out. Diggers, back to you.
Thank you, Louis and Mark from yachtsandYachting.com.
I've never heard it spoken of that before, the ejector seat.
The ejector is good.
That's because you've never been in the ejector seat.
There's still plenty of time for me to be in the ejector seat.
Well, here, 3 minutes to that start. I wonder, I didn't quite see from the committee about it if we've got a black flag at the moment. Those guys out on the racetrack. Louis, you can tell us if it's a black flag or not. Over, Louis? Not yet, he's off comms right now. But
I would imagine it's not, Diggers.
Imagine not.
Probably not. First start, they're often softer than that.
Okay.
But I might be proved
There's a lot
wrong
on
here.
this one.
They might say, look, final race, guys, light winds. There's no slip up here.
Okay, well, interested to see the Australians, Burton and Palfrey. I think they have nothing to lose. They're going to go for a stellar start, as are quite a few of these guys who mathematically are out of the running. But it is all about that middle, and we'll be able to run some live leaderboards as we go around the track, and that'll be quite interesting, Kathleen.
Yeah, it's interesting to know that everybody is coming away with a little bit of prize money. So every place in the rankings means a little bit extra more money. So yes, they're more likely to just take a big risk and get off there in the front row, nose poked out in front of the others. But at the same time, if they get an OCS, and they're going to have to go restart and get back of the pack, and a little less money in their pockets leaving here.
Yeah, and they won't want that. I mean, this is going to be, there's going to be nails out like cats. I don't think we're going to see much slip up. Now, interesting, yet again, we're seeing the fleet favouring that left-hand side of the start line, that pin end. Which is not too dissimilar, actually, to the first race.
It is a black flag, Luke.
I stand corrected, Diggers. You were spot on, mate. They're obviously saying, right, guys, there's not a lot of wind.
Messing.
No messing
Let's
about.
get this done and dusted.
Yeah. Probably the right choice.
Well, we saw the breeze dying yesterday as the day went on. I think they want to get the race off before the breeze dies.
Well, the breeze still 90 degrees. Oh, it's come round 90 degrees. It was 45 earlier.
That's right, yeah.
So it's clocking round, still 0.8 of a nautical mile.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Boom!
Lovely.
1 minute to the race start. Let's ramp it up here. The excitement's going to be great.
It is good.
It could all be over for some of these guys in the middle of this pack, in the middle of the overalls, within about 5 minutes. We will see.
I've got a smile on my face here. I can't wait to see who pushes this hardest. Now, the Argentinians are right down at the pin end right now. They're obviously a boat that had a really disappointing race, so they're going to be clearly looking to push this as hard
Well,
as they
they
can.
could be in trouble as well, because they've got to get over the line, and there's a lot of people going to be pushing them, and they've got nowhere to go.
Right, yeah. And it's just bunched down there. 20 seconds coming up. You'll see the boats starting to pull sails in. Here they are. They're starting to accelerate. Remember, these boats are heavy. Take a long, long time to get up to speed. The Argentinians look in trouble there.
They're going to make
They
it.
look in trouble there.
Yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1.
gone.
Wow, look at that
Great
boat
start in the middle
already
of the
on
line.
port tack. Torben Grail on port tack at the start.
Wow,
Can't
bow
get
number
across
9.
the Croatians
So
down
he
their
had
tacking.
a load of room. Torben Grail, the legend, just tacks over onto port, as quite a few of them have done. The Italians are now on port, and here nearest us, 19, Stepanovic and Sičić on port.
Drone footage looks great there. It just shows you how tight it is down at that pin end, and any boat that's managed to get on port has had a good start. You'll see everyone there on starboard. Look at the pile up at the pin end.
They are going to be slow.
That is fantastic.
They are all slowing each other down over there, but
that is not good
so
news.
many wanted the left-hand side, but they quite a few are going to be pinned over there and stuck. But who's looking tasty? The Italians beginning to move out into their own little piece of breeze. Wow, phenomenal stuff. We haven't quite seen that. Caleb Payne there with Ian Coleman, bow 92, bow 11, Paul Kayard, and there's Mark Mendelblatt, 17, all steady Eddie.
I really like Torben's start there. Was it Torben there? Was on
was
port
Torben.
just at the start. Just lovely. Just obviously the first to spot it. Happy with what he did, and he was the first on port.
Well, he had so much space, didn't he?
Yeah.
Middle of the line. Thank you very much. Everyone's at the pin end, furthest away, so he just could play his own game and bear away and accelerate out of it.
Okay, bow 19, Croatia, that's Tonči Stepanovic. He had a nice start as well. Was able to tack over right away, and he needs to get a good race off here. He's just in that cutting off point to get into the final day. The start is going to help him get there.
I think you're right. He'll be pleased with that. That might just be wiping a little bit of sweat off the brow as he goes into that. Obviously, it's never over till it's over, especially when it's this light. We saw that the race before.
Okay, we saw just a glimpse up. Here we are in Croatia.
Okay, now we can show a virtual replay of that start, and we can get an analytical view. Luke and Kathleen. So Payne and Coleman furthest left at the moment. This is a replay.
We can see him, could we, from our view there at first?
So we're zooming down onto that pin end. And there's Aletso and Melo, the Argentinian-Hungarian duo. Aletso just bearing away down there. Wow, how crowded as that. Just to the right of our virtual eye, you can see Mendelblatt. He's got a lot of space below him, Luke. That's huge.
Yeah, really setting up for almost the middle of the fleet on the starting line.
And it's not easy to find that space when the bias is this far to the pin end. And look at that
Mendelblatt just hitting the line, tacking, as did Negri and Lambertenghi,
Grail,
as did Kayard.
Grail,
all the room in the world, tacking over onto port. Then Staniek and Klein, Stepanovic, all doing the same. Astonishing.
Yeah, I would. It's clearly something's happened in that sequence which has made it so pin biased. I don't know if it was set up like that or whether the breeze shifted that far left. We'll probably get an idea when we see the ley lines from the course.
Well, and unfortunately, the Frenchman, Rohart and Ponceau, on the bottom left-hand side, it looks like they almost had to jibe out. I couldn't quite tell.
Right.
But they had a very bad start at the pin end. They got there, and I think they were actually below the Argentinian. They decided to bail a little bit earlier, but had nowhere to go.
And we actually thought the Argentinian was so tight anyway, and didn't realize that yet again there was
another
more
boat below him.
Yeah.
God,
and clearly it didn't
Rohart
work for
and
either,
Ponceau in
unfortunately.
real trouble there at the back of the bus with Aletso and Mella. Kathleen, mathematically, Rohart, Ponceau, they probably can discard this race.
I think they have enough. If they got a 25th, I think they have enough cushion there. It's going to be close.
Okay, so leaders, Stepanovic and Sičić from Croatia, having a stellar day at the moment. Polgar and Kai also up there. The Italians looking great in the middle of the shot there to the right, bow number 3, and they are in 4th in this race at the moment. Zarif, Prada, nice, and the Poles, Kuzniewicz and Zitsky in 2nd. But here we're powering in to the Croatian boat there. And
such great shots. You know, this is just the best footage you could see of sailing. And actually here we can see that almost every single boat is on port tack. That just says to me there's been a big left shift. There's no reason to be on starboard, and the fleet are drag racing out on port tack. And you tell you what, when it's gone that far, you would probably choose to be one of the first on port. That was Grail, that was the Italians. So if we see the Italians or even Grail up there, it wouldn't be a surprise. I mean, look at that. Just awesome. Great, isn't it? Yeah. Reels, that is what sailing's all about. Just
nothing
tight,
in the boat speeds here, just absolutely nothing. It's a real drag race right now. pretty much the entire fleet on port tack, on the same tack. So I guess, you know, there's a big shift. If we look at virtual eye from top down, you can see we started at 45 and now it's 90, so the wind may well have shifted back. Well, I think it almost definitely has.
Yeah. Well, Polgar and Coy, the Germans who are leading the race now, they didn't have that great of a start. They started down at the pin end, just a little bit up, but off the bat, you couldn't quite see their bow. We saw Zarif and Prada with their bow out and some others, but they've managed, I think their boat speed here, the experience in the boat has paid off.
Well, I'm telling you, I'm liking Meach and Monk, and a few of the guys on the left, very tasty. Kuznerovic and Zhitsky having a nice run here in 6th. So solid, those poles. They are so consistent, so solid, quietly strong characters, and always in the money here at the Star Sailors League.
Yeah. Quiet, humble lads that just get on with it, and they're always just so good.
Torben Grail now with Guillaume D. Almeida.
Looks
Torben.
like a flamingo, that boat.
Yeah, lilac for Lilia, the builder, as Kathleen pointed out to me. So the only lilac boat out here, Grail, 5-time Olympic medalist now, Vice President of World Sailing, and here he's doing battle, and he's stuck into it.
You know, it used to be that so many sailboats were colored. Lasers used to be colored, lightnings, different snipes. Lots of boats, old classic boats used to be boats of color. You got to pick your color. But these days, you'll notice around our race courses, we see mostly white hulls. And the idea is that you don't want your hull to be noticeable on the starting line. It's when you have all white bows. If you're the one purple bow, we're like, Torben Grail's over. So a lot of skippers, teams have shied away from actually having a colored bow. So we know when Torben Grail is over, but at the same time, we can find him anywhere in the race course, and that helps us.
Yeah, you don't want to be the black sheep
No.
and be waving the flag of difference. But you know, just from that shot there, it looked like Torben was slightly bow back. Maybe the breeze has gone even further left. I mean, we can see that there's just still reluctance from the whole fleet to be on starboard, and from what was a great start for him, he doesn't look like it's gone as well as I imagine he hoped, and as well as we probably thought, seeing it at the time.
Yeah, well, he's now into 15th.
Look at
in
that shot,
this
that's
race.
brilliant.
Okay, well, we
That's
see the
drag
virtual
race.
eye overall shot, but we also see the running projected points leader table. Now, Kathleen, we are looking at 8th place, Stepanovic, Sičić, 9th, Ho Christensen, he's in 25th, he's discarding this race, keeping him to 9th, that's interesting. Szabo and Natucci not having a brilliant race so far. They are 19th in this race, but they're clinging on to the 10th position. Aletsa and Mello now in 11th overall with a performance during this race. Diaz and Bolton's down in 20th in this race. Kayod and Revkin in 13th. My goodness, that is the danger zone. The ejector seat, I would say, if we're calling 10th the ejector seat, Szabo and Natucci are now fighting for survival. And great, they're the defending champions, the winners last year. George Szabo, class act in light breeze. He's 18th. Let's see what he can do. I'm going to put money. I don't have to put money. He's going to.
He's going to put rum on it.
I'm going to put rum in the bar.
Currency out,
Szabo will be in the top 10 at the end of today.
Yeah, George Szabo, we saw it last year in the final race. Just incredible. I think where we really see him is not just upwind but downwind. He has this speed, this calm in the light air. It looks like he's almost not working.
Yeah.
We know he is.
He's got an extra little gear downwind,
Exactly.
George. So they have 2 downwind legs, and we'll see George when they go around that top mark beginning to take some scalps. There's George right there.
Yeah,
interesting.
And what really kills so many boats here is how they're setting up coming into the windward mark. We saw in the last race, again, the boats were so close. If you can be that first or second boat around the windward mark, you're gone. You've got clear air.
Yeah.
But you've got a really tight racing here, and coming into that cone, you've got to really plan far in advance so that you have an advantage coming in clean air to get around all the traffic.
Well, George Szabo, Eduardo Natucci, the American-Italian duo, winners of this event last year. They are now in 10th overall as we have the live runnings through this race. They are in that ejector seat, as we're now going to call it. I think Louis came up with that one. Superb. We have Louis out there on the racetrack. We'll come into Louis in just a second. But right now, Meach and Monk, it's Antipodean fest of sailing at the top of the leaderboard. Meach and Monk, Burton and Palfrey up there, but right now Negri and Lambertenghi also looking great. It's so close this. Let's see.
Stepanovic there. I mean, that was one I was interested in to see. He was farthest right, and he's being on starboard. He's right out at the starboard ley line, so he doesn't have much wiggle room, and it'll be interesting to see how he comes back across.
Cool shot. We can get a real nice feel for the conditions out there, the waves, the rhythm. There is breeze. We're into race number 11. It's looking lovely. And look at the Italians there, right of screen, top right, in their own breeze. Negri and Lambertenghi. Wow, that could see them head up into the semi-finals with a leap.
Well, we just saw the Croatians tack away to go with them. I don't think that their angle looked as good going off on starboard tack. I think they were trying to consolidate a little bit, but with the angle the way it was, I think they wanted to go back, work their advantage to the right, and maybe they'll get another little right shift coming in, or at least they'll have starboard advantage coming in on that ley line.
Yeah, I mean, that's clinging on. It looked painful, didn't it, for them to... You never want to see all your mates in front of your forestay as you tack over. It's a painful thing.
Zarif and Prada, they're bow 21. They're in 4th mathematically in this race. They're coming in towards what we call the cone at the top mark, and we're going to see one of the tightest mark roundings, I think, of the whole competition so far. It'll be interesting. So many boats rolling the dice, nothing to lose. Looking at Tonči, Stepanovic, Ante Sičić from Croatia there, but here in that cone, that top cone, hitting the ley line, Zarif and Prada, Polgar and Coy about to attack, Negri and Lambertenghi about to engage with Fantella and Arapovic and the Poles there. But here, look up to the top of the screen,
Race
Meach,
leaders.
Monk, Burton, Palfrey, the Australians and the Kiwis. They've seen something there. They like that position. What a drag race between Australia and New Zealand. How cool is this? We know they're not going to make the final tomorrow, but they are gunning for glory. And there in 93, Sam Meach, Craig Monk, just ahead of the Australians, Tom Burton and Andrew Palfrey. Man,
nice
that's a
them,
wonderful sight.
I know. And it's really cool for them to still be pushing to the final race, despite where they are overall. Imagine they'll be thinking, right, we're not going home here with some bad results. Let's pull it out of the bag yet again. And it's going to be so tight. And look, I mean, the shots as they run in there with the virtual eye, it's just yet again going to be nose to tail. Perhaps we'll see some rule infringements.
Oh, and look at all that threading going on just within the cone. Meach and Monk taking it away at the top. They are going to pass ahead of Kuznirovic and Negri and Lambertenghi. Fantella and Arapovic are in the mix. They don't have to do any more tacks, I don't think, but Meach and Monks will do a quick little tack before that top mark. Meach beginning to pull away from Burton there.
Lovely, just cruising in there. That's 2 races for 2. First round the windward mark. He will be more than pleased with that.
Very gentle tack by the Kiwis, with the Australians coming in behind them, having to go a little bit wider. And the Australians will do everything they can to try and roll them here.
Cameraman just jumped in there for that. We saw
kamikaze cameraman just in there to take a few snaps underneath the spreader mark. But there it is, the Kiwis leading the Australians around the top mark in race number 11. This is our final race today. Final race of the qualifiers.
Is Shime going to make that? That's the Croatians looking for 3rd round that windward. He's just squeezing the boat high enough. Yeah, round he goes. Nice. Not wasting any distance.
Little pinch there just to roll himself around that top mark with the Italians right behind him.
Argentina, very...
It's who's getting squeezed out there?
Yeah, that's the Polish and Argentinians are really struggling to get around there. We thought we'd see this. It was so tight coming in, and
nuts.
You can see
the Argentinian and the Hungarian crew, it almost looked like they tapped.
Coming in there, Xavier Rohart, what a play.
It's a cool angle, this. Well positioned to our guys on the boat. Very interesting angle. I thought the Poles had hit, but they're carrying on. Around they go, and we can see boats just piling in on port tack and threading it, and the Poles ducking well below
Look at
the
that
mark there.
shot. That is unbelievable. This is like the closest racing you could find. You know, laser sailing is similar to this. These laser guys will be used to seeing this, except for they're out in front in 1 and 2, leaving everyone else to get on with the laser racing.
Well, Torben Braille on the Torben Grail on the Lilac boat, 9, taking it super wide. Jonas Ho Christensen in the middle there, down the leaderboard in 21st. Not a great race for Ho Christensen, Stepanovic and Sičić, Thompson and Mitchell down there as well. So Jonas, the Great Dane, having a scrap on his hands.
Yeah, he came in there on the Portec ley line. And one of the last boats coming in. You've already got boats going around the mark. There's not a lot of air under that mark, so it slows you down even more. If you're trying to point a little bit higher, you don't have the pressure to do that. So he's lucky, actually, I think, to snake in there between two boats, because at one point it looked like he might be the last boat around.
And when you lose that flow trying to float around, it ain't coming back very quickly.
We've got a little bit of current pushing the boats down into the mark, so they have to be very careful. You can't just point a sailboat. You've got to have enough wind, enough pressure to do it. It's not like a car where you just turn the wheel and the car goes that direction. In sailboat racing, you can never point directly into the wind, and that's the problem they've had in this light breeze. If they're not quite making the mark, they can point it up a little bit to get around, but coupled with the low wind and some current pushing them down into it, it makes it very difficult.
And to gather that speed again just takes forever.
With such a heavy boat.
Yeah, exactly. And you don't want to get into that position where you're having to slow down. As you said, it's all in that judgment. It's never easy, and certainly it's never going to be that easy when the boats are this packed. Here they are coming down the run now. I mean, it's just nose to tail. Virtual eye here showing that everyone is wanting to stay on that starboard tack. Now that's because the breeze shifted so far left earlier in the race. So what we're going to see here is that most of this second leg, this first downwind, is going to be on starboard. A lot of it's going to be on starboard. The race before we saw it was mostly on port, which is why the boats are here. Now, that plays into the race winner's hands. There's less decisions to make. I think Meach, Monk, Burton and Palfrey there will be thinking, I'm happy with this. That's fine. If it stays this long-sided and we don't have to decide much, all the better for us.
Well, and they have less pressure than some of the boats behind them. They can't really improve their standings too much, even with these good finishes. They had a very rough start to the series. Obviously, Meach has really, the last 4 races, done much better, but they're not worried about getting it into the final day. And so they don't have that pressure. They're out in front, and they've got some nice space. I think they're going to be sailing really well relaxed.
Well, 11th place in this race, number 11th, is the Polish team of Kuzniewicz and Zitsky. They are just behind Robert Staniak and Frithjof Kleen, and there are the Frenchmen. We saw them thread the needle there at that top mark. Hey, Louis, we have Louis Habib out on the water. That was an amazing top mark rounding, Louis.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Fantastic top mark round, Digby, and great to see Meach and Monk up the front there. Sam Meach raced against Tom Burton as a junior. Those two have been racing each other for many, many years. And just another shout out to Doug Palfrey's kids. Toby and Charlie have just come back from school. They go to ride school on the Isle of Wight, and I'm sure they're watching the battle between the Aussies and the Kiwis. Well, your dad's doing well. He's in second place at the moment in this race. And let's have a think about the Kiwis in the last race. They were winning that race, but they couldn't hold on to it, and I think they ended up 3rd or 4th. But as you say, Digby, a fantastic mark rounding. You can see the quality in this fleet, because even in a light airs race like this, they were all getting into that top mark all at the same time. We've also got an interesting match race going on between Negri and Scheidt. They are currently equal on points and vying for one of the byes in the final. So at the moment, Negri's winning that battle against Scheidt. He's ahead of him, but you know what Scheidt's like downwind. He is absolute mustard. Negri very good in the light as well. So that's going to be a fantastic battle. Back to you in the studio, Diggers.
Thanks, Louis. We'll come to that battle in just a second as we move through the fleets with our chase boats. Here is the projected points table, and let's look at that number 10 position right now. Szabo and Natucci have climbed 2 places up into 16th spot in this race, now in that number 10 spot. And look, Alezzo and Mello in 15th at the moment. Let's see what they can do. There's 7 points between 10th and 11th overall, so that's going to be a big battle. Ho Christensen, he's still in that great spot in 9th. great results yesterday, but not such a good result earlier today. Diaz and Boltins looking comfortable in 12th in this race. Paul Rancoy also, and the Poles consistent in that 6th spot with their 11th. They're going for a cool, calm, collected, middle-of-the-road type of strategy. And at the top, look at that. Negri and Lambertenghi. They are in 4th spot. Mendelblatt, Fatih 15th in this race. That has now seen the Italians leap to the top of that table, and here they are on the water, the Italians. They've come second so many times in so many championships, Kathleen, and Mendelblatt and Fatih down the pan just a little bit in this race to see the Italians now leading overall, and they're smiling.
Well, we've seen them here before. In Hamburg, they were #1 going into the final day. They got the bye, and then they were in the, obviously the last 4 and finished 4th. So I was almost thinking that these guys might want to sabotage themselves and not get that lead spot going into the last day. But they're so consistent in their performance, upwind, downwind, breezy conditions, light wind conditions. It's really hard for them to sail poorly.
Good battle between the Italians and the Croatians. Šime Fantella, Antonio Adapovic. Look at that, bow 96. These guys, the 470 gold medalist on the helm there, hammering away down towards the bottom mark. What can they do, Luke?
Wow, it's just as I was looking at that picture, you can see how the transom is nicely out the water at the back of the boat. The guy's not that big. I mean, he's bigger than me, but everyone is. But there is he's just going to be enjoying that downwind. He really does, and I don't think he'll feel any much pressure having the Italians right in his tail, regardless of their caliber. So there they are chasing. The Italians have just rolled into a jibe. That obviously means that Šime in the Croatian boat there is going to have to make a decision at some point soon. Just looking at this downwind, it's starting to open up more. I think we'll see more boats starting to jibe. There you go, there's the course. You can see now that everything looks a bit more central, okay? And I think we're going to see some more tactical sailing going down. Meach and Monk there, look at them. Still out, still on starboard. Happy with where they're at, I imagine.
Well, Burton and Palfrey, meanwhile, taking a very different course.
Yeah.
There's a big separation between the Kiwis, Meach and Monk, over to the right on that blue lead line, and just a little further left underneath that lead line are the Australians, who have just jibed onto starboard, so they're on the same tack, the same jibe right now, and Fantella and Adapovic there chasing the Italians, Negri and Lambertenghi, just ahead of Negri and Lambertenghi. Scheid in there, Robert Scheid and Henry Björning in the mix, that fierce competitor. He's all guns blazing right now, and there we're seeing George Szabo, Eduardo Nattucci.
Big pull, getting that main over, look at him go.
That huge main sheet.
Yeah.
You must have found that fairly interesting, Luke.
Yeah, well, just watching that jibe there, he clearly knows his boat. Just putting all his body weight into it. It's not an easy thing getting a sail that big from one side to the other, however light winds it is. But there they are, the light wind specialist. This is going to suit him, isn't it? He's going to enjoy these light runs. Although being slightly further back in the pack, I imagine they can pull through from here.
Well, there's this, as we said before, George it's not uncommon for George to work his way through the fleet, but it's really, really light right now. He's got a lot of work to do. Diaz and Boltins are up there in 12th place. The people that he needs to catch are actually having a good race right now. So it'll be very difficult for him to do it, but I wouldn't say it's out of the question.
No. Tom Burton, the laser gold medalist at Rio, right in on him, just about to pull a big jibe in, leaning right the way back,
Look at
pulling
that
that massive main sheet. Boom, in he goes. Bit more string than a laser.
A little bit more.
But doing an amazing job here in race number 11. And there was the Swiss team of Monin just firing through in the background. And right there, George Szabo, bow 2, through our lens, through the camera. There he is, Szabo, scrapping and battling to stay alive in the Star Sailors League Grand Final here in the Bahamas.
We mentioned earlier that the crews are pretty far forward on the bow. You can see Eduardo Natucci's Converse high tops. They're really far forward. It's a very small, pointy bow. It can be a little bit slippery. And the idea is to get the big back of the boat, the stern as we call it, the transom, out of the water because that creates drag. And so that's why you see the skippers, and in this case, even the skippers and the crew moving forward. And right now, it looks like they've got some weed somewhere.
Weed stick going
on the keel.
There we go.
So that's a little weed stick that he
yeah.
can run, slide it.
Yeah. And you can
across the front of the keel there, get any weed or stuff. Obviously felt he was going a little slow, must have felt that on the helm, but everything counts here.
It's actually surprisingly easy to feel that. You can just tiny vibrations when you're holding the tiller and you know there's something wrong there, and so he's just making sure that isn't the case. And you know, we're going to have, look at these shots here. We've got boats everywhere again, and I think it's going to be another really, really tight leeward mark. Remembering the breeze is lazy, the breeze doesn't like busyness. We're going to see the boats accelerate out of here. The ones who'll do best will be the ones on their own.
All right, super shot there. Augie Diaz, bow 4 with George Szabo in the frame. Coming through now, Robert Scheidt with Henry Björning. Big old jibe there from Robert on the helm. At the back of the boat, Henry just leaning over for a lovely roll tack. Roll jibe, I beg your pardon. There they go.
It's so hard to get acceleration out of a jibe in these conditions because there's a very fine line between rolling and rolling too much. And you saw actually a lot of acceleration relative to some of the other boats that we've seen jibe on the same downwind leg. So I would say that was art.
That was a nice jibe, wasn't it?
Well, Tom Burton, Andrew Palfrey, these guys must be meters away from the bottom gate. There's the virtual view. Meach and Monk. Lovely lead now. They gained a little bit by heading right down that track. The Australians headed left as they looked down the track and have slipped behind just a little bit, in fact, to fifth mathematically. So the Kiwis playing perfect tactics here, Luke.
Yet again, and we saw it in the first race. He obviously is liking these light, sniggly conditions today. But you know, on that run there, again, it was a simple run he did. He stayed on starboard for most of it. He kept out of trouble and just managed to extend there. And you can see a couple more boats. There's Shime Fantella just pulling in heaps of main sheet.
70 feet of main sheet.
Go on, son. Get it in. Nice, he's stronger than me. He did that
he's
with
gone
one hand.
block to block, hasn't he? Right at the back.
Straight away.
Nice rounding for Negri and Lambertini. Just sneaking it in there.
Sliding inside, and now they're going to attack the Croatians.
Robert Scheidt on the outside of his
This
pinwheel.
is a busy one.
Wow, Scheidt getting squeezed right out into the third rank.
Yeah.
Photographers there
that
getting
didn't
a
look
great
pretty
view.
for
What's Scheidt
anyone.
doing? He's bearing away a little bit.
He's trying
Camera boat having to move out of the way. There's something going on aboard Robert Scheidt's boat.
I think he's just clearing his wind there. He's trying to bear right away and make sure that he obviously wants to stay on starboard. He wants to be there, so he's just... There he goes. Back up onto the breeze now. Well, that looked costly to me. That was a fair few meters. That being said, look at this pile up. It's
oh my God.
Epic.
And at this point, you just wonder maybe why one of the boats wouldn't have chosen to go around the other mark. Those boats are parked.
Yeah,
and at this point, if your boat coming in, you don't have any speed. You have to go below everybody, and then you don't have a lane.
Rohart, the Frenchman, again, just bearing right away just to get out of trouble. And if we pull out wide a little bit so we can see the boats kind of slowing right down. There's so much, a wall of sails basically covering these guys.
We've got our first boat decided to go around the other mark. I think the reason everyone's going the other mark, because that wind shifted, remember in the first beat, it must be so biased to the go left mark, the mark furthest away from us. So, but there has to be a point.
There's a whistle from
the
jury.
I can hear whistles. If we pull wide, we can see who is going to be penalised here, who is going to have to be doing those penalty turns. Let's jump to Loué out there on the water. Loué, what can you see?
It's utter carnage at this bottom mark, and yeah, as you say, it's just fantastic sailing. I could hear Luke going, "Wow, look at that," and everything else. You know, and he's seen a fair bit himself in his Olympic campaigns. Interestingly, you know, you're all pointing left. We saw, and yes,
so
the Argentinian
Facundo,
is doing circles. The
Argentinian, and Mello.
Yeah, and not having a great race here, and that's going to cost them big time. right on the cusp, and they are not having a good race here at all. And doing circles in this sort of breeze isn't easy. Hey, I tell you what, there's a bunch of boats got on the right-hand side, and they're looking really quick. One of them is, I believe, Paul Kayard, and they're making quite a lot. There's some dark water on the right-hand side, and I tell you what, I think it's looking good. Jenny, what do you reckon? Oh no, not Jenny. Sorry, beg your pardon. Back to you in the studio. Why not?
Thanks, Louis. Great stuff. Great action at the top and the bottom marks here in race number 11. Meach and Monk just rocketing away with this one. They've left Burton and Palfrey for dead. The Australians have dropped down to 9th by playing a different strategy downwind. Fantella and Adapovic very nice in the middle of that pack with Negri and Lambertenghi just with the windward gauge on them. And now it's a bit of a speed mission upwind, and we'll see if the Italians can overtake the 470 specialists. Bit of an advantage, I would have to say, with the Italians, who train a great deal in the star class, and here they've been working hard for this competition specifically. So now here we are with the Poles, Kuzniewicz and Zitsky. They're middle of the pack in 12th in this race. It's enough to see them through to the finals tomorrow. So very steady game by the Polish duo.
It's not fun when the crew's down there on the low side. That's pretty low pressure, and they're just hoping that they get a little more pressure for him to come up onto the other side. But it may not look like the crew can see, but I've talked to some of the crews and they say even though you're down that low side, you actually have a pretty good view of what's going on upwind.
And you can also see your sail, you can see the jib, you can be trimming it differently. You know, these guys have got to work together, you know, and talk, communicate, and make sure the boat's going fast. And the only way they achieve that is by both working with each other.
And this team has communication. They've been sailing against one another since they were kids. They sailed fins against one another. And when Mateus decided to sail the Star, he went to his best rival in the fin class and said, hey, you want to sail with me? And they've been doing it ever since.
Great
doing
idea.
it well.
Well, there's the Croatians now. I mean, to be honest, for me, this looks like the lightest point today. It hasn't looked lighter yet. They're really just crouching in there. You can see both of them coming in. They'll be really doing all they can to power up the boats.
Shimei and Antonio from Croatia hammering away there. Third in this race. It's not enough, I don't think. Overall, in 4th. Fantastic. They've gone up the leaderboard a little bit, Kathleen.
Yeah, it's not surprising. They've been sailing so well in these light conditions. They're confident in it. They've shown that they can do it. And they've had a lot of practice these last couple of races. They've got boat speed, upwind and downwind, that we haven't seen with some of the other boats out here.
Well, look, Mendelblatt and Fatigue tied on points with Negri and Lambertenghi on countback. It is the Americans top of the leaderboard, jumping to the finals so far. At the moment, as we look live at this race, Negri and Lambertenghi jumping to the semis, but all to play for. Negri and Lambertenghi couldn't be doing much better in this rate. Mendelblatt gone from 18th up into 10th in this race. Scheid and Björning on 7th in this race, looking great in 3rd. Who is in that danger spot?
Wow.
Diaz and Boltins now on 10th in that ejector seat. Zaber and Atucci doing well, clawing up into 8th spot. Ho Christensen and Milne looking great in 9th. Stepanovic and Sičić. Ooh, they're 3 points, and it's 15th, 17th in this race. So the battle really is with the Americans and the Croatians to keep in the top 10 during race 11.
And interesting, they won't know that. We've got the benefit of being able to see the projected numbers. They probably are trying to do equations that are far too complex out there. So they're back in the teens. They'll be looking to just move as much as they can and hope, basically hope, that when they cross the finish line it's enough.
One of the things about this fleet is everybody's so good. A lot of times in a fleet that's never this deep. So if you're in the top, you're usually counting back. Oh, you're counting the points of the guy maybe 4 boats behind you, 3 boats behind you. In this case, you have so many good sailors out there. A really good sailor can be really deep, and everybody can be counted in at this point. You can't expect one boat to be in the back.
And every point's going to matter as well,
Stepanovic and Sičić doing a little bit more speed than Diaz and Boltins to the right-hand side of the track. Look at that, fabulous race here. That is for the 10th spot here in the 11th race. That is for survival in the SSL Finals here in Nassau. Stepanovic and Sičić looking like they're getting a weather gauge and more speed getting a little duck there. But this is quite cool looking at those two.
It's
Luke.
great. I mean, I think what we're maybe obviously seeing here, there's more breeze on the right-hand side of the track at the minute. So that's why that boat speeds up.
Almost half a knot more
yeah,
boat
and I
speed
tell
on
you
the
what,
right.
there's a lot of distance between the two. That's for two boats that need to be looking at each other. This is big. You know, they are disengaged from each other right now, and we can see, you know, we have the benefit. Stepanovic has the upper hand at the minute, and it's great just to see that.
Tonči Stepanovic, the silver medalist
Diaz
in the
just
laser
tacking
from
their diggers.
Rio. Here he is with Ante Sičić, his countryman, doing a fantastic job fighting for survival. Augie Diaz and Arnie Bolton's now tacking over.
Yeah.
You can see on their track, you know, they duck right round.
Yeah.
Really nice technique.
Yeah.
But Stepanovic and Sičić carrying on starboard.
Looks like they'll have the upper hand rolling into that, and I wonder if we'll see Stepanovic come across the bow of Diaz and tack on him. And
Well,
see if
that'd
he
be
could
cool.
put some more pain on him. But we don't know if they know that.
I don't know if
obviously.
they know that. I know
Yeah.
Augie goes out, he has all the numbers written in pencil on
does
his
he?
deck. But when you've got this many boats that have, you know, such a chance of getting to the top 10, it's hard to have everybody's scores written down on your deck.
Yeah.
And then keep track of them between
Yeah.
races.
You need to be Albert Einstein to work all that out, wouldn't you?
Well, his crew, Arnie Bolton's, is into computer programming. I bet he could do that, but I'm not sure if that's what's happening.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we'll find out, won't we? When they cross the bow, we'll see if they tack on him. But there's Ho Christensen, Milne. Obviously, they're on our projected numbers. They're just making the top 10 and qualifying into the next round. Again, though, they're having quite a deep race. There's a lot of pulling back to do for them just to keep themselves safe.
Well, great stuff. In just a few moments, we will see that cross between bow 4 and bow 19. Augie Diaz, the Americans, Tonči Stepanovic, the Croatians, and we'll see how they get on and who makes that top mark ahead of each other. They're battling away between each other. We know it. I suspect they've got a pretty good idea, but they won't have the pure maths as we do.
Well, right now, Jonas is heading over to the right-hand side. He's already over there, going a little bit further, and he's hoping for a big right-hand shift.
I think you're right, yeah. Do you know what? That looks like to me hope has entered the boat. You know, I always say that when hope enters the boat, you're having a bad moment. Never let hope enter. Keep logic.
Hope is not a strategy.
No, no, no. Hope's looking to the stars at that point.
Oh,
Here we
there
go.
He is, Stepanovic
Yeah.
and Sičić just climbing,
crossing
big
Diaz.
lead over Diaz and Boltins. But how many boats can they keep? Maybe they're going to tack on top of them. We'll see. But at the moment, the Croatians.
He better go soon because there's Polgar and Coy coming across some port. If he's going to do it in any of the next couple of moments would be the time. Otherwise, he'll lose his lane on Polgar. Looks to me like he's carrying on. Yep, they're carrying on. They're obviously not thinking about the Americans there. He's carrying on with his own race. Perhaps not a bad thing to do. It's been as shifty as. I mean, look at this patchiness on our screen now. You can see the holes in the breeze there.
Even lighter than the last race, we see some crews sitting up on the deck. Now we have a lot more crews over on the leeward side, which is never a good sign.
No, no, not for the breeze.
Tonči
Well, there he
Stepanovic.
is.
Ante looking round.
Sičić was pointing back there. I wonder if there's a bit of comms going on saying, look, there's the Americans.
Yeah.
We shouldn't spread too far. Perhaps that's a bit of communication going on. They were pointing back there down towards the direction. Meacham Monk, though, saying,
Happy
what?
days.
See you later, guys.
Yeah.
I'll take this last bullet.
They've led pretty much all the way around.
Whole race.
Actually.
Yeah,
Beautiful,
whole race.
Beautiful performance for race number 11. We're in day 4 of the Star Sailors League final. We have one more day to go, and a bunch of these sailors in the middle of the pack there are scrapping to stay within the championship, to survive through to tomorrow, where we have the quarterfinals, the semis, and the finals. 8 boats, 6 boats, 4 boats, all divvying up a big chunk of 200,000 US dollars. Great.
Well, there's Stepanovic back onto port now, just covering that side, and Diaz back on starboard, incidentally. So there's opposites going on the whole time. That suggests that there's just all these Zephyrs going through the pack, and they're trying to get this patchwork quilt knitted by the top of the beat, you know, and make it look nice and make a clean entry to the windward mark.
Augie Diaz focusing hard with Arnie Boltins, the big guy.
Yeah.
There he is, there's bow 4. Polgar and Coy away with it. Stepanovic and Sičić have now tacked over on port. Look left, Diaz and Boltins.
I must say,
behind.
Diaz and Boltins, they're also ducking both the Germans, the Polish, Payne and Coleman, Mendelblatt and Fatty out there on that top mark. This isn't looking pretty for Diaz and Boltins at the minute.
Be hard as they go around that top
And they'll be
mark.
coming in on the Portac lane line. They gave up that starboard tack advantage.
Yeah, and not only that, they don't have a lane, so they're going to have to wait here for another 30-40 seconds before they even have a clean lane to tack back on. It's tricky place to be.
You'd want to be Stepanovic right now.
Any day of the week, and twice on Sundays. Yeah, any day of the week. I think that's a clever place for him to be. However, he did have the benefit of already being ahead, you know. Augie there was obviously pushed into somewhere he didn't want to be.
Well, he's already dropped about 4 or 5 places just in that tack alone.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Down in
well, Kathleen,
16th
you're all over
in
the numbers
this
here.
race.
There you go.
And the beauty here, Luke, I think is this. Any fleet racer for any class around the world, you're going to learn something here strategically and tactically using this powerful virtual eye tool, which really opens your eyes as to how to tactically play the game.
Yeah, it's good actually. Hey, I would recommend this to anyone for
You have that much time?
No.
Well, I'm sure if you've got the money,
yeah,
you can
put your
trackers on and away
exactly.
you go.
Yeah. Well, there they are, the leaders of the final qualifying race, just rounding. They'll be more than relaxed right now.
What a lovely finale
for the
Kiwis.
I know.
Sam
Really
Meach,
nice day.
Bronze medalist from the laser at the Rio Games with Craig Monk, 2 times America's Cup winner with Russell Coutts, with a whole load of championships under his belt, championship titles. Meach and Monk just running away with race number 11 and the glory. And here we are, the Swiss team, Eric Monin, the match racer, World Match Race Series champ. There he goes, bow 91. He's having a great final day for him in race number 11.
Well, yeah, again, there he is, flying the flag for 470s. Shime Fantella just rounding there. Remember, he had that hard leeward mark rounding earlier in the leg. Really, really slow out the bottom with a few of them, and he's had a great beat and come back. So, you know, just a stellar last 4 races for him, 5 races.
And the Italians, the first round of our top 3.
Well, we know Shime is guaranteeing himself a spot in the competition tomorrow.
Yeah.
Whether he'll take a leap to the semis, we don't know. I think it's really all about Negri and Mendelblatt on that running. As we go downwind, we'll put the
projected
overalls
figures up. Yeah,
we'll
need
see.
them. Yeah.
Oh, there's Mark, the photographer, SSL photographer, the snappers, getting an absolute bird's eye view. Probably have to get a wide-angle lens out.
And look who's rounding here. Stefanovic just pulled himself into... I mean, that was a great beat. I mean, they passed boats as well. That was a really good beat.
Very nice sailing. Just ahead of Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Fatih, the overall leaders going into today, the defending champs from 2014, I beg your pardon. It's George Zebo and Eduardo Natucci defending champs. Mendelblatt and Fatih sailing solid. They were in 18th. Now they're up into 9th. So they're clawing their way through the fleet as the poles go round. Just ahead of Robert Scheidt and Henry Björning. Can't quite see who just behind them, Kathleen.
That's George Zabo and Eduardo Natucci.
Well, there they are.
Climb their way up the fleet.
Boom!
Oh,
here
thread
we go.
the needle.
About 4. That's, wow, Augie Diaz. We were a little worried about him coming in on that Portac lane line.
Yeah,
Looks like it might have paid off.
He shot through there, didn't he? Beautiful.
There he's in 13th rounding there, wasn't he? Oh no, that's sorry, no.
He's just to windward of those boats, so I think just that 1 or 2 meters makes a difference.
Yeah.
The German, Danish crew, Merkelbach and Olesen just heading through. Then the Argentinian Oletza, Keard and Revkin. Oletza having to duck behind 3 boats there.
Oh, Christensen's still back there. I mean, we'll get these projected figures. Once we've got every boat round, we'll have a look, see where the pecking order's currently
stood. That could be doing him quite a bit of damage, actually.
Yeah, I think. Here's some of them for the minute.
No, he's still got him in. Even with the 23rd right now, they've got
There's
him
still
in 9th
109
place.
points, yeah.
Whoa.
There's Stepanovic launched himself back in.
Right there. Ho Christensen, he is now in the ejector seat. Diaz and Boltins, 1 point behind in 11th. Zabo and Natucci. Oh my goodness, it's all happening as we look at it.
Look how close the points are as well.
It is totally nuts. 1 point between those four, all in the danger zone. Bogart and Burrich also have a bit of a chance. They're in 20th in this race, 19th now. They can overtake a few, they'll get up into that 10th. But right now it is Diaz and Bolton, Szabo, Natucci, Stepanovic and Sitchich in the battle to survive.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so tight when we see those projected figures. We've got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boats all on 108 to 109 points. I mean, that is just as tight as it gets.
Oh my God,
it's
what
tight
a
as it
shocker
gets.
for the Great Dane, Ho Christensen with Stevie Milne in 24th spot or so.
He's gone down too there.
They are sliding down and they could lose their little chance here. They were in a reasonable spot going into today. They had a great race, that last race, doing particularly well, but this could be devastating for the Great Dane. Jonas Ho Christensen, the Finn silver medalist from the London Games, the 2012 Games, the great battler between him and Ben Ainsley. And here is Jonas fighting for survival in this
Steve.
championship.
Get that pull
well,
on,
that's even a tough place to be because
with
him he's got Rohart and Ponceau. We know what fighters they are. They perform consistently. They've won SSL Grand Slams last year on the lake in Switzerland, and they're behind them, and they could very easily just creep up to them and make a 1-point difference, which would knock them out of that 10th place position.
Yeah, exactly. And again, we've said it already earlier in this race, if only they knew how tight this all was. You know, it doesn't matter that they're back in 22nd, 23rd or 13th, 14th. Every point is mattering here. And we couldn't have asked for a better last run here in the qualifying series. We could not have asked for a better one. It's just that tight.
Well, let's join Louis out on the racetrack. You've been hearing the numbers and the stats. Ho Christensen, Louis, is fighting for survival, as is Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins. Louis.
Yeah, well, Digby, we're looking at the track at the moment. There's still wind holes on the track, but we are seeing a bit of pressure coming from behind. And, you know, we saw that at the beginning of this race. There's definitely less wind holes across this. And we've seen a couple of boats jibe over. Torben Grail was one of the early ones. He might just be coming over here to shout at the TV boat, but we'll wait and see. But quite frankly, we've got about three or four early jibers. But at the moment, it's obviously Meach and Monk still out all the way in front. There's a fantastic battle going on there with Diaz, who's still ahead of Scheidt, and I think it's really close with Medenblatt now. Whether Medenblatt can get in the picture. Medenblatt is about what, 7th or 8th on the track. You know from Virtual Eye, guys. But it's a hell of a fight for that buy or that double buy through. You know, it could be only a point or so in between it. But as you say, we've got some guys who are trying to make the cut. You know, Stepanovic and Sitic were in the ejector seat. The Danes were 7th going into this race. Could be you know, the ones that are losing out here. They're right down the pan, almost last. So who's going to come up? Who's going to come back? You know, it's very difficult to do the maths out here. I'm sure that you can with the aid of Virtual Eye and Diaz as well. He's got to be you know, thinking about, have I made it? Have I not? They don't know. Szabo and Natucci. You know, it's so complicated out here. We can't tell. They can't tell. And you know, it's all down to this very last downwind leg for the finish of the last race of the qualifiers, and it's just about trying to get a couple of places, 1 or 2 places. That's all it's going to be. Back to you in the studio, Diggers.
Thanks, Louis. Well, we're seeing Augie Diaz and Paul Kayard in that shot. Let's have a look at the running leaderboard as the boats go downwind towards the finish line. We can see if Augie is still in this game.
No, he's not. 1 point in it.
Ho Christensen has clawed a place. He's in 22nd in this race, and he's 1 point ahead of the Americans. Diaz in 15th. Oh my goodness, those two. Just a place between them, a point between them. If they can overtake anybody, that's them.
Well, if that breeze is bowling down from behind, you know, Louis had pointed out that he thought there was more breeze coming down. We're going to see some place changing still. And
Szabo and Natucci on 108 points, 1 point ahead of Ho Christensen. in 13th. So Szabo and Natucci also in a slight danger. But right now in that ejector seat, Ho Christensen 1 point ahead in 10th position overall, ahead of Diaz and Bolton. So, wow, that is going to be interesting as they head downwind. Quite a bit of racing left on this leg, more than half of the leg to go. Top of the table, Mendelblatt and Fatih on equal points with Negri and Lambertenghi. So these guys are battling for a jump into the final. Negri and Lambertenghi in 4th in this race. Can they overtake anybody? Can Mendelblatt and Fatih overtake anybody to guarantee their spot? Right now they have 2 firsts, so on countback they are still at the top of the leaderboard, but it is all to play for these guys, Mendelblatt and Fatih. They cannot afford to be overtaken.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking around for breeze here. You see Mark looking back. You've got the crew looking all around. They're looking at boats behind them and definitely looking for those patches of breeze, anything that can come down. And also, whenever they jibe, they want to jibe in just a little puff of breeze. That'll help them accelerate a little bit out of the breeze, keep their sails full. But right now, it's tough even just finding that patch.
Yeah, it does look like they've got a nice lane though. You know, Mendelblatt's obviously been looking back a lot, just making sure that he's got a nice lane coming down. He's back in around about 12th there, and it's, you know, it's a busy, sorry, I stand corrected, 15th. Yeah. You know, it's a busy part of the race course, so trying to find that breeze will be everything that he needs.
And he's got Diaz and Bolton's breathing down his neck, blanketing his breeze from behind. And really,
I wonder if
that
there'll
is
be
all he needs. He needs 1 spot at the moment just to overtake, and that's
some
him.
country relations going on, maybe.
Well,
Diaz needs 1 spot and Mendelblatt needs 1 spot. These are the 2 guys where 1 point makes a difference more than anybody else on the race course.
Well, we'll see how they get on. Class acts, but the pair of them, Mendelblatt and Fatih, won this event 2 years ago. They've turned up here, been consistent throughout, but the Italians are really taking it to them today. The Italians in 4th place in this race, Mendelblatt and Fatih in 15th. This is the last leg as they head downwind towards the finish line. They're about 3/4 of the way towards that finish. It's going to be really tight as they compress and come into each other, and we will see who will remain in the top 10, and we'll see if the Italians or the Americans, who we're looking at right here, Mendelblatt and Fatih. Oh, and you can see Mark Mendelblatt. The fire is beginning to show. He's screaming and looking, and you know, it may be slow, but it's fiery on board.
And this shows you the end of a hot day, the end of another race. You know, we talked about having that frustration, that pressure, depending on how they're getting. You know, he's obviously feeling that. It's building up, it's building up. He knows how close it is.
He does.
He knows. He doesn't. I don't think he wants this sandbagging. He wants to go straight through to the finals.
Straight to the
Why
final,
wouldn't you?
guaranteed top 4 spot. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
The lion's share of the $200,000 prize pot. Fabulous.
Well, they've both lost points here. They jived away from the rest of the fleet. They're playing more the left-hand side downwind, and I think they're going to have a nice shift or a nice patch of breeze, a good angle to come back at the boats that they've already lost.
You're right. They're a long, long way separated, aren't they? That looks risky to me. I'm nervous for them right now. I am nervous for them right now.
And the last thing Mendelblatt wants is Augie Diaz breathing down his neck, slowing him down. So that could play a big factor in this, and boom, there we go.
Look at that.
Negri and Lambertenghi up into 1st overall. At the moment, that is the Americans down. Mendelblatt and Fatih in 2nd, and just 5 places now. But we saw that on our screen, and we saw Mendelblatt and Fatih. Mendelblatt really knew what was going on there. He is, let's just call it as it is, he's pretty pissed off right now.
And there's not a lot of race left for that to change. So, you know, if you're shouting and bawling in your boat, it's no wonder. I can't imagine how frustrating that would be to see that. And we've got, I mean, look, Szabo is just there in the top 10. Diaz is in the ejector seat.
Szabo and Natucci, they're so smart. Look at them. They're not engaging with anybody.
Nicely in the middle of the course as well.
They're in the middle. They've got a bit of a clean lane. Nobody's behind them slowing down. It's all for them to do some overtaking. Oh, man, that is class fleet racing there, Luke.
Yeah, it is. And do you know what? To be a sort of artist of being in the middle of the pack is not an easy thing to do. You know, your lanes are restricted, and to have that, I mean, these guys be having a bird's eye vision like we are, literally.
Yeah.
They're able to do that from the boat and get an understanding of where the fleet's at and keep themselves safe. But here they are.
I wonder if they know. I wonder if they know.
Numero unos.
Negri and Lambertenghi. There they go. Bow number 3 have clawed their way up to the top of the leaderboard. Mendelblatt and Fatih have been bashed away on this downwind leg.
And I don't think they're at risk here. You know, looking at the Italians, they've got a nice gap to 5th place. So they've got a good gap. Easy sailing. They're going to finish 4th here, probably, in this race. Probably. You always have to say probably. Yeah. Just rolling in. I think this will be their final jibe into the finish line.
Nice acceleration on the jibe.
Oh, lovely pictures.
That's your Mediterranean-esque sailing, that, isn't it? The boys from the Med. Yeah, there you go. I don't think the place will change there for Negri and
actually, the middle of the fleet.
Let's just very quickly, sorry, Kathleen, just jump to the front because Fantella and Adapovic have managed to do a bit of an overtake.
They're going to do it again.
So
they're doing it
looks
again.
like they're going to cross in 1st position.
Unbelievable.
And they've overtaken the Kiwis. That's a phenomenal bit of downwind sailing by the
well done, boys. Look at that.
Medalist.
Happy bunnies.
Fantella with Antonio Adapovic. Superb, just ahead of the Kiwis, Sam Meach and Craig Monk. And then behind them, Eric Monin, Pascal Rambo, the Swiss match racer. He's going to be happy with that. And here the Italians come gliding through the finish line in their Mediterranean-esque fashion.
Yeah.
Great word.
Relaxed but not
happy.
relaxed.
They're looking behind.
Yeah.
They're trying to do some maths.
There's counting. There is Lambertenghi.
Yeah. Counting up. Not sure how many fingers. You know, he's back of the envelope calculating. Yeah. He's trying to figure it out. We can pretty much tell him that right now it's looking tasty unless Mendelblatt can pull something out of the bag.
Well, we've got this next pack coming in here, and you were going to start to see, I think, Mendelblatt and Augie Diaz coming in from the left side of the course, and they're going to meet with this back group. But right now, we've got the Australians with a very good race to finish off their series. They're not going to make it to the final day, but they should be happy with that finish.
Oh, nice. Sweet result for the Australians. Tom Burton lays a goal.
Here we go.
Right behind
Get your camera out. Photo shoot.
Big bunch up with the poles behind Jochen Schumann. And there's Tonci Stepanovic, Ante Šitic. Oh, man. 5th, Johannes Polgar.
Wow.
Super close. Staniak and Klein coming through in 10th spot. Now we are waiting for Mendelblatt and Fatih. Where are Mendelblatt and Fatih? I think they were in 15th. Oh. There's George Szabo, Eduardo Natucci. I think that's just enough for those guys.
There's Mendelblatt there.
Diaz right in here, getting in front of Mendelblatt.
Szabo ahead of Mendelblatt. Mendelblatt crossing in 14th. I think that 14th position is going to see them knocked off the top spot overall. Payne and Coleman coming through. Merkelbach and Olesen. Then Kayard and Revkin. Woo! We'll see the overalls in a sec, but I think
Waiting
that is
for
the
the Great
Italians
Dane.
at the top.
That's going to be
the Great Dane coming down the track fairly soon.
There he is,
there
right
he
on
is.
the right-hand side, downwind.
Has he managed to claw any places on that downwind leg? Facundo Alezza,
It seemed like the pin end of this finish was favored, so it should be very close between about 94.
I think he's pulled up a boat. I think he has pulled up one. He was 22nd. I think he's just nipped ahead there for a 19th.
Just ahead of Vasily Zogar.
Another close.
Yeah.
Finish.
There's a flamingo. Just rolling over. Obviously, Torben's Lilia there. Well, I tell you what.
The legend. How close was that?
The Great Dane did what he needed to do there, I think. Launched himself back up into the standings. Like we said, that bad luck was taken out of the way in the casino last night. He brought the good luck to the racetrack today.
Frenchman, Rohart, Ponceau, winners of the City Grand Slam earlier this year in Hamburg, comfortably in the top 10. No great reaction across the line. Not their best performance.
Overtaken by the Croatians overall, though.
It did.
Yeah.
Here through the Brits.
Go on, Tompo. Give us a smile, mate.
Nick Thompson.
Tough day for them. Tough day.
Tough regatta, actually. Tough regatta for them.
And there we have it.
Drum roll, please. It's a photographer. He's swimming around.
He's got his life in his
track.
hands there.
It's crazy.
Well, that was a great last race. That was just what we'd hoped for.
Boom!
There we go.
Negri and
Diaz.
Lambertengi.
Oh, we didn't see that. The Croatians, Stepanovic and Sitic, they were on the projected standings in 8th going overall down that last run, and they have dropped to 11th.
Oh, man.
Diaz and Boltons worked their way up to 12, which was
Diaz
just
and
enough.
Arnie Boltons have scraped their way into the top 10, clawed their way, battling down, battling against Mark Mendelblatt. That's a great result for the American duo, Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltons. There's George Szabo, Eduardo Natucci, and a 3rd and an 11th today. Thank you very much, George Szabo and Eduardo Natucci. What a class act. They won this event last year. They were in 12th overall coming into today. They had a lot of work to do. We saw George in the studio looking fairly nervous, you know. He knew it was all on for him, and he's managed to survive for another day to tomorrow in the Star Sailors League final. And there is Ho Christensen, the Great Dane, with Stevie Mill in 8th. They had a 19th there. Just look at that.
I mean, it's just, doesn't it? I mean, it's so
106
tight.
points, 106, 107, 108. Nothing in it. Absolutely nothing in it. Polgar and Coy are going to be really pleased with their performance there. That 7th spot in that last race has guaranteed their performance, their survival in the competition. Kuznedovic and Zitsky maintain 5th. Look at that. An 11th and a 9th. Just solid fleet racing by those guys. Rohard and Ponso have dropped a place. They're discarding today's last race there. Vantella and Adapovic. Have a look at that scoreline. 3 bullets by the 470.
I know, and I was just seeing that there. I mean, I'm trying to wonder if he's got more bullets than anyone in the fleet. He has, hasn't he? And that's just what a class act, you know. And I mean, really, the last 5 races, only one was outside the top 5. And that's pretty good going, you know, for not having sailed the boat before.
Just have a look at the sort of, if you're going to draw a graph for Shimei Fantella and Antonio Adapovic. They started on 15th, 10th, so, first day, a bit middling, then beginning to find their form there. A bit of a wobble there, and look at that. It's just rising up. The graph is rising up. Shimei Fantella, boy, he's got a future in star racing, I think.
He might do, yeah.
Absolutely superb. I think that is... he is our highest scoring VIP guest, and that's a super result for Shimei Fantella, the 470 gold medalist, just come from Rio. And now here's Robert Scheidt, the champion of SSL in 2013, sailing now with Henry Björning. Very consistent. They started immensely strong the first 2 days, had a little bit of a wobble yesterday. Now that's enough to see them through. But really the story at the top on the leaderboard is Mendelblatt and Fatigue losing out to the Italians, Negri and Lambertengi, who just had it in that last race. That 4th spot, happy days. We saw Sergio do the maths, do the numbers on his hand. They knew it was really close. They weren't quite sure, but they'll have been absolutely cock-a-hoop, totally delighted to see Mendelblatt and Fatigue come 10 places behind them. Wow. Cool. This is what we want.
I know.
In SSL.
I know. It's such a good last run as well in light winds. You know, we don't need breeze to be able to have an exciting race. We've had it right there. I feel a bit sorry for Stepanovic and Sitic there. You know, the other Croatian boat. They had a good race. I mean, look, they had an 8th in that final race, ahead of everyone that was close to them, but just not enough.
And it's too bad because that really is a good finish. In any other case, we would say, oh, that's a keeper. An 8th is fantastic in this fleet, but not enough. And really what the story was there is Diaz and Boltons really fell down. They actually got to 18th place, and at one point in that downwind, Diaz and Boltons were in 18th place, and Jonas Ho Christensen was in 19th place. And then just at the end there, Mendelblatt and Diaz jibed back, but I think Diaz got it in the finish. He almost got George Szabo, which would have bumped him up to one more place. But it was super risky getting off there on the left-hand side. We were saying they've got to have something to come back on. And I think what happened is they came back only 2 boats, and then they had the next group that was coming at the same time. They were a patch of boats where there wasn't a lot of wind, so they didn't have the same boat speed, the big group of boats. We say in light wind, you don't want to be a big group of boats. But when they came in, I think they had a little more momentum, and he was able just to gain 1 or 2 places.
And it mattered. You know, 1 point, and he made it. And that was I imagine he was had a little bit of goosebumps going on down that final run, thinking, well, it's here now.
Well, let's roll the overall leaderboard and look at 12th to 25th position.
Argentinians,
what a
poor
shame.
lads.
A 23rd and 18th for Aletza and Mello. Seeing them out of the top 10 is looking great for them yesterday. Zbogar and Birch just out of it. Staniek and Klieg, Kayard and
Meach
Revkin.
and Monk right up the leaderboard
Meach
after
and Monk
today.
clawing their way. Look at that scoreline. A DNF, a 25th, a 19th. Look at that graph. It's like it's good all the way. Just climbing.
We call that time in the boat.
Time in the boat.
Yeah.
And that is the 4 days that Sam Meach has been helming one of these, and that's a great graph. Steep learning curve for the laser bronze medalists. But I think those guys are going to leave pretty happy after their gear failure, and they're going to leave happy, middle of the fleet, just out of the top 10. Fair enough. If the dice had rolled, if the fates had been kinder to them on the first day, who knows? We'll see. Perhaps we'll see Sam Meach come back. We'd love to see Meach and Monk back at SSL. Taylor Canfield, the 2013 match racing world champ with Mark Struby, one of the founders of the Star Sailors League. They can be pretty proud. Taylor, very different discipline, fleet racing to match racing. It is such a different art form. Now Torben Greer with Guillaume Diomeda. Torben in the gym, getting fit for this championship in 18th. Eric Monin, Pascal Rambaud, they were bottom of the leaderboard going into today. Now they finish on 19th. Very good result. 20th and third, their best result. They're going to be happy with that when they come into the bar tonight, into the club. Jochen Schumann, the legend from Germany with Ingo Borkowski, the medalists together in the Soling back in the day. And Jochen, he's here and he's finished with a 20th. And interestingly, he's been beaten by a 22-year-old, and he says, well, that's just the way it is. He's a sportsman, he's a philosopher, and this is sport, and that's the way it goes.
Well, last year Schumann finished 10th overall, and he actually did some practicing before he came. I don't know this year if he got some time in the boat. I suspect not.
George Zarif, the Finn specialist, he was 4th at the Rio Games, sailing with Bruno Prada in 21st, then Nick Thompson, the laser specialist, with Stevie Mitchell in 22nd, and then Payne and Coleman in 23rd, followed by Burton and Palfrey. Tom Burton, gold medalist from Rio, with Andrew Palfrey. They had a good last race there, a 5th, and then at the bottom of the leaderboard, our great friends, there are best amateurs here who have qualified through the Star Sailors League in the top 12 overall during the year. That qualifies them to come to the final, and we've been chatting away to Dr. Hubert Merkelblack and Klaus Olesen, and these two doctors have absolutely loved being here, loved competing with some of the legends. So now, Luke, you're passing me a bit of paper. What do you got to say?
Well, I'm Michelle's just grabbed me there. Apparently Tonchi is in the top 10. There was the scoring was wrong on our screen, and actually has knocked out but 13th. So Augie Diaz is outside the top 10 now, and Tonchi is in. So apologies for that, folks, but he has been given the reward for his great final race. We said, wow, what a shame that after a great final race, they're just nipped outside. It's actually the other way around, and Stepanovic is
done enough.
Just done enough, and he sat there in 10th and has made it.
Okay, fair enough. Well, it does say provisional at the top of our leaderboard.
Yeah, we took that as gospel, didn't we?
Yeah, we did a little
really,
bit.
our eyes were off there,
that's fair enough. Okay, so the race committee has a slightly different finish to our virtual eye, but that means that Tonchi Stepanovic has done enough with Ante Sičić to make the top 10, and it's Augie
knocked out
who is out. Oh,
shame,
that's a shame.
Shame.
He looked so good. He looked like he was battling away, giving Mark Mendelblack a load of crap down that last run, pushing Mendelblatt out. There might be a few words in the bar between the American teams, but there you go. We do know that the Italians are top dogs. And day 4 of the Star Sailors League final, they are going to get a jump into the final race where 4 boats will be competing. Wow, guys, wicked. What a day. Pretty cool, Kathleen.
Yeah, I was in the studio, but I felt the heat out in the water. Just those finishes were incredible, those downwind legs, the concentration that it took, and just the ups and downs in positions, not even knowing after the finish necessarily who won. You saw so many packs of boats so close, and even the sailors trying to do the math on their own fingers.
I think that's one of the hard bits to deal with as well, is even just being in the race as it yo-yos around you. You know, it's really hard mentally to just try and keep your cool and always just deal with what you've got. You might be seeing someone you need to beat 200 yards away with something good going on for them, but you can't control that. All you can do is the next right thing for yourself, the next right thing, and never anything more. And that's mentally draining to not have that emotional attachment to someone you've got to beat and getting wound up, frustrated. Saw it a little bit with the Americans, but hey, what a great day to watch, and what a fantastic last run. Really cool.
Yeah. Now, stay with us, because tomorrow we are into the quarterfinals, the semis, and the finals. And we know that the Italians have taken a leapfrog into the final. They'll be there. They'll be sitting out the quarterfinals and the semis, watching what's going on, and they are guaranteed a minimum 4th place, but obviously they want to win. And we know that Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Fatih are in the semi-finals. They will sit out the quarterfinals, watch what's going on, get into the semi-finals and see what they can do there. So the top 8 from there on down to 3rd to 10th will be in the quarterfinals, and we'll be back on air at about 11:15 tomorrow, local time, Bahamian time, and we'll get wound up for the grand finale of the SSL Finals in the Bahamas for crunch time, where the top 10 will be racing for the major share of the US $200,000 prize money fund, and that's pretty cool in fleet racing. So for now, after an exciting day, a little delay at first, but then some great racing, some topsy-turvy results. Well done to the Italians. I think they deserve a big pat on the back for winning the qualifying rounds. They're going to be so happy with that. That's a good result for them. But come back tomorrow, watch the quarters, the semis and the final. And I'm just going to say a very quick thanks to the SSL team for making all this happen, for bringing all the boats here and doing all the admin, bringing all the sailors here and making such a phenomenal event happen, because they really have. That's mostly Swiss guys have worked phenomenally hard. So congratulations to the SSL team and thanks. But do join us again tomorrow at around 11:15 Bahamian time for the quarters, the semis and the finals.